go, motherfucker.
Woohoo! Oh shit! I'm getting palled! I'm getting palled! Ah! What? Oh no! My hands aren't working! Wait! My dog's been like very clingy today, and oh my god, I can't catch any of them! No! Wait, please! Wait, I need my hands! Okay! They are once more functional. Hello, cutie pies. How are you? It's so good to see you. Sorry, I was almost a little bit late because I was definitely hanging out in Pocky's stream. You guys, if you haven't checked out the Precious Pocket Chalk, you absolutely should. She's playing some, I think they do say FGO or FGO, and then she's gonna do some Neverness to Everness. Look, my new hands. Exactly right. Thank you for the pal hat. Incredible, Ridias. How are you guys doing, cuties? Oh, look at I like my heart mustache. My heart mustache. Nom, 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 nom. Nom, nom, nom. Thank you for throwing sticky hearts at me, Incredible, Ridias. Let me say hi to everybody. But then I have to show you guys a really fucking funny meme that if you guys haven't seen it, which you probably have, but I downloaded it because it's really funny. I watched it and I cackled like an absolute fool. It's from Blood Rage Engage in the chat. He did an outstanding job on this fucking. No one's gonna understand it unless you joined into our hand cam stream a few days ago, but it was so fun. Oh, no wonder I'm uncomfortable. Hold on. I just realized that I have AirPods in my ears. 1 second, please. How's everybody doing, cutie pies? It's so good to see you. I have missed you so very much. I'm really excited to play some, I almost said Hearthstone. That's not what I'm playing today. What am I playing? Yesterday was Hearthstone, except it wasn't. It was Hearth Eats, Arcane Stone. Anyway, Arcane Stone Hearth Pizza. That's what we played yesterday. Let me see here. Thank you for the pal tax. Okay, hold on. I gotta take a deep breath for this one. Swedish Shadow Gun, Awesome Aussie, Incredible Eisen, Yummy Yuki, Incredible Icy, Terrific Talon, Lovely Nix, Potato Slice, Gem Slice, Incredible Eisen, Incredible Iridius, Incredible Eisen, Incredible Iridius, Incredible Eisen, Incredible Swedish Shadow Gun, Terrific Talon, Gorgeous Gecko. Thank you so much for the pal tax, cuties. I do appreciate them enormously. Uppy time, uppies for lovely love. Good love. Hi, Pseudostar Jeffrey. How are you? It's good to see you. Terry, welcome on in. Ozzy, welcome on in. Nix, thank you for the clippy. Let's see. I'm so good I could cry. That's great, Ozzy. I'm so happy to hear it, hun. That's fantastic. Incredible Iridius, thank you for the lurk. I appreciate it. Can't sleep, but it's all right. My sleep schedule changed. Oh, are you okay? Did it change for a good reason, sweetheart? Incredible Iridius, thank you for contributing to the storytelling stream. I appreciate you. Yummy Yuki! Ohayo gozaimasu, tanoshii, Tao-chan. Even though the heat is already outside, this is already baking me from the outside, your presence warms my heart with joy. And I'll take any degrees Celsius you give us each and every day. Oh, Yuki, you're so sweet, honey. Oh my God. You are so fucking cute. Thank you, darling. Oh my goodness. I promise to warm your heart for all of the rest of my days. I hope you're doing better, lovely Yuki, and you get uppies as well. Good, Yuki. Thank you, Incredible Iridius, for contributing to the movie night as well. Oh, Ozzy, thank you so much for the clip as well. Nix, Vito slash Jam slash uppies. Good, Nix. Terrific Talon, uppies. Good, Talon. Incredible Ison, uppies. Good, Eisen. Awesome Aussie uppies. Eee, good, Aussie. Ah, exceptional engage. Meme of the hour. Good engage. Lovely little bit. Uppies. Eee, good little bit. Thank you guys so much for the incredible pal attacks. I'm so sorry my hand cam fell out of the slot because puppy dog was rubbing up against my computer. I was trying to stop him from turning it off, but instead he knocked the cord out of the computer. Tragic. Yummy Yuki, thank you for contributing to the movie night. I appreciate you, darling. Terrific Talon, how are you? It's so good to see you, cutie pie. I used up my T-bones on Valley Girl Blacksmith, so I can't help barrage. You poor thing, Engage. It's okay. You'll get some more. You'll get some more points. Gorgeous Gecko, welcome on in. How are you doing? It's good to see you. I like the little money guy. Boop 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 boop. Magnificent Maine, welcome on in. Oh, it's good to see you and your sister. How are you doing, Maine? Welcome, welcome. I dropped the slightly extended cut if anyone is interested in that one. Extended cut. Hold on, I have to watch this. There was so much effort put into this, and I'm really impressed. 1 second. Okay, I'll show this one, actually. I downloaded it so I could show you guys. I will show you that one. I've always wanted to voice L from, Light from Death Note. I've always wanted to, and I finally get the opportunity. No, I'm not reading a script, but you know what they say about improv. I actually have no idea what they say about improv, but I'm sure they say something about it. Thank you for the care package, Storm. Welcome on in. How are you? It's so good to see you, sweetheart. How's everybody doing? Let me see here. I'm still scrolling, sorry. Let's see. Icy! How are you, incredible Icy? Oh, there's Storm crawling into chat. Are you okay? Beautiful Blood Rage Engage. Thank you for the 7 stream streak. I so appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Let me see. Lovely Lab, welcome on in, darling. It's so good to see you, and it was so good to see you in Pucky's chat as well. Let me see here. There's our lovely Lil Bit, beautiful Lil Bit. Light, hi, lovely Light. How are you? And that's as far as I can scroll up. Unfortunately. So I'm gonna scroll back down, catch up with you guys, and then we're gonna watch a brief meme that's really fucking funny. That really tickled me. I was like, what could he be planning with this? Sarita, how are you? Thank you so much for the lurk, darling. It's so good to see you. I hope you're doing well. I had some weeks off of work, and I can't find time to sleep. I used to sleep at 35. At 35? 4 or 5 a.m.? Wow. Woof. What time is it now, Terry? I'm doing quite well today, apart from the heat. Thank you, Tatan. How is your ear healing? I do have a surprise MRI tomorrow, though. I actually slept 6 hours last night, which is crazy, considering I haven't been sleeping that much at all. But I think it's getting better. It's still occasionally like feeling like an ice pick is in the side of my head, but it's less than it was, which is good. You have a surprise MRI tomorrow. It was scheduled for next month, but they asked if I could come in tomorrow, so why not? True! The faster they do it, the more quickly they can figure out how to help you, right? Nothing bad. It's just to check how my back is doing, and if the idea is still to not do surgery on it, which I believe is the better call right now. That is fair, Yuki. How are all the rest of your ailments doing, sweetheart? Are you feeling a bit better? Improv leads to better D&D games. That's true, Storm. Actually, for any of you who are DMs in the chat, I was talking to my darling DM last night. But I was wondering, for anyone who's a DM like you, Storm, how do you guys, because I know there's different ways to like plan a D&D game, right? Do you do like scripting for each individual section, or do you do like just like bullet points, or do you just totally literally wing it? Like how do my DMs in chat do this? I'm just very curious. So to Sola, thank you for contributing to the storytelling stream. I tried making Tangia sound clips before, but they didn't play. I belly the clips was funny and not rude. Oh, believe the clips were funny and not rude. I'm so sorry, Terry. You're the only one who's been doing that, and I keep on forgetting to check Tangia. So no, I'm sure it's probably fine. I just need to remember to actually get around to looking at it. Sweetest Saint Saturnice, how are you? Memes? I love memes! Thank you very much for those clips, Terry. Improv is probably my favorite thing to do. Maine, are you a DM? Are you a DM? Are you a DM? I am good, how are you? I am doing well, darling. Thank you so much for asking. I'm very excited to play some Final Fantasy with you guys today. And I missed you lots after yesterday. Yesterday was a lot of fun. By the way, fun trivia. Fun trivia about Death Note. Light Yagami-san was named Light because in Japanese we have to write it with an R. So it's written and read Raito, which is also right in English. A subtle hint on how the mangaka Oba Tsugumi-san sees the morality and who is in the right after all. Ooh, that's a very interesting. I would not put it past him, actually. It's a very clever cerebral anime and manga, right? So I like that, Yuki. I like that. Rather bummed I can't really explain what's happened as I feel it breaks a rule, so I'm playing it safe. Oh, fair enough, Ozzy. Well, I appreciate you being careful about that. But I'm really, really happy for you that whatever it is going so well for you. Unlurking because D&D. Citizens. I gotcha. It's time. Hello there, beautiful bees. It's so good to see you. Gotta keep that speak up. You know what I'm saying. Aha! I do know what you're saying. When I run games, I write down a single bullet point because no matter how well I plan things, my players can and will find a way to completely derail everything. Is it literally, like literally one bullet point? Or is it like a bullet point per like section? Or, I love that! Thank you for the pal tack. Is it like a bullet point per like section or per character or like per option or something like that? Lovely Light, thank you so much for contributing to the storytelling stream, darling. I procrastinate until the day of, panic, read the next area of the module, then improvise the rest and hope it doesn't go wrong later. You know, pro strats. You may be in awe of me. Surprise communism! Surprise communism is right. Lith, I am in awe of you. How do your games go? Do they go well with your incredible strategy? No, but I was in a few plays. Oh, that's cool, man. What kind of plays? I'm having lentils in iced tea, and I'm watching my favorite Tiger. Life is good. Zoe, it's so good to have you back, darling. I hope you enjoy those lentils. Yummy. And the iced tea as well. You and Save can talk about iced tea. He likes iced tea. Let me see here. I am doing very well otherwise, Tao-chan. No more cramping, no migraines, so I'm quite happy at the moment. That's wonderful, Yuki. I'm so happy to hear that, gorgeous. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Plan? I mean, I get a vague idea of where the story is going. If it's a module, I read what is upcoming to work things, but often my planning involves, the idea sounds good, make a note, throw it in if appropriate. Okay, interesting. Do you guys, do the DMs in chat prefer to do like homebrew stuff, or do you like doing the pre-made module type stuff? Fun fact, according to the mangaka, both Light and L are evil. Oh, interesting. Okay, really? I mean, I can see, I suppose it depends on what like angle you'll get it from, but I could see it on both ends. Fuck, I love coming in here. I get called beautiful, beautiful bees. You are beautiful, gorgeous. You are beautiful, darling. Absolutely stunning. And it is a pleasure and a privilege to be able to remind you of your sheer, unrelenting beauty. Little late attack, but it's for the hands. Thank you for the hands, for the attack to the hands. Lovely little bit. Let's see. Written plans involve things like the short note of Shakespeare goblins. Shakespeare goblins. I like that. I would like to know what that is in reference to. Lentils are top 10 foods. I do like lentils. I'm actually doing prep for this weekend's session, planning on a travel montage with random encounters. Very cool, Storm Talent. So how do you do it? How do you plan? Do you like write out like little scripted bits, or do you wing it like these two, or do you what do you do? just under beans. I do love beans. Beans are also very good. Define going well. Jokes aside, we all manage to have fun. As long as you're having fun, that's the point of D&D, right? So hey, I think you're doing just fine. The one thing any RPG DM must learn quickly is improvisation, and that players will always try to derail anything. The two things any RPG DM must learn. I had a couple other meme ideas after I made that one, so maybe I will make more. Please do engage. It was so expertly edited. I loved it. Homebrew versus module is a yes. Okay, you love both. Cool. Fair enough, Storm. Magnificent Mustang. Hi, darling. How are you doing? It is so good to see you, sweetheart. I hope that you have been well, and I hope that you have not been working too hard at work. Let me see. Terrific talent. Thank you for contributing to the storytelling stream. I appreciate it. Light with the cute little waggies, the cute little tail wags. I've done a lot of modules, but right now I have returned to an old homebrew setting of mine. One that started back in the day with, the end of the worlds. All of them. Yes, all of them. All that's left is shattered fragments of worlds in an endless sky. Whoa. That sounds so interesting. Is that a, Storm Talent, is it like a, I guess it would be like a space? Is it like a space or like a Feywild or like a fantasy setting, or how's that one work? I do regret not adding like Blood Rage was here or something onto the paper though. That would be a fun little Easter egg. I'm celebrating this first time in 4 years moment with pizza. Let's go, Ozzy! Congratulations, darling, as you should. It's literally one bullet point that ends up taking 4 hours. Wow! In my last campaign, I wrote them a 40-page travel guide, which was one of several reference books I wrote. Instead of using the stuff I wrote, they instead found a way to experience the campaign in the background while they went on town-building arcs that resulted in them waiting out a siege against the big bad evil guy and winning. My players terrify me now. Oh my god, that's hilarious. Were you frustrated or just like in awe? Nerd, hi sweetie, welcome on in. Thank you for contributing to the movie night. Ella's just trying to solve the case because it's because of its challenge, not because it's the right thing to do, and also overlooks evidence. So Light being Kira just because he sees him as his only friend. Right. Yeah, okay. So it's a very like they're very morally gray characters then, yeah. Party will always try to derail. Yeah, my last campaign, one of the guys nearly got us killed because he valued the life of a random frog he found and stole over his own party. The ultimate troll. Oh my god. I've stumbled across a nifty tool called Campaign Forge that helps me organize stuff and order sessions. Really good for a scatterbrain like me. That's awesome, Storm Talon. Very cool. I think it might be called, is it called maybe World Forge or something? I watch Overly Sarcastic Productions. I feel like a lot of DMs and a lot of like writers and stuff probably watch that too. They're fantastic. I love them. But I noticed that Red gets sponsored a lot by, I want to say, or it's World Anvil? Is it World Anvil? They get sponsored a ton by this like world organizing like fantasy toolkit. And I was like, I wonder if anyone uses that in my community. I think Valley Girl ends today, but could I redeem it one last time before it goes? Oh, does it? Oh, thank you for keeping track of it, darling. I appreciate you. That's very honest and very good of you. Yes, you may redeem it one more time, and then I will turn it off. Go for it. I'm just gonna go prepare to turn it off. Thank you for keeping track. Let me see here. Where is it? I gotta just find it so that I can turn it off when you, there we go. Aha! Okay. Hey, Precious. Oh my god. Hi, Precious Fairy. Welcome on in, babes. It's so good to see you. It's so cool. So cool to see you. Thank you for the Valley Girl Redeem badge. Welcome on in, Les. How you doing? Oh my god. I usually run a module and then homebrew the crap out of it. Yes, bitch. Do it. I want to play again so bad. I have a character I've been dying to play. What kind of character have you made, Zoe? Shakespeare goblins turned into a goblin and kobold tribal war in the small village of Verona, where we set our tale of star-crossed lovers between the two tribes. Bonus points if you get the Romeo and Juliet reference. Hi, Valiant Fellas. Long time no see, bitch. We were talking in Precious Pocky's chat. For real, y'all, yeah, if you aren't checking out Precious Pocky, what the fuck are you even doing? Oh my god, I just earned a drop from lurking her stream. I got medium resonance potion. I don't even know what that is. It's a Withering Waves thing. I don't play that, but I'm thrilled nonetheless. Let me actually give the Precious Pocket Chalk a shout out because yeah, y'all need to like go follow her if you haven't yet, which you probably are because she's a babe, but she's such a babe. Hi, gorgeous geeks, my dearest DM. I was just telling everyone about how you're my DM, mine. But I was asking all of the other DMs in the chat as well. I was like, hey, how do you guys plan shit? And you can tell us too, geeks. Yeah, you tell us too. I was like, do you guys do like, cause you told, well, I mean, you can tell the whole class, baby. Yeah, like tell the whole class. But like, I think you already told us during our campaign that you like to do like bullet points for the most part, but tell us what else you like to do to plan, babes. Valiant Fellas, sweetie, thank you so much, Fetch, for the 40 streak. That's so fetch. That's so fetch. Thank you so much. 40 streams in the coziest pouch with all the pals. Let's go. Thank you so much. Oh my god. Gorgeous Geeks, thank you for contributing to the storytelling stream. I appreciate it. Surprise communism. Surprise communism. I'm doing fine. Was a wee bit stressed, but thing I was really stressed on was talked about and working towards fixing it and all stuff. Work-related stress. I basically thought I was being fired. Oh my god, what the fuck? Oh my god, they can eat my eyes. There's no way they're firing my Mossum. No fucking way, bitch. Nah. Anyway, sorry, I didn't finish the rest of that story. But I'm still working here, but I was able to give my work an idea, hopefully make the ER a little more worthwhile, and I'm also brainstorming to try and make the workplace less negative in general. That is good, Massim. So are you discovering that, like, is everyone being really negative there? That's such a bummer, babes. It's such a pleasure to have you here, though, darling. I hope that, like, we can, like, radiate, like, positive vibes, you know? I wasn't even mad about it because I got to create a bunch of town building rules and they were super stoked to get to use them. That's awesome, City. So well done. There's not even outer planes left in this homebrew. Someone tried to force all the parallel material planes to occupy the exact same space at the exact same time and everything just broke. The gods all sacrificed themselves to salvage at least something? That's fucking crazy. Oh my god. OMG. That sounds so scary. Is it, so wait, is it like kind of a hopeless, like nihilistic setting then? Or is it like, is there actually hope there? Nah, I stole that frog while he slept though as payback. Wait, Bees, were you in this campaign? I derailed a campaign once because I made my character a big talker and the DM made the only person, who would, put up with me an important NPC. When they got kidnapped to kick off the story, I managed to save them quickly and the DM had to rewrite stuff because he tried to take away my only talking buddy. Oh my god. I wish I could have been a fly on the wall during that campaign, Talon. That's fucking hilarious, bat. Perry, thank you so much for contributing to the storytelling and storytelling stream and movie night challenges, baby. I appreciate it. Valley Girl never ends. It never ends. I will always remember Valley Girl Blacksmith. The TauTassie needle. I'm gonna try to get some more things in the kitchen done. Absolutely, Lobet. I'm so excited to see it when it's all done. Valley Girl Blacksmith is like literally the best blacksmith badge. Oh my god, it's so true. Don't call me badge, just be clear. Just making a joke of it. I don't actually care. Oh good, I'm so happy to hear that badge. I just realized the Minecraft VC is no longer, which is entirely understandable. Yeah, we were like, we need more spots for people to like hang out that are like less specific. And since y'all haven't been using the Minecraft one for a long time and you still have like the general gaming one, I was like, oh, let's change the name. I hear D&D talk just as I'm reprogramming my VTTO with Homebrew FF14 class and races. Hey there, Zed. It's good to see you, babes. Long time no see. How are you doing? Our DM. I wasn't aware I had to share geeks, except with my party. Plan? We were supposed to have a plan? My dearest Tau, it appears I've been DMing incorrectly this entire time. I feel like you have some kind of a plan, right, babes? Because, like, if you think about it, right, you're like, oh, I gotta do some planning for this next week's D&D campaign, or session. So I'm like, oh, well, he does some kind of planning, right? Like, you do something. Let me see here. Yeah, the nurses tend to treat people that aren't other nurses poorly, especially ER nurses. And it's just difficult to even be around ER. And even my bosses are like, yeah, they suck. We bring them up all the time. But changes only last for a short while. That's so sucky. They should have like a, I don't know, like some kind of a reprimand thing in place. Oh, I think I'm probably good to talk normally now. Yeah, I'm good to talk normally now. Geekska, you are doing it quite the way Gary Gygax intended. Plan before in great detail, and then in the first session throw it all away and wing it. This is the way. Yes, Tao, Romeo and Juliet. My players tried to derail things by protecting them both, trying to prevent the suicide they thought was coming. Turns out the priest with the poison was worshipping the god of war and wanted to keep the tribal war going, so murdered the lovers to keep the state of war going with further accusations between the tribes. Whoa, that's intense. One of my players looked at me and straight up tried to give me puppy dog eyes. They really wanted to save them and derail things. I looked them in the eye and said, such a tragedy. I can picture it, Storm. That's so funny. Dearest Daniel, welcome on in. Sweetest Jen, welcome on in. How are you doing, darling? It's so good to see you. I've bumped things in the homebrew 1,000 years forward, so things have settled and the various peoples have adjusted to the new state of things. Airships are used to travel between the various shards, though there is a multi-shard empire beginning to form, and it might be an issue. It might not. Cool. That's an interesting piece of conflict. I'm excited to hear more about that sometime. Lovely lady, thank you so much for the 70 Storian streak. Outstanding. Thank you so much for your incredible dedication and support. Also, Abby's. Good lady. How are you doing, darling? Welcome on in. When bald model turned from 1 to 2K, wait, 1K to 2, I haven't changed it since this model went live. So yeah, it shouldn't be, it's not changed. Quickly goes in and posts a bunch of Minecraft stuff. Ah! Daniel, thank you for contributing to the storytelling stream. Doing fine, lost my job. Oh no, Zed, I'm so sorry. Are you looking for a new one or are you kind of like taking it easy for now? Doing fine-ish. Oh, I'm sorry, Zed. The short version of how Geeks Codex plans a campaign. Step 1, listen to music whilst trying to sleep and imagine cool music videos. Step 2, realize it would make a cool setting for a campaign. Step 3, write the ending. Step 4, work backwards and hope it works. Step something, profit? I don't know if you profit, but you bring a lot of value to our lives. Oh, actually, it's kind of sweet, isn't it? We'll just roll with the sweet part, not the joke part. No, but no, Gorgeous Geeks, you do bring an awful lot of. It's my favorite. It's my favorite campaign I've ever been a part of. It's been so much fun. Precious Politely and I talk about it from time to time between sessions. We're like, I can't wait for D&D. Don't worry. Valley Town never calls anyone bitch. She calls them betch. That's true. She does say betch, not bitch. The consensus seems to have a vague idea of what is coming up over plan. Fair. I did have this idea for a colleague care plan where people are incentivized to take care of each other and be nice to each other. Mazan, that's so beautiful. I love that. That's a really good way to do it, actually. That's so cool. Are they taking it seriously? Like if enough people, colleagues and higher ups feel as if the environment is more positive, they get a year bonus? Oh, that's very cool. Do they have the money and do they want to use that cash for that? Even if they weren't comfortable with using the cash for that, I feel like, you know, there could be some other, like days off or something, right? Or I don't know, pizza party. Gold stars, something like that. Sometimes you need to poke players and go, you can win D&D or we can play D&D. What do you want to do? Actually, that's a good point, nerd. That's a fair point. Puts on tabletop owlbears team t-shirt totally accidentally. Yes, totally. Maybe have a specific department and people getting bonuses for going the extra mile. That would be really cool. I just know that, like, unfortunately, even in healthcare, capitalism has taken over, and so they're like, you know, you're gonna touch our money? No, you're not. Surprise, communism! General idea on some maps is probably my best approach too, but I avoid railroading where I can. That is fair. I'm doing okay, I'm just bored. So my nap, all good, lovely lady. I'm sorry you're bored, darling. Hopefully we can entertain you a little bit. But otherwise, enjoy your nap. Thank you for the lurk. Kind of taking it easy, but putting out emails and updating my resume. But may relaunch my D&D homeroom in the meantime after reprogramming stuff. That's a good idea, Zed. Do you have a party that you want to play with? Right now, the party is on a world shard that is very heavily jungle/swamp, ruled by a green dragon who's doing the best she can for her people, and it's populated mostly by dragonborn, lizard folk, and kobolds. That's cool. Interesting. Ooh, so she's a nice lady, or is she like a more hardcore ruler? Let me see here. Okay. Maine adding Wilbit, his sister, and saying quack is such a little brother thing to do, dude. Oh, you're leaving? Are you leaving? Oh, are you sure you're leaving? Quack! Got ya. My recent session planning is usually, where did they get to last session? Are they gonna get to a bit with a map this week? I better make a map. Are we gonna have more roleplay heavy next time, geeks, or are we fighting things? I'm very bad at combat. I like the roleplay part. Let me see here. Woo! Pizza party! That's what I'm saying. I don't know any of what's going on with it. I've yet to talk to my bosses about it, but I feel like it could be a really good idea. Yeah, absolutely. I just hope that they will, you know, money is obviously the best way to get people to do anything, but like, yeah, I hope that they'll take it seriously. Thank you for the head pat. Hey, sorry, yawn. Thank you. Let's see. Everyone is winning in D&D if you are having fun. Very true. After fighting the connection gods, I made it. Hope you have an amazing stream, Tau. Hey, yo, my fellow pals. Hi, amazing Umbra. Welcome in. It's great to see you, hon. How's work going? No party right now. Well, kind of. A few players, but life usually takes their time, so may look for new players. There may be some pals who want to join. I've had a few people say, oh, I wish I could join a campaign. If you wanted to put that in the Discord, you would be welcome to. Tomas, thank you for contributing to the movie night. I appreciate it. And welcome on in. And we talking D&D. Ooh, great comment to pop in on. Absolutely. I really need to sprinkle more fantasy into my campaign. Everyone here talking about fantasy stuff in their campaigns. Last we left, Tau dealing with a sassy AI and listening to 56K modem noises. I love my sassy AI. I'm never gonna stop bringing up Codex's document problem. I'm having such a great time in your campaign. I was telling Precious Politely and a few other people actually. I was like, I'm shocked I'm having such a great time with this campaign because normally I'm quite, as a blanket, I'm like not a big fan of like sci-fi stuff. But this is like so much fun. This is so much fun. I think the Firefly kind of setting is perfectly. It works very well, especially for like my kind of like sort of like warmer but still cowboy personality. Let's see. RP is better than combat. Yes, correct. Any day, but some combat is fun too. I mean, I like to watch my party members do things in combat. There was a reason I chose to be a warlock. I was like, I want to not have to think about the stuff I'm doing, so if I cast one spell over and over, I'm good. Only once as a campaign I ran ended with the players winning. They accidentally blew up the entire multiverse but survived by hiding in a personal extra-dimensional house of ill repute that the wizard had created. One player asked, how much XP do we earn for defeating the entire multiverse? You earn, you know what? You win. Game over. Wow! Wow! Was that one of your first campaigns, Storm, or were you just not expecting that? We may have some combat, if only to gauge how terrifying Politely is, then lots of RP. I love gauging how terrifying Politely is. Politely, Valor is like an absolute atomic bomb. She is incredible. I genuinely do think that if it wasn't, based on the few hits that like Cora and the other bards
PSSSC, first full year of Minnie as a pouch pal and friend. Love your work, Tau. You are a light in everyone's life and truly amazing to know. Sorry I haven't been around much, struggling with some health things still, but I always lurk and listen in on your antics. Much love, Zisper Raccoon.
Thank you so much, lovely X. I really do appreciate the entire year. That's incredible. Thank you so much, darling. I'm so sorry things are not going the best for you right now, but I know they will get better, and I know that you can push through, power through. Thank you so much for coming in. Thank you so much for the resub. It really does mean the world. And thank you for such kind words as well, hun. That's so sweet of you. I hope that even if you are not feeling very well, you are aware of how loved you are as well. Let's see here. Yes, so based on the amount of damage that like Cora and the guards did, Geeks, I was like, holy shit, if Valor had not taken like everybody out in one hit, we might have wiped. That's crazy. Thank God for Politely's roles and character building. Holy fuck. Let me see here. Work is a mess. Preparing for inspection in the coming months. Oh! What kind of inspection do you need to have? They can't even access the internet there. What? Perhaps we gotta reprogram stuff, as I mentioned, like making sure stuff auto levels to stream for players, program feats, weapon, homebrew relics, etc. And also remake the maps too. That's fair. That's fair. Warlock, sniper from over 400 feet away. I was definitely part of the fight. 400 feet away. Yes, exactly. Tau and Eldritch Blast enjoyer. I actually don't know how much I've used Eldritch Blast. I've kind of like, because Politely is so fucking good at murdering things, I kind of have only used it like a couple of times. I haven't really needed to. Tautan, well, spellcasters are fun in combat too at a certain level. Once you can basically fireball a whole army, yeah, I better start working towards that. I'm kind of doing the Crusher build with my Warlock and a Dow Genie. But yeah, I would be a bard if I ever played D&D. I want Nath to be a bard. He's always like a barbarian type, but whenever he plays, he winds up not being a bard, and I'm like, you should be a bard. You're very charismatic, and you're also a literal like professional musician, so you should totally do it. And he's like, wow, classist. Just because I'm a professional musician. Yes. I hope they try and take it seriously, because I don't think there's any other way the ER nurses stop making things worse for everyone else. Yeah, it sounds like it, lovely Musum. No, I'm sorry, darling. I really do hope it gets better, though. Congrats on 1 year indeed, lovely little bit. I need to end the campaign as the university year was ending, and we all knew it. I didn't expect the plan they used. This was about 20 years ago. Oh, okay, I gotcha. Let me see here. I've played a warlock in the past, a Kenku warlock, who really liked dropping Hunger of Hadar and then using the knockback Eldritch Blast to send anything that got back in. That's smart. That's smart. I'm bad at it. I'm bad at combat stuff. Oh, thank you so much, X. The pals will take very good care of me. I hope that lovely soul is taking excellent care of you as well. I want to do a boss fight like the singer from the amusement park in Nier Automata, but I have no idea how to commission an opera singer and orchestra and time it all out to your turns. I dream big and lack funds. I've never played Nier Automata, but it sounds very dramatic. Inspecting for certain certs to keep our lab up and working. Oh, okay, I got you, Umbra. Fair enough, fair enough. Tau has access to Eldritch Blast, instead throws magic rock at enemy. Tau casts Yeet! Exactly. Exactly. I actually, hold on. Let me pull up my character sheet. What, hold on. Let's go see. Okay. What do I have access to? I have... Loading. Okay. I have Eldritch Blast, Magic Stone, Prestidigitation, Comprehend Languages, Create Food and Water, Find Familiar, Hellish Rebuke, Hold Person, Hypnotic Pattern, Sanctuary, and Spike Growth. I also have, because I am an Eladrin, I also have Phase Step, Oh, agonizing blast, eldritch mind, repelling blast. I've got Pact of the Chain so I can have a familiar, which has actually been the MVP for a few sessions that were like all roleplay for like recon stuff. Oh, I also have an elemental gift of flight now because we're level 6. I speak celestial. Yeah, I'm pretty cool, huh? I just can't keep up with all the cool stuff I can do. There's probably a lot there that someone who's actually good at this game could probably roll with. Thank you for the care package, Sweet Spada. Barbarian is the best combo. He should be a barbarian. That would be really funny. I love my barbarian. He had a loot axe. Oh man, I think that Nath would probably wind up with like, yeah, like, isn't like an electric guitar also called an axe? He would just have an axe, but it would be a guitar and very, very powerful. You have insulted me, my hobbies, my culture. But yes, I am gonna play board. I now have an idea for a bard who actually wants to be a barbarian, but has rage issues in that he can't rage. So instead he enrages others by singing badly. I love that, Yuki. That's so funny. Nier is pretty good. Yeah, you guys have said that I should try it sometime. You know, you guys get to decide on 90% of the games we play, so next time recommend Nier to me. Non-true D&D source material, Blood Hunter. God, I love me my were-creature mess of a character. Wasn't the Blood Hunter based off of Witchers? Was that made by Matt Mercer? Said Kenku Warlock also used the silly Kenku can only repeat things they've heard rules, and he leaned towards creepy, as in he once heard like a 3-year-old girl giggling, and that was the only laugh he ever used. Repeated over and over. I love that. We spoke recently about Kevin Penkin, and I think you absolutely either need to play Nier Automata or prepare your DMs for a bunch of songs. In fact, I know what the OST is going to be for the next few sessions. Uh-oh. But that's true! I really love that song I sent you. I've listened to it so many times since I heard it a few years ago. Ooh, spike growth gets you out of army duty. Just grow a bonus for a spike. I love playing wizards and clerics. Usually one is a good fit to a party and they can solve so many problems. That is true, that is true. My, the last campaign we did with Cacto, where Cacto was the DM and Geeks was playing with us. And I think Geeks, you were very much the face of the party that time, right? And Geeks actually knows what he's doing, so he was a great face. Unlike certain Thylacines. Anyway, what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, I was a cleric. That's what I was gonna get at. That's what I was gonna say. Also, I also just, hold on. Oh, sorry guys. I just now realized that I haven't even logged onto, Final Fantasy. Hold on while I just grab my, I need to grab my login stuff. Hold on. Lest there is a patch or some kind of an update that I'm not, sorry, you guys have to just deal with this. Wait, that's not it. This one, okay, sorry. Hold on 1 second. I'll catch up with you guys in just a moment. I just need to make sure there's nothing I need to update before I'm like, okay guys, we're gonna jump into the game now. It's like, sorry guys, we have a 20-minute patch. Hold on. Did I get that right? Yeah, okay. Sorry, 1 moment. This isn't scuff. This is just ill preparation on my part. Okay, this is why I can never DM. This would be me live. I'd be like, oh, that's right. We actually have 4 people in the party. Ooh, I don't know what to do with you. And it's, okay, it's ready to play. Okay, cool. Never mind. I didn't even have to worry about it. I should not have embarrassed myself. Well, hi, I'm back. All right. Hi, TauTassieTiger. How are you? It's so good to see you. Welcome on in, darling. I have actually played a barbarian heavy metal singer. His name was Bruce Grimdark. That's such a great name. Cacto was the DM for that. That's fantastic. What was the story in that one? At a secret warlock of the party, they kept their class from the rest of the party, decided to perform a ritual sacrifice to his patron of the bad guy of the moment, an evil animal keeper that tortured animals. The paladin walked in mid-sacrifice with the player providing a very gory description of the room, the blood, the giblets, and the paladin looked around and just said, you know what? For what they did, this is fair. He turned around and walked out without asking any more questions. Amazing. Often inter-player RP works well. It's true, it's true. Lots of FF14 and near music used for campaigns. Great for background music or battle music. Yeah, I could see that. I think that one of the few classes I would enjoy playing either a thief or assassin rogue, purely because I enjoy being stealthy. Then yeah, you'd probably be very good at that. It was, yeah. Mercer made the Blood Hunter for Vin Diesel to promote the last Witch Hunter movie, and it ended up becoming so much more. That's so cool. I love when stuff grows out of proportion in a good way like that. I took a wild magic sorcerer into the Tomb of Annihilation once. Good times being the Chaos Gnome in the party. That's hilarious. But yeah, I gotta lock back into work, but I wanted to share all that nonsense. Absolutely, Masam. Thank you for sharing with us. I really hope that they, you know, acquiesce to your request there, because I think it's a very reasonable request. Nix, thank you so much for the alert, darling. I appreciate it. How often does Vin Diesel mention family in that one? That's a very good question. And Tau now understands what it is like to DM. Geeks, look, Tau is DM material. Oh fuck. Doing well. Rewatching Avatar for the upcoming Avatar fighting game release. Oh, that's cool. There's an Avatar fighting game release? I hope you have a great time with it. Ooh, Tau as a DM. I cannot wait to see this. The only thing I would be able to do well as a DM is character voices, and I will forget them every other character. I cannot tell you how much I would love to play in a Tau campaign as a mustache twirling dandy. If I ever DM, like actually DM, I will have to involve you, Gigs. You'll be a player and my co-DM somehow, because I'll have no fucking clue how any of it works. Remember, I still ask even, 6 sessions, which is about, approaching 30 hours of D&D. I still ask, like, what's the modifier for that? What does that do? How do I attack? Gotta drop the occasional old bean. Oh, that's true! Old bean. You old bean. And you get the legendary Tassie toothpick, and you get the holy amulet, and you get the sacred pocket lint of Drylandia. I like that one. You do well in one of the storyteller systems, I think. Storyteller systems. If there's a script, I can do it. If there is not a script, or if anyone goes off book at all, I can't do it. Got to play the silly little guy. That is secretly the crazy one of the party. That's cute. Okay. I want to show you guys, this, this meme, but it's loud. Oh, it is loud. Oh my God. Sorry. Hold on. How do I turn it down? How do I turn it down? Okay, you guys, it's gonna be really loud for just a second. I gotta open the source to modify the thing. Jesse. Ah! Excellent meme, thank you. Gonna have to get Tau to try lasers and feelings. Maybe we can stream a one-shot of that. Very RP heavy. Okay, I'm down. Brace for loud noise. Okay, sorry, you guys, it's gonna be loud for just a second. Hold on. Okay, there you go. I fixed it. This is the meme that Engage made. No, that was not your fault. Fuck! That's fucking Phoenix Ink. Damn it. Look.
Hey, who is that on my screen?
Hi, fabulous Frostbite. Welcome on in, lovely. How are you? Pretty lady. Pretty lady. When I saw that right before I started stream, I was fucking cackling, dude. That was so funny. Fuck! That is incredible. I know. Engage did a great job on that. Oh my God, it was so funny. Hi, Jet. Welcome on in. How are you? The storyteller systems are usually rules light and emphasis role-playing and cooperative storytelling. It's an umbrella term for easy to learn rule system like the Werewolf Vampire, the Masquerade, although those are lore heavy and probably not for a beginner. Oh, gotcha, okay. Hey, I would try it, I would try it. Womp womp. I have multiple other RPG systems that might fit Tau. I could see her and others playing a few sessions of Laser Kittens. Oh, cute. I want a story that makes me cry. I'm gonna be slightly disappointed if Geeks' story does not make me cry by the end. No pressure, Geeks. No pressure. You can do a lot on a 6-year-old Samsung tablet from from your couch. You know, Engage, I'm really impressed with that. That's actually that is an S tier meme that you've made. Well done. It's one of my absolute favorites of all time. I will always recommend 10 Candles for an in-person scary vibes TTRPG. Oh my God. My friend Bear, who comes in occasionally, I think he did one of those. He did a really traumatic version though. I probably couldn't do that one. I have played Werewolf and I was definitely the comic relief character. I was already in bed before stream started. I gotta be up early for my hospital appointment, so I shall attempt to stop chatting and get some sleep whilst listening to stream. I cried whilst writing the ending, so you better cry when we get there. I'm so excited, make me cry. But all good, gorgeous geeks. Have the sweetest dreams, sleep wonderfully well. Best of luck at the hospital tomorrow. Keep me updated if you want to. And we are gonna go on a quick break, and then when we come back, we are playing Final Fantasy XIV. All right, cutie pies, please make sure to hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom, and darlings, this is I'll see you meds reminder in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. I love you lots, I'll miss you terribly, and I'll see you soon. Mwah. Banana bomb? Okay. Banana bomb and worms? Oh, banana. Force gun.
Hey, there's a button on.
As part of being the head mod, Strat lives in Tau's attic, aka the Stratic. It's going in the lore. Sounds good. Do it. Not even the vent, but the ceiling. Yeah. Yes, the ceiling cavity. That makes sense now. So Strat is like a possum, basically. Correct, Tarasa. See, you understand. As a fellow Aussie, you understand. I will DM the thing to you. Okay, thank you, Strat. You know how to jet? I think we could implement some of those. Having Valley Girl do blacksmith is so funny. I'm so glad you like it. This story would like totally go with this outfit. So true. Passage into Erin Keep is barred by a colossal gate. It's taller than a ship's map.
The rocket is
Just one of you, huh?
Jesus Christ, you scared me, man. Jesus fucking shit, holy hell. Oh my god. Fuck. Oh. Stickmen, show them how it's done. Show them how it's done. Done. Yeah, there you go.
oh, the train's in trouble. I can't stop it.
I need a ruler. I need to actually measure my swords. I would love to know how big your sword is. Wait, that sounds very strange. Anyway.
Sorry for your soul right now. Poor Strat. Yes, eat the other one. Okay, you guys have to hold Strat down. He's not allowed to leave the room, is it?
What? Basic training? I can't even get past fucking basic training! What the fuck? Hold it, thank you. Yeah, protogen. Combination of human and animal DNA. Seems like Luna. Look away, Save. We have to kill her. I'm actually shocked that this doesn't have a It doesn't have an option for controller. Okay. You see, you better pay up. You know the Dawn wants a coin right now. It's true. Nuggies? Where? Where Chimkin Nuggies?
This is a
Whoa! Holy shit! Oh wow! Whoa! The pun of stream notification hurt my soul. Save, get on screen. Save, get on screen. Save, get on screen! Good. Thank you for listening.
Hi, cuties. I'm back.
I'll let you guys finish your words. Well done. This is the first time that I think I'm making you go through.
Yugi, I don't understand how to play
three.
this game.
Oh, I don't understand how to play this game either. Hi, Ozzy. I will be careful not to get confused and accidentally vor the pals, Jazza. Thank you for that. For context, also engage. I want you to know that I did send your meme to to Nath, and he said, "Ha ha ha, that is so good," which is very much Nath's way of saying that made me laugh out loud, which is hard to do. So congrats. Like four-wheel drive, like an all-wheel drive, like an ATV. An ATV.
Let
I
you
love
guys
an ATV.
finish your words.
ATVs are pretty
And then we'll go over here.
How imagine driving dragster, total ripped ears. Let me check. No, it's fine. Nothing wrong will happen. Cut to the scene where everything goes wrong. Hit the blade a few times and watch its color. What's this? Well done, you guys. Holy shit. Wow. You guys are amazing. That's absolutely outstanding. Okay. All right, let's go over here. Also, I will give you guys your stream, guys, and your game sound. Hold on. Oh God, so scary. Welcome back, Exceptional Engage. Some ubbies for you. Yay! Good engage. Awesome, Ozzy. You beautiful being. Ubbies. Good, Ozzy. Incredible Eisen. Welcome back, ubbies. Good, Eisen. Yummy, you. Yeah. Ubbies for you, gorgeous. Good, Yuki. I have a Sid-based Magic the Gathering deck. That's kind of sick. 2 seconds of peak host. Does that mean you're awake now, geeks? Ubbies for you. Start. Wait, grabby. Ubbies? All right. Let's see where we are. I've already forgotten where we are. Ah, lovely laugh. Uppies. Yee, good laugh. Oh, we're gonna be waiting for 2 hours now. Cade just popped in a lurk. I have housework to do. Oh, all good, cutie Cade. Thank you so much for the lurk. It means the world. I really do appreciate your awesome support. Enjoy cleaning the house, and I will see you soon. Incredible Radius, thank you for the care package. Oh. By the way, I know you mean well, but I have seen several people use moshi moshi. It is never used in writing. It is a remnant from a time when telecommunication voice devices were unreliable and to see if you can hear each other. It comes from moshi, to say something. Not meant to shame, just educate. Have I said it before? I don't really think that I say that. Also, well done on the boss. Nope, sorry. You guys died, but that's okay. Next time, better luck next time. Thank you for the lurk. Time to follow Tao around the game. Yay! Thank you, Swedish Shen. I appreciate it. I'm always awake for this OST. I'll just have to replay it over and 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 over, and then we get to keep you geeks. All right. Okay. Oh my God, it's Alfie. Why is Alfie here? Oh, wait, what was happening? Hold on. Outside Halatali, you are approached by a messenger who claims that his mistress is sympathetic to your cause. For your own safety, he bids you make your way to the waking sands. I have no memory of what's happened here. Can someone remind me what happened? Ooh, it's Gray! Hi, Gray! Hello! a way to like... Is there a way to get an update? Not you, Tachan, but a few people in chat have. Oh, and yes, Sir Jazzy-san, it is. You can use it verbally, also in voice chat or somewhere. Right. Okay, gotcha. Oh, Anna! Hello, sweetest Justy. How are you? Does anybody remember loading in and saying, "Why are you here?" is a great start. Ain't it just? Here, hugs for you. Hug time. Yay. Oh my gosh, we actually did it at the same time. Look at that. That is impressive. Can someone remind me what happened, or should I just go with Alfie here and hope that he tells me? I hope he'll educate me. Maybe he will. I've spoken with Orionce via the link pearl. He's confirmed the man's story. Raban is in safe hands. Let us make our way to Vesper Bay. I seem to recall that Raban is, oh, hello! I'll invite you too. Yay, we're getting precious pals to hang out with us today. It's time for hugs. Stop right there. Hug. If you say it on stream, Tao-chan, that is completely fine. But in writing, it looks a bit odd. Kind of like saying in writing, "Can you hear me?" to check if the other can read what you write. Oh, interesting. Okay. Oh, very interesting. Raban is all right now. Well, all left. Gray, you get... What happened? You get hugs too. Hug. All right. Let's see. Which is absolutely something I would do. That's true, actually. Good point. Okay. Going back to the Waking Sands, I suppose. I think I've got a thing for that. I do! A Vesper Bay ticket! Demolishing things under level. Okay. Yeah, so we're still like on the down and outs with Thanalan or with Ulda, is that right? And then Raban is still alive. Oh, that's right. We saved him last time, didn't we? But then he got kidnapped again by the way my memory works, you would think that that I would have been gone for months. I don't remember. Let me see. Hopefully I'll pick up what's happened here. How are we not yet free of the Waking Sands? I see it in my nightmares. It's a liminal space now. I do not disagree with you, Gorgeous Geeks. I do not disagree with you. We're in a new fucking expansion pack on an entirely different, on an entirely different continent, and they're like, go back to the Waking Sands. Maybe I'm just really hungry for mochi, but my tongue, but my tongue, so it only sounds like mochi mochi. Oh, mochi mochi! The Waking Sands.
My dearest
forever.
friends,
Return.
praise be unto the 12 for delivering you from the clutches of treachery.
Father!
Pippin!
Pippin, my son, and Master Papashan besides.
You look so different without an arm.
Forgive me, Father. I should have been at Her Grace's side.
Save your tears. The Sultana yet lives.
Does she really? That's crazy. We saw her die.
You.
It was I who arranged this gathering.
Who are you?
And judging by your perplexed expressions, it would seem introductions are in order. I am Dulala, head of the Order of
Yes.
Noldthal, and member of the Syndicate.
Just scions in every corner, Blair Witch style, repeatedly muttering, "Pray return to the Waking Sands. Pray return to the Waking Sands. Pray return to the Waking Sands." Hey, Father, you lost weight. It's true. fare thee well. I'm dying from sleep deprivation because of waking up at 2 in the morning to work. Oh my God, Maine! Please, please, please go get some rest, okay? I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Thank you so much for the support and coming on in and hanging out with us, though. I really do appreciate it. It means the world. I love the Lala character race. Me too. It's very funny. We have to take a shot every time we hear someone say that. Uh-oh.
What you said about the Sultana, is it true? Is she alive?
Young lady, I understand you were with the Sultana when she drank from the poisoned goblet and collapsed. Would I be correct in assuming that you did not personally verify Her Grace's vital signs?
Sorry, geeks, you're welcome. Thanks, Tao. Now you've given voice to the nightmare I will no doubt experience tonight. Go listen to some Kevin Penkin, and then you'll be okay. Brave return to the waking sands. Brave return to the waking sands. The Scions can't do that to us! Oh no.
Why ask when 'tis plain you know the answer?
Valid.
Calm yourself, General, and let me finish. The truth is not as you imagine it. You are all victims of a most ingenious ruse. A ruse conceived to eliminate the threat posed by Thylacines Adeleji.
Oh.
'Tis my belief that Thylacines plotted the Sultana's assassination alone, but that Lolorito caught wind of his plot and exploited it to his own ends.
Kind of funny when Rabon gestures as he still points a bit with his left arm, well, stump. Yeah, I mean, that does happen in real life, though. If you have an amputation, you still have, like, is it called phantom limb syndrome, I think? Still, like, you feel like you're still flexing that muscle. Thank you for the care package, Suda Sam, and welcome on in. How are you doing, darling? Thank you for contributing to the storytelling stream, too.
He sought to manipulate you into eliminating Thylacines for him, and you duly obliged. At one fell swoop, he removed his 2 foremost rivals, all the while remaining above suspicion.
Oh, you got decently far last week? Yeah, we finished both of the brothers' quests, which Lith was very proud of me for. I will always wear that as a badge of honor. Thank you, Lith. I was just mulling over where the name Rabonsan comes from, and it doesn't sound French to me, and in German, while making sense, it would mean something like raw train. But then I saw it comes from the Arabic phrase Rab al-Din, or Ra al-Din, which means sword of the faith or terror of the faith. Oh, that's a good name for him. Hey, I exist once again. We're so happy to have you back, Suda Sam. Thylacines sounds like he could be Italian brain rot. Ah, Renata! Hello, lovely Renata. It's so good to see you. Some catnip tea for me? Thank you. Here's some catnip tea for you. I hope you're doing well, gorgeous. I wasn't able to make it in the last couple of days because I'm feeling like crap. Oh, Sam, I'm so sorry, hon. I hope that you feel much better soon, if not now. But it's a good idea to take that time away to you know, get rest and so on and so forth. Are you feeling a bit better? Raw train sounds right. Engage, thank you for my googly woogly eyes. I'll make new armor for you once you level up some more. Let me be your tailor, Tao. Okay, lovely Lith. So Geeks is my DM and Lith is my tailor. I like exerting ownership over Precious Pals for various purposes. Catnip mode.
God strike me down for a fool. But the Sultana, how can it be that she lives?
I'm alright, just a bit tired. Been lurking since the start, but attention came back. Oh, well, welcome back, Sweetest Solar. I hope you and dearest Dustin are doing well.
She lives because Lolorito willed it. Her own lady-in-waiting is but one of his many little birds. By her sleight of hand, the poison was switched for a less deadly draught before it could reach her mistress's lips.
Some manner of sedative, perchance? Of a potency sufficient to induce a slumber like unto death.
She's been drawing tonight. Oh, I'm so happy she's drawing. That's good. I'm probably gonna vanish and get food in a short bit. Oh, fair enough, Sweetest Seller, fair enough. I hope you enjoy your food.
Were I to guess, I would say Her Grace is being held somewhere, dreaming dreams of a brighter Uldar, even as we speak.
Oh, Nanamo.
Same, nothing sounds appealing right now. Oh, Solar, I'm sorry, hun. Maybe it's a night to, I don't know, order in some soul food, some good stuff. It's gonna make you just feel good.
I will never forgive Lolorito for his part in this.
Though Lolorito's hands are far from clean, they did pluck her grace from the jaws of death. That must count for something.
Must it?
And though one may call the man's methods into question, it cannot be denied that he knows the value of stability, to the very gill, like as not. He craves power, 'tis true, but he has no desire to depose the Sultana.
Pho is usually my go-to unless it's too hot. That's fair. Pho is very comforting, especially in the wintertime. If it wasn't 10 p.m., I'd think about it. Best I can do is go grab some fast food takeout right now. Oh, that's fair, Solar. Maybe arrange for tomorrow so that you have something to look forward to.
I had never taken sides in your feud
We'll
with
never
the
sleep tonight, too
monetarists,
busy laughing.
but it was not for want of concern for our nation's welfare. Indeed, 'twas out of the desire to see order restored that I furnished your Far Eastern friends with information and arranged this gathering. I hope you are ready to work, General, for there is much work to be done. Our first priority must be to bring matters back into balance. Lest you forget Her Grace's words, the true wealth of Uldar lies in the health, happiness, and hopes of her people.
Calzone is always the answer. Yesterday I was filled with anxiety and feeling down, so I ordered a big old calzone. It fixed me right up. Oh, Geeks. Oh, I'm sorry you were filled with anxiety and feeling down. I'm glad that food helped, though. Lalafels, man. Either the cutest and most helpful or always scheming something. Yeah, true.
As for the more worldly kind of wealth, I am content to let Lolorito help himself to whatever Teleji Adeleji left behind. You, meanwhile, must do that which you alone can do. Rescue Her Grace and take your place at her side once more, for her sake and that of our nation.
I tabbed over to Pocket Stream lurking there too, and somehow the audio from her lip synced perfectly with what Pocket is saying. That's funny. I kill you with my kindness. Oh, don't kill him. I'm surprised Ramon didn't lose more arm or just die considering how dirty he was left. I know, right? Me too. Oriange. You underestimate the raw train. I had not counted on Prioress? Yeah. I had not counted on Prioress Dulala herself appearing. In my defense, my suspicions regarding the Sultana proved more prescient. Much remains to be done, but in rescuing Raban, we have taken a vital first step towards resolving matters in Uldar. We couldn't have done it without you, Tau. Thank you. Look at all the same ring with different stuff on them. I will grab, I don't know, slay!
Oh my god.
Oh my gosh, Storm! Holy crap, thank you so much! Oh my gosh, holy shit, thank you! Thank you so much, Sweetest Storm, for the $10 towards the chargeback support, and also, ooh, what color would you like? What ink color would you like? Oh my gosh, thank you so much! That's so sweet, thank you! Thank you! Oh my goodness! Thank you so much, Storm! I must know what color of ink you would like. Thank you so much. That is so generous of you. A blue-gray blend. Absolutely. I can do that. I can do that. Hold on. I'll literally like write that down right now. 1 second. A blue-gray. Here, let's look at them. Let's look at them together. Hold on. Okay. Okay. So, these are all your colors. A blue-gray blend. Maybe Zaboon? Zaboon might be it. Or Toppuri? Or I think it might just be those two. Do you like either of these? Oh, give me just a second. Nate's calling me. Sorry, hold on. One. Hi. Sorry. Okay. Okay. A little bit of the what did here we go. Okay. So, do you like Toppuri or Zaboon? Hold on. I'll bring this more over here. You may have said, oh, Toppuri. Okay, amazing. I will grab that. Thank you so much, sweetest storm. I appreciate it. I'm so excited. Thank you. Hold on, I must go grab it. There it is. Thank you so much. I'm so excited. It's gonna be so cool. It's gonna be so cool. Okay, I'm just gonna add it so that I can remember it. Okay. Yay! Thank you so much, Storm. What is the color for? Ooh, and hi everyone. Hi, Cutie Core. Welcome on in. We have a dip pen, a glass dip pen stream that if you guys get all the stuff for it, then it funds a whole stream. And Storm has just gotten an ink color for it. And I think we need a few other things for it, but he has chosen an ink color, which is super, super pretty. And Nate says hi to you guys. Thank you so very much, Sweetest Storm. I really appreciate it. That's so kind of you. Thank you. And thank you so much for contributing to the chargeback support as well. I really appreciate it. You were so sweet and so generous. Thank you. Thank you so much. Toppuri looks pretty, but Zaboon is also a great color. It is very pretty, isn't it? Pizza is ordered, by the way. Second, I hit order. My stomach made the most unholiest of noises. I hope you enjoy, Aussie. Gotta appreciate Tao. You already showed me how much you appreciate me, sweetheart. You were so lovely. Thank you. Thank you so much. What? Another assault? Very well. We shall return at once. Pray notify the Count of our coming. It would seem we faced yet another crisis. The Dravanians are preparing to resume their siege of the Holy See. Though I am loath to abandon the Sultana to her fate, we lack the necessary evidence to act upon Dulala's claims. That being the case, I propose we leave Marshal Tarpin and the others to investigate, and return with all haste to Ishgard. Nid says hi, Leth! Where we go? Back to Fortum. Another crisis? Title drop of FF movie? What was it actually? What was that one called? Come outside? Oh, okay, and then we can teleport together. Wait, that's not outside, sorry. That's outside. We have a surprise for you! Is it hugs? Because I would love some precious pal hugs. my god, please load. Also, I need our minion roulette. Who is it? Oh, we got our little Fafnir. They use Crisis a lot, but the movies haven't used that. There was an Advent Children for FF7 and King is Clay for 15. Oh, good point. Whoa! Sorry, it took me a sec. Holy shit! There are 4 whales out here! Whoa. Whoa! Semi-von, so many whales. Whale, whale, whale. What do we have here? More like whale, 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 whale. What do we have here? They're so cute. They're dancing. Oh my god. Everyone's particularly scantily clad. Oh my. Let's hi gorgeous. I'm gonna go locate food and then I'll send Rin or Yori your way for a bit more lurking. Oh, awesome, sweet solar, no worries, thank you so much. And Mama! Hi, magnificent Mama, thank you for the 5-stream streak, darling, I appreciate it. Summer outfits. Oh, very, very, very outfitty. Emphasis on out, perhaps. Out! I like that you all have whales. That was, I'm sorry, if you saw me like lingering for a second, I was reading chat and then I was like, wait, there's a wall of whales? A whale wall? Incredible. Thank you guys for the whale wall. It was very cute. I appreciate it. And I love this dog. Looking respectfully. Summer event coming soon, probably next month. Ooh. Why is everybody naked? It's hot. It's hot. Whales! Thank you for the clip. Next. Okay, guys, who ordered the stripper grum? It's okay. All my precious pals are very attractive. Look at all of them. Look at all of them be. I like this dog so much, dude. I'm not naked. I've got a dress. That's true. You're the least naked of everybody. All right, we gotta go 4 temps, but I will teleport us all there. Where's the big? Where's the teleporty? Fucking. Oh, fuck. Where's the fucking? Aha! There. Whoa! What was that? I am also very short compared to all the buns. That's okay. I'm very short compared to everyone too. For the summer event, we gotta get Tau to take a break from MSQ and subject her to the abject horror of the beach platforming puzzle. Oh no! Is that a thing? Oh man. Scary. Jump quest time! Do you guys, any OGs from our Palea days remember when we tried to do the Palea jump puzzle when it first came out and I like almost had a fucking aneurysm? Oh no! Wait, where's the can I get in this? Can I get on this? Ooh, a car. Ooh, a car. Yay, car! It comes back every year, and every year, I hate it. Do they at least have, like, different quest rewards? I'm allowed to wear this for the beach. Thank you for the care package, Ozzy. OG front and present, that's true! Core, we used to go see Core's, week by week, we would go and see Core's brand new, like, plot of land. He did such a great job on it. That is nightmare fuel indeed. Oh, sorry, I probably should tell you where we're going. My bad. My bad. Oh, we're really far from. We gotta go. There. Is that helpful? Can we get there? Can we even get there? Do we have to take the thing? Fortem Manor is in Foundation. Can you not fly there? Do you have to take the the air mattress, the inflatable balloon, the blimp. The summer quest reward is very easy, but the tower goes higher and higher, and people speed run it. It's a whole thing. Wow, that's crazy. Not for getting to the top, just great place to take pics and hang out. You get rewards, though, for the related summer quests, though. Usually glams or sometimes a mount or emote. Okay. Tauber! It's true, but this is Grayuber! Elwooduber! Elwoober! Thank you. Thank you. I have a few decent plots left. Are you still playing Paleocore? We have some pals who are playing, and they really love it. And I'm like, oh, it would be really cute to revisit someday. Okay. I was like, when are you gonna stop loading? Where is the... Oh, there it is! Oh, there it is! Maybe I need to, like, go and attune with some of these Ethernet shards. I haven't traveled by air mattress in a while. Wait a second! Damn it. Uh-oh. I already am attuned to them. I just can't teleport to them. Oh, wait. Sorry. I'm so dumb. I should probably use it to teleport, huh? I should probably do that. Jesus Christ. Instead of asking to rate 5 stars, rate 5 T-bones! Woohoo! That's 5-star service? That is 5-star service. You guys are the most amazing. Also, this says server time is 2:10 a.m. Does this look like 2 in the morning to you? That's crazy. Guilty! Yeah, it's my decompress game. Cutie Core! I think Space Cat really loves playing it. Do I have a... Hold on, sorry guys. I'm just gonna check and see if I've got a... Do we have a Palea? I feel like we do. A Palea channel here, maybe way down there somewhere. Aha! I've called it Palea Plans, but we will rename that and just call it Palea. Let's see. Is it okay if I tag you there and Space Cat, hun? Is that all right? Boop. There we go. Hopefully you guys can hang out. And anyone else who wants to play Palea. 2 a.m. in Alaska. No, hey, maybe. It's 2 o'clock somewhere. ERC time is actually different from server time. You can enable all the clocks if you want to. You can enable all of them at once. Oh, 7:20 a.m. Oh, and then local time. Right. Okay. I just thought the server would be either in this area, where I don't think there's anywhere in Oceania right now that it's 2 o'clock in the morning, or Japan, where it's also not 2 o'clock in the morning. Server time is not Eorzea time. There is an option to show server time, local time, and Eorzea time. I have all 3 on my UI. Oh, that's cool. Like with the tracker ear piercing or with spray paint tagging. Wait, what? Oh, tagging. Both. Hey, Terrific Try. Welcome on in. How are you, hun? It's so good to see you. And maybe 2 a.m. in my heart. You are getting better sleep these days, right? It's 11:11 a.m. That is close enough. Fair enough. Okay. If we enable all the clocks, it's only a matter of time before we have to do an intervention. Can you imagine the suffering if Eorzea time was real time? Imagine the stuff that only spawns at particular times of day. Yeah, that would really blow.
Oh, there you are. Sorry for cutting your reunion with General Rabon short. I wouldn't have bothered you, but the city's awash with rumors of another Dravanian attack, and Lord Harshafon was desperate to get a hold of you. Speaking of him, he and the others are waiting for you inside, so you'd better head in.
Still kind of hurting from Monday last week, but I'm doing better. Oh, I'm sorry, Try, but I am glad that you're doing better. I'm glad it's, like, measurably improved. Welcome, Mistress Tassie. Shall I show you inside the manor?
Yeah!
Do they get to the point where everything is voice acted in cutscenes like this? Or is it always kind of like hit or miss, whether they VA it or not? My friend, I thank you for answering our call with such alacrity. As I am sure you are now aware, the Dravanians are once more gathering for war. Oh, fuck, it's this guy. Shit. What voice do I give him? Not everything, no, just the important stuff. Okay. I think I saw in a documentary once that if our day was an hour or even 30 minutes longer, we'd be pretty much screwed as a species, basically. Really? I mean, I suppose as time would go on, it would get more and more severe, right? The rarest fish spawn comes along once every 9 real-world months due to very specific requirements that just don't happen often. What are the requirements, Daz? Also, how are you, dearest Daza? Mistress Tassie, Master Lebanon, I must apologize for this abrupt summons, but we thought it best to have Mistress Tatari contact you by the most direct means available. Is Artwarel the guy we like or the guy we don't? I think we do like... No, yes? We don't like Emma. We like Bart, I think. I think that's right. So, when the observatorium's bells toll, it is a warning that cannot be ignored. The Holy See has ordered that we make ready for battle. In case you haven't heard, a band of trappers returning from the West Flame, they saw a cloud of dragons big enough to dim the midday sky. Nidhogg's minions gather once more for war. Hey, lovely lad, and welcome on in. How are you? But I would not have you take up arms in another of our conflicts. When first you came to Ishgard, I offered you my protection. If I cannot ensure your safety here, I cannot well accept your aid, much less ask for it. Scions of the 7th Dawn, you are faced with a choice. To remain in a besieged Isengard? We're taking the hobbits to Isengard, dude. Thank you for the care package, lad. I'm good. Just wanted to see you in chat. Yay, we're so happy to see you, lovely lad. And thank you so much for coming in. Our internal clocks are fine-tuned to the day on Earth, and everything that is changing that really messes with us to the point of illness. It's just one of the many problems of space travel and colonizing other planets. Although I guess we could adapt or evolve to those conditions. The first colonizers won't have a lot of fun with that. That's fair, Yuki. Good point. We can't have you fight our battles. Nah, I'm going to anyway. Yeah, exactly, Zed. Exactly. They're taking the hobbits to... Yeah, that line! If it has voices, it's important. If it has motion, voices, and unique camera angles, it's ultra important. If it has unique facial expressions, it's Hildy. True. Enjoy your pizza, Ozzy. I would not presume to influence your decision, but I must ask that you make it swiftly, lest our enemies force your hand. Alfie. Though we flee to the ends of the world, 'twould seem that no place in this troubled age is free of strife. Once more the horde descends upon Ishgard, and once more her weary defenders must take up spear and bow. The Count would have us seek shelter from the storm, but I for one grow tired of running. If we are to shine the light of dawn, we must do so in the sight of our fellow man, not hunkered in a hole. What say you, Tau? I would stay and fight. Then fight we shall! Let it never be said that we abandoned our allies in their hour of need. The choice we make this day may have grave implications for our order. It is only right that Tataru should have a say. Come, let us all meet outside and discuss the path that lies before us. Isn't Tataru right there? You don't want to just ask her? Okay, bye. Bye! Bye-bye!
Lizard, 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 lizard,
Lizard.
lizard.
Fuck.
Ishgard cannot well endure another assault. Even should her knights succeed in turning back the Horde, the casualties will be catastrophic.
But what other choice do we have? It's not like we can talk it over with them. Dragons and men aren't exactly on speaking terms.
Sorry for Goda.
With certain notable exceptions.
You don't mean Iceheart?
When last you spoke with her, she lamented her crimes, did she not? Then there remains a sliver of hope. If we can persuade Iceheart to act as our intermediary, we may yet be able to convince Nidhogg to abandon his bloody course.
I'm making chicken vegetable ramen, so I'll be AFK-ish. Oh, that sounds so good, Lith. All good, enjoy. I think it's the Purse of Riches. It spawns only in the Dawn Trail hub map, where you have cloudy weather followed by raining weather, and the rain has to occur between 4 p.m. and 6 p.m. Eorzea time. Note that those weather conditions have a 5% chance of occurring, so for those to occur sequentially is a 0.25% chance, and it has to happen in that narrow window. You get about 6 minutes of availability. That is crazy. And does it actually only happen once or twice a year, or is it like sometime during the entire year?
If there is to be a meeting, I would accompany you.
Estinian.
Ah, it's you. Yeah, they are wild odds, aren't they?
Even with your intermediary, Nidhogg's blood rage may render him deaf to reason. However, the mere attempt may afford our forces precious time to prepare. Of course, you might also consider a more direct approach to ending this conflict. With the power of the Eye at my disposal, and the vaunted strength of the Warrior of Light, we could conceivably slay the beast outright.
Yay, Estinian! Oh, you like Estinian, huh, Geeks? And you too, Zed. He's the Azure Dragoon. I don't know what that means.
If we are to risk a face-to-face meeting with the Dread Worm, I, for one, would feel safer in the company of the Azure Dragoon. However, I should only turn to your lines if my words
Twitch,
failed to
clip
find
that.
their mark. Is that clear?
Did that work? I don't know if that worked. Do you have to like enable that? I wanted to test that today and I reminded Strat to remind me, but does the thing work? Twitch, clip that. No? Okay. Oh, wait, it did work. Oh my God, that's so sick. Okay, it did work. Oh, wow. Clip created from your stream using the voice command. Oh, sick. Oh, okay, also Aussie, thank you. We got a double. Azure Dragoon essentially means he is the Dragoon of Ishgard. He's my favorite of the characters you met so far. Gotta wait for the next expat for like 3 more of my favorites. Damn, okay, all right, fair enough.
Perfectly. I shall assume that Iceheart enjoys similar diplomatic protection until instructed otherwise.
Enjoy your lurk, lovely laugh. Thanks for dropping in.
A word of advice. Think carefully before divulging the particulars of this plan to Sir Emmerich. 'Twould not do to have the Lord Commander accused of consorting with heretics.
Indeed. I thank you for your counsel, Estinian. We shall be honored to have you with us.
I am glad to be of service.
Fishing is FF14's spreadsheet minigame. It's a lot of fun, but it's a bit crazy. Is there like a... Like, I know there are some add-ons in WoW that will alert you to any, like, world boss spawns and stuff like that. Is that... or, like, when certain events proc. But, like, is there a... Is there something like that where you can be out doing other shit around the world and then you'll get alerted to, okay, it's raining, okay, and now it's snowing. Okay, remember it's this time, Eorzea time, or whatever, and then you can, like, get over there? Or do you just literally have to camp that spot all year? We have chosen a difficult road. Yet even should we succeed in winning Iceheart to our cause, our plans for parley will swiftly come to naught should the Holy See decide to strike first against the Horde. We must petition the Lord Commander's aid ere we set forth.
I only hope that Sir Aymeric will be willing to muzzle Ishgar's forces on the strength of our vague assurances. Tataru, I would ask that you remain at Fortem Manor and inform the Count of our decision. Tell him that the Scions of the Seventh Dawn mean to do all in their power to ensure that Ishgard and her people survive. Yes, sir!
People make trackers usually. Okay, gotcha. Okay, you guys, I'm less worried about you now. Now you're all nice and clothed, even though it's like, yeah, I was worried you guys were gonna freeze to death. But, oh my god, you're all so fucking cute. Look at these outfits. Ah! Goddamn, you guys are so cute! So cute! I'm sure if there were mods like that, we would have collectively agreed to never publicly talk about them unless we anger Yoshi P. That's fair. I definitely do all my own crafting manually as it was intended, absolutely. Yes, very convincing there, geeks. But if you're not looking at the trackers, you can easily miss it. Oh, yeah, okay. And I assume that the trackers are probably external to the game, like a website or something, right? All right, Alphenol's Way. Oh, we just have to go over here. Oh, I'm lazy. There are a lot of tools that can help, but all mods are technically bannable offenses. Right, yeah, that's fair. You mean you don't use macros? I was gonna make that, no way. Oh, hey there, Resonant. How you doing, hon? It's so good to see you. Welcome on in. It's best to use stuff that doesn't try to modify the behavior of the game. Right, so just have a bazillion and one tabs up on the side of your screen, huh? Yeah, I totally meant macros. Definitely not plugins. Never heard of them. Jeez. You're back with food. What'd you get, Sweet Solar? You would speak with the Lord Commander. Pray make it quick. Always a pleasure to be here. Always a pleasure to have you,
I
darling.
want the defenses of the outer ward rechecked. See to it that the ballistas are in good repair and supplied with enough ammunition for a prolonged siege.
Taco Bell? Oh, I love Taco Bell, though. Although, were they implicated in, like, the diarrhea thing that's going around the States right now? Like a really nasty virus, I thought. No, they weren't. I thought that I heard something about that on the news. Though I would totally understand if someone did do that. Leveling every crafting job to 100 is mind-mumblingly, mind-numbingly uninteresting. Isn't that a given with Taco Bell? No, I love Taco Bell. Yes, okay, I thought so, Lith. I honestly don't know, but they always do that, so that's fair. That's a good point. Taco Bell is being investigated. Okay, cool. I was like, I'm pretty sure I'm not crazy. I'm pretty sure I did hear this.
At once, my lord.
I've never had Taco Bell, but I've heard a lot of jokes. Yeah.
Ah, 'twould seem I have visitors, and unlike those messing beyond our walls, these ones are welcome.
Innocent until proven guilty and all that. Yeah, true. Leveling crafters to 100 is easy. It's keeping them geared up for the latest crafts that's painful. Oh, I see. I don't do their burritos, so it's generally a non-issue anyway. That's fair support. That's fair.
Pray forgive us for interrupting you in the midst of your preparations, Sir Aymeric, but our suit concerns the impending assault. To speak plain, we believe there is a chance the invasion might be halted before it even begins. I can divulge little more at this time, but I must nevertheless request that you advise the Holy See to refrain from launching any preemptive sorties whilst we seek to put our plans in motion.
Thank you for the Chewbacca noises for 20 seconds, son. My crafter leveling method is a spoiler right now, but yeah, latest crafter thingy, that's how I did it. Oh, you'll have to teach me once we get there.
I will gladly lend my support to any endeavor that could spare the blood of my countrymen, but I would know more of the cause you would have me champion. Will you not share aught of this mysterious undertaking?
Know that I have offered my lance to aid in this endeavor. I cannot claim that its success is assured, but our actions should serve to delay Nidhogg's advance at the very least.
Most people just want to grab the latest script gear and fill the materia slots, and if they still need more stats, chug a potion and chow on some food. Oh, fair. I look it up in Taco Bell, and they removed some items for no reason, so take that as you will. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's pretty clear. If you even need to do that much. You could say, that you can give that leveling method some space. A space? It's the space theme?
Which is more than can be said for the ill-conceived counterattack advocated by the sea's more vocal crusaders. They offer glorious death, but little hope of victory.
Aye, their proposal does not inspire confidence. Our resources should rightly be spent shoring up the city's defenses. The Azure Dragoon and the Warrior of Light sallying forth together to face the dread worm Nidhogg. I must admit, the mere thought of it does much to dispel my misgivings. Go then. Carry out your plan. I shall do what I can for you within the Holy See.
Kicks. Hey. Hey, ADD. Welcome on in. We're not drawing today? Nope, we never draw today. This is Final Fantasy Day. Drawing day is Friday. Or Thursday, depending on where you are in the world. But never on a Wednesday or a Tuesday.
Having secured Sir Aymric's support, we may proceed without fear of a preemptive Ishgardian attack, which is not to say we can afford to dither. History tells us that History tells us that the Dravanians will attack as soon as their horde reaches a critical size. Before that happens, we must needs track down and win over the Lady Iceheart, and then locate and parley with Nidhogg. In short, time is against us. You're ready, Astinian. Let us be about our task.
Ooh. This looks...
Such commotion.
Uh-oh.
Yes, Your Eminence. The bells of the observatorium warn of our enemy's approach.
He looks evil. He should be evil.
The dragons are coming. Let them come, in their hundreds and their thousands. With the divine blade in our hands, we shall rend their flesh and drown the heretics in their master's blood.
Whoa.
Even Nidhogg and his foul brood shall be powerless to resist us.
Wow. Okay, that seems pretty evil.
And when we have rid the world of their pestilence, we shall turn our attention to our Asian allies. See that they are suitably rewarded for their invaluable assistance.
If I may, Your Eminence, the Paragons wield powers strange and unknowable. Can we be certain that they will not see through our deception?
We can be certain of naught save the righteousness of our cause. If you would be a true leader of men, you must possess conviction as well as caution.
Ooh.
We seek to excise the root of an evil that has blighted us for 1,000 years. The risk is worth the reward.
I don't know if he's... I feel like he's gonna get, like, power hungry, or his ambition is gonna shift to people who are not pure evil, or something like that.
And what of Estinian and this Warrior of Light? They have plans of their own.
Leave them to their purpose. We must each play the role we have been given. You and your chosen brothers most of all.
For the glory of King Thordan.
Sorry, I've been very, distracted by... This is, like, angling of, like, evil dude. Let me see what you guys have said here. What? Tau, you don't trust the church? When have the church ever been untrustworthy? Diet Lord of Levin. Good with me, you'll need the... What is that in reference to, ADD? He looks like Rama. He does kind of look like Rama. Let me see. The whole spiel about, how we don't use moshi in writing, and you make a pee joke with my name? Wait, what? Not thin skin, just letting you know. It's maybe not the funniest... What? ADD, this is functioning as a warning. That's, this is not the place for people to have thick skin. If you need to be somewhere where that is a thing, then you do not belong in this community. So, if you make another joke like that, I will ban you, okay? Thank you. How can you not trust this kind old man? Oh, I'm getting water, thank you, yummy. Cool bananas. I will not belong. Alls you require. I still don't really quite understand what you're saying there, but are you asking me to ban you or what? All right. Before we set forth, we must needs inform Tataru of our plans. Then I shall await you with Saint... Oh god, how do you pronounce this? There's a watering emote? There is, apparently. I don't think I have one. I'm guessing it's a gardening one or something. Saint Raynette, is that right? Cairo! Hi, cutie Cairo. Welcome on in. How are you doing? It's good to see you. Doing well, doing well. Tell your friend we may be some time. The road you have chosen is neither short nor easy. Of that, I need no reminding. Come, Tau. Let us head back to Fort Thames Manor. Don't worry, Tatan, it's fine. I just let them know when something annoys me. No, I know, but, there's a lot of people who don't really want to be here for that kind of, nasty, mean-hearted, mean-spirited teasing, you know what I mean? So, I know that you're okay with it, Lovely, but if it gets directed at, another pal, that could be hurtful, and I don't want them to have to experience that. Give me just a second. Also, I need to... Mama Tau protects her pouch. I do. All right. Where are we doing? Hi there, lovely Ram. How are you doing? Welcome on in. How are you? Yeah, like there's, like in case I haven't been clear about it, there's things that I'm like, you know, this is like a general warning, like if someone says or does something that would be totally acceptable someplace else or something like that. But ADD's been here for long enough to know that this is not the place to tease people. And it's also one of the things that I use as like an advert for the pouch is you don't, like, if you come in here, you don't need to be worried about having to defend yourself from fucking trolls or just like people being, you know, immature assholes. And so if someone comes in and is doing that, even though they've been following for like, you know, a year, then bye. Didn't know you were an Endwalker? I'm not an Endwalker. I'm not even close. I'm in the start of HEAVENSWARD. I couldn't imagine annoying Yuki. Mistakes happen, but they're one of the loveliest people in an already amazing community. It's true, dear Strasa. Yuki is amazing. Ooh, corn jacks, yummy. Valiant Bash, thank you for my little pal hat. Okay, in search of Iceheart, we have to go back to Fort Thames Manor. Lovely Lee, welcome on in. How are you doing? It's so good to see you, hon. Welcome. That is why I love this community. It's very safe. Exactly right. You want to go deal with people who are, you know, that you can be mean to and they can be mean back. You can go someplace else. All right, we gotta teleport. Thank you for watering me. Oh, it's very cold out here now that I'm soaking wet. Let me see. Where are we going? Last vigil. Do I need to repeat myself for the yeseth time from last stream? No, I think you're good, hon. I'm glad you're doing well, lovely Leo. Excellent, excellent. Been getting into Pokemon Pocket TCG and Pokemon Champions. Oh, very cool, Leo. Awesome. We love you, Yuki-san. I was getting rage baited by a fucking snake in Sekiro and missed most of that. That's okay, Sooty. No, it wasn't anything big. I just, there was a person who's kind of like off and on been fairly negative for like the better part of the year, and I'm a bit sick of it. Yeah. And then they said like something that could be, if it was to anyone except for lovely Yuki, it could be perceived as quite mean, and so I was like, well, bye-bye. That's an oof. It's an oof. Boom, oof. We actually do have to go on a quick break, cutie pies. So once this loads. Okay. Please make sure that you hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom, and darling sisters, I'll see you in mind in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. Love you lots, miss you terribly. See you soon. Oh, hey, lovely Leo, before we go, thank you so much for the 80. The 80? Streak, amazing. Thank you. Very impressive, lovely Leo. Thank you, love. Okay, I will see you guys in 3. Mwah. Public execution for him by your machetes town. True, let's fucking go. This can be arranged.
Who knows what me like?
Nothing wrong will happen. Cut to the scene where everything goes wrong. Hit the blade a few times and watch its color. What's this? Turn Keep is barred by a colossal gate. Taller than a ship's mast. We gotta pause the music too. We have to watch this. This is important. This is for our own education, everybody. Public execution for him by your machetes town. True, let's fucking go. This can be arranged.
Who knows what me like?
What? Basic training? I can't even get past fucking basic training! What the fuck? I will know it as soon as you guys say it too. Proceeds to excellently shoot a squirrel out of a tree. No! Poor squirrel. I would never. Can you shoot them? Yeah, you can. We can use our imagination. That's how guns sound, right? As part of being the head mod, Strat lives in Tau's attic, aka the Stratic. It's going in the lore. Sounds good. Do it. Not even the vent, but the ceiling. Yeah. Yes, the ceiling cavity. That makes sense now. So Strat is like a possum, basically. Correct, Tarasa. See, you understand. As a fellow Aussie, you understand. I will DM the thing to you. Okay, thank you, Strat. You see, you better pay up. You know the Dawn wants a coin right now. It's true. Nuggies? Where? Where Chimkin Nuggies? Pew, pew, pew. Pew, 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 pew. One more time. Pew, 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 pew. I've got it. This overwhelmingly forgettable appearance, generic speech style, and total lack of sex appeal. Nishima, are you an NPC? Are you an NPC? Oh man. Woof. Savage. That'd be even more savage to lie about what he eats. Do the save dance.
I'm so sorry for your soul right now.
Okay, well, one of them's not on the floor, so I'll eat that pit. Is there any dog hair on it? Let me check. No, it's fine.
Sun.
Like the sun, where's the sun? There's no sun here. I see no sun. Oh, there it is. Oh my god. I can also do. Hi cuties, welcome back, and holy shit, you guys are fucking acing the words recently. Jesus. Alright, we'll go back here. Here we go. Hello. Let me also bring your avatars back. And there we go. Welcome back, awesome Aussie. Are you beautiful being? Abby's. Good Aussie, beautiful Bublin. Welcome back. Nick's Toast Slice, Jump Slice, Abby's. Good Nick. Sweetest So Jazzy, welcome back. Valiant Vash, welcome back. Uppies. Good Vash. Yummy Yuki. Uppies. Good Yuki. Lovely Light, welcome on back. All right. Here we go. Our course is set, Tataru. It may be some time before Tau and I return to Ishgard.
Well, just you be careful, all right? And don't worry about me. I'll be busy listening out for news of our lost friends.
If anyone can find them, it's you, Tataru. Farewell, for now.
Oh! Before you go, you must put this on, Fanart. I made it specially.
Still here, been playing Pal World with a friend. Awesome, sweetest Sam. I hope you're enjoying it, and thank you for contributing to the storytelling stream, Nix. No, I couldn't possibly. Very well. Ooh! He's getting an outfit change! By the 12. It fits perfectly. Well, and the quality is actually rather good.
I'm glad you like it. I've been practicing my needlework while I listen to rumours and the like. A good receptionist is always learning new skills.
My thanks, Tataru. Whatever else awaits me upon the road, I shall not fear the cold.
'Twas the least I could do. Now, I must be getting back to the tavern, or I'll never catch up on all the gossip. Best of luck on your journey.
Someone got new drip, yeah! Storytelling stream is so close. It is very close. We are nearly there. Nearly there. That guy is Keyfree from Witch Hat Atelier. I know nothing about this game. He does give that vibe. Or do you actually mean, is he the VA for Keyfree? 95% complete with the storytelling. Damn, you guys. Damn. Ozzy, thank you for contributing to the storytelling stream. No, I mean the character looks like him. Oh yes, I could see that. I could see that.
Hello, precious pals. You guys are so cute.
Alfie gets humbled, and to show his growth, new drip. I do like that. I do like that. Thank you guys so much for contributing to the storytelling streams, you guys. Oh my gosh, cute. I like your pointy hat. I really need to finish my thing for the storytime stream. Yes, please do. Sweetest Save. Hi, Sweetest Save. How are you? How are you? It's so good to see you. You guys, if you haven't checked out Sweetest Save File 17,
whoa!
please do.
They made the save icon in real life!
I need to actually memorize an entire spiel so I can say it really, really fast. But you guys, if you haven't checked out the Sweetest of Save Files 17, he is an outstanding streamer. He is a personal friend of mine and a dear friend of the channel. And he is very, very, very kind, very funny, very intelligent. And if you go visit him while he's playing his Hearthstones, he will probably pull up a clip or 50 of one of the many VTubers. Find a niche VTuber. He's probably got a clip of them. And it will probably be able to organically slot into the conversation. It's pretty amazing. His brain works in wondrous ways. He also does a lot of other stuff, like cool sponsored content and stuff. Actually, Save, do you know what your next like sponsored segment will be? Because he usually does Hearthstone for several hours, and then he'll do a couple of hours of of a different game. He was recently playing Black Flag Resynced, I believe. But yeah, and he is incredibly interactive, despite having hundreds upon hundreds of people watching him at any one time. So if you're looking for someone who's going to, you know, remember that you had said, I'm worried about this doctor's appointment that I'm going to in a week, and then like 2 weeks later you come back in, he'll be like, oh yeah, how was that doctor's appointment? He's got like genuinely a fucking iron vault for a mind. It's pretty incredible. He's also just really fucking funny. I've never been in a stream where I laugh as hard as I do. I sound like a psychopath when I'm watching him, because I'll have him in my pocket while I'm like hanging up clothes or something, and then I'll be like giggling like crazy. It's a good time. It's a great time. You will often find me there as well. He's absolutely awesome. Let's see. Tau far too sweet. Never memorize anything. Only off the cuff sweetness. Hey, I'm an actor. You wouldn't be able to tell if I memorize things, right? Me and Save talked a bunch about Cowboy Bebop live action a couple of streams ago. It was a lot of fun. See, that's what I'm saying. Like, even though he's playing Hearthstone, it's kind of like a just chatting stream with Hearthstone. There's a reason. If you guys were hanging out yesterday when we played Arcane Eats, I was like, squelch the Deathwing Yogg. I have no clue what I'm saying or doing when I say that, but I've spent hundreds of hours in his stream because it's just so much fun to talk to him, and he will talk to you about pretty much anything that's not like politics or why do I always forget that other thing? Politics and what's the other thing that's off limits? I just picked up another hour of Arknights to do, probably this weekend. Communism! More eye patch cat girl time, let's go! Yeah, you guys, so Save is gonna be doing some Arknights, probably this weekend. So definitely check out Sweetest Save. And like I said, I'm there a lot too. Yay, Psychopath Cow! Yay! Hey there, Joyous Joseph! Welcome on in, it's so good to see you. Welcome. Great to see you again, darling. How are things going? Let's see. God, the fucking holiday Wookiee is so scary. How have you been, Sweetest Save? What have you been up to? Have you been enjoying your Save weekend? I noticed you haven't streamed for a couple of days, so I'm assuming you're just on a weekend and you come back, what, like tomorrow? Is that right? Jimmy, thank you for the 5 streams. 3, I appreciate it. You have said your farewells then. Aye, we are ready to depart. I suggest we begin our search for Lady Iceheart without delay. Very well, but she will prove an elusive quarry. Where do you intend to start looking? In the absence of any fresh intelligence on Isael's movements, I propose we pick up the trail where she was encountered last, the Coerthas Western Highlands. I'm an actor! You wouldn't be able to tell if I memorized it. I feel like I would be able to tell upon the 3rd time you repeated it. Delivery is less key here than content. Yeah, okay, fair? Fair? Fine. Hey, well done on the boss, you guys. Well done. Whoop. Let us speak with Sir Redwold, was it? As the commander of Falcon's Nest, it's likely that he will know if any heretic activity has been reported in the area. I don't know why, Ina, but I totally thought that you were like a scripted part of that running in here. Yukisita is sweet. Yukisita. Okay, now where are we going? We're gonna get a wind-up Alfie. I am quite well. I hope you are too, and ear problems have been reduced by at least 22%. I think probably 22% is about right. I got like 6 hours of sleep the last couple of nights, which has been amazing. That was my cue. There you go. See, you're an actor too. Thank you for the teleportation. Howdy, Sir of Jazz. It's true. Sweetest Sir Jazzy is the Sir of Jazz. The Jazz Sir, if you will. Are you enjoying watching Greg play NTE? I'm lurking in there and I have no clue what's happening either. Oh, that's right! I forgot the voice we gave this guy. He's a nice guy.
Well, well, Mistress Tassie, what business brings you back to Falcon's Nest? Judging by the company you keep, it can be no trifling matter. The Azure Dragoon, I know, of course, but I do not believe I have met this young gentleman.
Alphanol Levelure, at your service, and you are not mistaken as to the gravity of our mission, Sir Redwald. As I am sure you are aware, the Observatorium has warned the Dravanian gather for yet another assault.
Greg has enough resources to get the new giant dragon tail. Oh, that's a very thin white shirt, isn't it? But has not committed to such. I may or may not have seen this character. Yeah, maybe not on stream, huh? maybe not on stream. Shadow, thank you for the care package, Princess. I'm surprised they can get away with that, that kind of character design in a game that... It's not an 18+ game, is it? Like, I have not been knighted or commissioned yet, but I returned the gesture. I have some good news. I finally got my trade mentor role back. Oh, that's cool, Shadow Princess. Congrats. Very cool. Let me see. Okay.
We believe there may yet be a way to avert the coming conflict, but only if we can find the elusive Lady Iceheart. Thus, have we come to Falcon's Nest in the hope of acquiring the latest intelligence on the heretics' movements.
I see. Then you would be best served by speaking directly to my men. A patrol is due to return from its sweep of the surrounding lands at any moment. You may also wish to question the knights assigned to pick over the remains of the heretic refuge at... At oh my god, Gorgagne? Gorgane? Goriane? Mills! 'Tis possible they have unearthed information that could be of use to you. Mistress Tassie knows well the place I speak of, for it was she who first discovered it. Let us divide our forces then. I will stay and await the return of the patrol while the two of you visit this refuge. When I have completed my inquiries, I will join you there.
A wise use of our time. Come, Tau. I am eager to learn what Sir Redwald's men have found in the heretic's lair.
Ah! Cute snowman. I feel like this is the perfect moment for like a Christmas photo. Gorgonai, probably, if we go by French rules for the name. Gorgonai. I must away to work, to my chagrin, but I'll lurk, Tigress TauTassie. Thank you, lovely Joseph. I appreciate you, darling. I hope that you have a good day at work, and we'll see you soon, okay? Oh, we have a monstrosity. Oh my god, it's so far away. Can I fly? I don't want to walk. Hey, can I? Uber! Thank you. Thank you for the Uberage. Ooh, that's a spooky guy. Whee. Oh, I should probably put the thing on the map, huh? Aren't your legs cold? Look at these legs. Aren't your legs fucking cold? Ooh, we can... Whoa. Wow. The gang's all here. One of the many small jobs, Ubering the sprouts around so they can enjoy their journey. It's so appreciated. You guys are so sweet for doing this. How getting a lift to do MSQ for unlocking flight. I know, I'm so fucking blessed. Woo! Pouch caravan indeed. Are there heated seats in that thing? Actually, maybe. It does look, you know, techy enough to maybe have some heated seats. Tau, beauty is pain. I'm okay with freezing if it means I look pretty. You know what, Shen? That's a valid point. Hi there, Magnificent Mark. Welcome on in. How are you? I'm gonna go do a thing. Don't take this telly. Okay, gotcha. Thank you, lovely Liv.
Mistress Tassie. Findings, you say? Well, there is something of a tale there. No sooner had we chanced upon a promising-looking sheaf of letters when we were ambushed from the shadows by great white beasts. It would seem the heretics foresaw our coming and left behind their pets to discourage further investigation. Several of our number were badly wounded. And...
Sorry, Alfie. And you cannot carry out your duties until the creatures are slain. We have not the time to wait for reinforcements. Let us deal with these pets ourselves, Tau. It'd be great if he actually participated, but he doesn't, does he? He just... Oh, wait, or does he? Oh, look at him go. Oh, they're just poly bears. Little poly bears. You're doing good? I'm so happy to hear it, darling. Excellent. And thank you for contributing to the storytelling stream, sweetest Spotterbite. Just letting you know, if you don't walk, you won't unlock flight. Gotta get those ether currents. Aw, man. Can the pals not just drop me off at ether currents after we finish everything? No, I suppose not. Good point. That's lazy. We can fly her to the currents. They can actually. Lol. Oh, well, there you. Oh, whoa, whoa. Those are some big bears. Big bears. Gotta walk before you can fly. We can drop you off at the currents, but if you are locked behind quests. Oh, fair enough. Tau Passenger Princess Tiger. It's true. I guess I'll go deal with these guys now. Oh, so sad that I'm killing them. I'm already really over-leveled, though, for this, aren't I? I feel like this guy should be a lot tougher. Cute teddy bears, they all cute. You do have to finish the MSQ because some currents are from quests. So maybe I mooch off of my precious pals as long as they'll let me until they get sick of me, and then I'm stranded and don't know what to do with my life. And then after we finish the MSQs, then we spend a whole stream going to the different currents. The beast is slain, then. My thanks, Mistress Tassie. We may return to our duty without fear of a mauling. We get away! We got a little roly-poly, windy... fucking... Where is he? Where's he? Where's the... There he is! Ah! A wind-up Alfie. So cute. Perchancebly, Tau has an Uber to use at all times, if I am lucky. If the pals don't get sick of me, which I do not blame you for if you do get sick of me. Usually the last MSQ for that map before you move on is the last ether current. Oh, gotcha. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. How many maps are there in Heavensward? Thank you for the care package, Lizzie. You wish to track down Lady Iceheart, is that so? The records we discovered ere those beasts mauled my comrades appeared to be some manner of correspondence. I can't read today, sorry. We have not the luxury of perusing the contents more closely, intent as we were on surviving an onslaught of fang and claw. But I'd wager those epistles, I can't read! Epistoles! We could also work an ether current hunter into any nights we run dungeons or raids potentially. Oh, that's actually a good hunting. Yeah, that's a good point actually, Jesse. Contain more than friendly salutations betwixt lonely heretics. My interrogation of the patrol proved fruitless. Either we divine some clue from those letters, or we wander the snowfields and pray that the gods lead us right to Iceheart's door. It's hardly a choice at all. It'd be fun to mount hunt with Tau too. I'd get so excited if we got mounts. That'd be so cool. Look at all these precious pals. You guys are so sweet for hanging out. Oh my god, thank you. Wait, oh, I have to collect epistoles. Wait, there's something through the wall. Ah, an epistole. An epistle. I don't know if saying how many is a spoiler, but later expansions it's 6. That's not a spoiler because you learn at the start of the expansion. Oh, that's fair. That's fair. Probably consistent then. Gotta pick up the 12 apostles? Yeah, the 12 apostles, exactly, before they fall into the water. Uno mas. I should have had coffee today, even though I had 6 hours of sleep. Have you recovered much of the heretics' correspondence? Splendid. Added to the contributions from Master Levelure and Sir Estinian, we now have more than a dozen letters. What have we here, then? Every one of these pages is a record of the dealings betwixt the... sorry, Yuki, I already forgot how to pronounce this.
Gorgana Mills heretics and their fellows in the Afar amphitheater. There are requests for foodstuffs, clothing, and all manners of provisions. Iceheart's followers must yet inhabit the ruins we had thought abandoned. Remember that part of Final Fantasy VII when Cloud just sat down and refused to fight Sephiroth unless Tifa drove him there while he chanted, "Mooch! Mooch! Mooch!" It's a 63% accurate to actual Final Fantasy VII lore. I'm feeling personally targeted by this actually save. Palstels, 12 palstels, palstels. Yeah. I don't know what of these to choose, so I'll just choose the Akafar Amphitheater. The very place where you witnessed the manifestation of the primal Shiva, was it not?
If that is our destination, the journey will be long indeed. The amphitheater lies on the other side of a treacherous tract of ice and snow that cannot swiftly be crossed.
Then we must place our faith in the Aethernet. As you may recall, our dear friend Moonbrider succeeded in recreating the Ak-Afar beacon after it had been destroyed by Lady Iceheart. At the time, it was assumed that the resultant aetherite would only be temporarily viable, but given that the heretics of this fucking place, Mills, seems to have been in regular contact with their brethren at the amphitheater, I'll wager it still functions. I suggest we make for the aetherite within Snowcloak without delay. Oh, good, lovely Lith. We'll see you soon. Thank you for coming in. I have no idea what you mean. I bet you don't. Maybe the pals will know better. Like Kanye, but we don't speak about Kanye. We do not, that's true. A Realm Reborn was a bit crazy with the number of maps, to be honest. But I guess it was necessary for the base game. The maps are generally larger, though. Oh, I see. So instead of having, like, 12, but they're smaller, it's like 6, but they're bigger. That makes sense. Your data center doesn't have what I need. I need to go somewhere more populated. Oh, that's fair, Liv. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. My data center is very unpopulated. Correct me if I am wrong, Estinian, but in the course of mapping the Snowcloak tunnel system, a passage was discovered leading out into the Western Highlands, was it not? Might it be possible for us to reach the aetherite from this side of the wall?
It should. House Dorandeb posted soldiers at the Western Highlands entrance after the tunnels were cleared. They will not deny us entry.
I'm gonna make you a thing. You're gonna make me something? After I have done nothing but mooch, 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 mooch. Off of you guys? You're so sweet to me, thank you. The market board in Materia is weird. Is it? Is it just because there's, whoa, cool birds? Oh my god, that's so funny. These majestic, like, phoenixes, and then this little chonker. That's really funny. I love that. Correct me if I'm wrong. Just say you're not confident, dog. Yeah, I mean, it's easier for some people, me, to say things like, correct me if I'm wrong, and then just hope that I'm not wrong. And then they go, no, you're not wrong, Tao. And I go, oh, goody. Bird up! All you gotta do is in exchange is get another 16 quests done today. Oh, fuck. Well, we have about 2.5 hours of stream left, so we will see. We will see if we get 16 done. $16 quests in a day? That is impossible. It is unlikely. Well, how many did we do last time, though, Liv? Let me ask you that. We got a good few done last time, didn't we? But I'm not moving as quickly this time as I did last time. I did 18 last week. Look at me go. See, Yuki does not have the faith. Yuki did not have the faith. But that's understandable. Woo! Trista Shamble.
The guests of House Fortin, accompanied by the Azure Dragoon, no less. I cannot imagine what brought you out this far, but you are welcome to enter the tunnels if that is your will.
Assuming the Akafar beacon still functions, and we must pray to the 12 it does, we shall arrive at our destination in mere moments.
Though I do not expect to be greeted by the primal shiver, we should nevertheless be prepared for a frosty reception. The heretics are not like to rejoice at the appearance of uninvited guests, particularly ones with our history.
Ooh, oh, sorry, I must depart my party. Please wait for me, I'll miss you. No. Work has lessened its grip on me. I am eating lunch. How goes the questing? Questing goes well, sweetie. I'm just slow. But I hope that, I hope work has been going well as well. If I wasn't at work until after stream ends, I'd bring Tau that one minion. Oh, Tassie, you're so sweet. No, you don't need to do that. You do not need to do that, sweetie. But I appreciate the thought. It is my Final Fantasy. Maybe I should say it is for me. I am happy with one quest today. Keeps the mods away. I'm about 10 quests behind at the moment, but since I can skip cutscenes, I'm not far behind. Oh, that makes sense, Solar. That's a good point, yeah. An impressive structure. I wonder how many ages it has endured.
Mayhap you should ask its occupants. They seem a friendly bunch.
You'll unlock it eventually anyway, if you find the vendor, that is. Ooh, okay.
Dogs of Ishgard! Is it not enough that you banish our beloved saint? Will you not be satisfied until the ice is slick with the last drops of our blood?
Stay your weapons! We come under the flag of parley. We wish only to speak with your mistress, that we might broker a peace.
Do you think us fools, boy? It will take more than honeyed words to earn our trust. You walk with the Dragon Slayer, and we know all too well what he is capable of. My reputation precedes me.
Give us little choice.
Come, brothers! May Dragon Wings bear us to victory!
Okay, well, your loss.
Your death.
Oh, there's another. Oh, there's more. Can slay dragons. They think they can take them. Isn't that funny? Is that slaying dragons? They're a bunch of little cowards, little bitches. Here's some battle cry from our warrior of light. Ooh, they are dragons. That's cool. Oh well. We could have been friends. 7 hells! Can dragon blood truly bring about such a transformation? Oh my god. We have come to talk. Kill them all! Well then, cowabunga it is! Exactly. 100%. Did someone say dragon? Oh, look away, we're killing them. They're evil. I promised we wouldn't do it if they weren't evil. Dragons are cool. They rejected the parlay! Oh well, extreme violence time. In these times of war. Imagine the terror if you have to fight Tau-chan and she just gently struts forward saying Wait, allow me, hold on.
Focus. Release.
If you ever get sleepy, are you Tau Drowsy Tiger? Yes, that is my official name when I'm sleepy. Imagine dragons getting slayed. Poor creatures. They're just like you and me. I don't think I could live in a world without Imagine Dragons. I like their music too much. I say as I actually know when the last song they released was. Oh wait, that was One Republic that I'm thinking of. Kaiju number 8's song was really good. I actually don't know anything about music, sorry. Truly the most terrifying warrior of light. Beware. And if I can do this by, oh, I'm just gonna walk into the fire. I think that's a song from the Buffy Vampire Slayer. I will walk through the fire. I know nothing about One Republic, so that is fair. We come in peace! We don't believe you. Well, we tried. Time to slaughter them all. Yeah, I mean, what else are we supposed to do? Let them kill us? I don't think so. If she ever becomes an elf, she'd be TauTassieTiger. It's true. TauTassieTiger. Cause where else can I turn? Yeah, at least I think that's next line. I think you're right, Sam. I think you're right. It's all coming back to me now. They fight like demons. 'Tis death to remain. Fall back, brothers. Retreat to the cinders. Thank you, Ozzy, for my beepity beepapu beepa. I see no sign of Lady Iceheart. Would that we have questioned one of them. What would you ask that we do not already know? They make for the cinders, and so must we. Even should an ambush await us, 'tis certain there will be more heretics to question. The cinders, you say? I confess, the name is unknown to me. Mayhap you would be so good as to enlighten us, Estinian. I suspect it is the heretics' way of referring to the Dreaming Dragon, an island of sorts found in the midst of the frozen lake of Ashpool. Some 500 years past, 'tis told that the Azure Dragoon of the age fought a dragon of titanic proportions. After a savage struggle, the mighty creature was weakened unto the point of death, and forced into a magic slumber by the entire chapter of the Holy Sea Sorcerer. Ere long, a rain of ash and cinders did begin to fall upon the sleeping serpent's motionless form, covering the creature at length in a shroud of grey. Of course, a thick layer of ice has since formed on top of it, but you may be sure I speak true. A fascinating tale. We should make haste to this Ashen Isle. I like this piano music, it's pretty. Yeah, you better run! Yeah, you tell him, Seru. Tell me I have a thing for you! You have more stuff for me, what will we with? Oh, you're so sweet. Ooh, look at you guys, that's pretty. Can I join your party? You guys are so cool. Invite. Can I get an invite and then can you invite Liv? Or did you guys all depart the thing? Gray, go towards the... Hold on, I will invite all of the precious pals. Yay! Did you get the lift too? Hold on, I gotta find the lift. There we go. I'm in a snowy area. Neo Greg is in a snowy area. He's just got a car, and I've got a fire, so. Oh, you're an angel. An angel, Gray. All right. The Dreaming Dragon lies far to the west. Before we approach the frozen beast, however, there is another place I would visit first. I am told the Convictors have set up camp in Twin Pools. Their leader, Jantelot, may have information of use to us. But mayhap you are not familiar with that name either. The Convictors are dragon slayers, after a fashion, but I am willing to wager that they encounter their fair share of heretics. If we are indeed walking into a trap, I would learn all there is to know of our foe. A sound suggestion. Let us speak with these Convictors then, and temper our haste with a measure of caution. Save with the collection of emotes! What was that? Is there anyone in this game who like cosplays, who cosplays, like Alfie and stuff? I feel like you could do that with the amazing, transmog system in this game. Let me tell you about the time when the princess abducted the dragon. Oh, wait. I forgot to say to you, Ozzy. Oi, oi, oi! There you go. That's the one I'll see. The dragon lady that abducted the dragon princess and now is being rescued by the dragon paladin lady. I'm pretty sure that Alfie's clothes are literally in the online shop. Really? I didn't say yes, yes, yes this time. Aussie, 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 yes, yes, yes. Like that? I don't even know what these ether current things look like. Is it the little domes? That little dome up there? Is that one or what? What do these things look like? Or are they also diamondy? I've seen Rogadin cosplaying Ali and Alfie. Fanart and Thylacines. That's funny. You called? You called? You called? Pretty sure the whole crew's outfits are in the shop. Oh, that's awesome. They're cool designs. What is that? What is that? You want a beaten package? You want this? I don't know what that does. What's that? A new gunblade? Woo! I can have a new gunblade! Thank you! Oh my gosh, that's so cool! Oh my gosh, hold on! I want the gunblade. Hold on. Wait, where's the I don't know how this game works. I think I have to put this in the yeah. Insufficient armor chest. Oh fuck. How do I recycle things? Do I just I'll just bin stuff. I don't think I need stuff from when I was level 1. Hopefully. I also should make sure that I'm not okay, featureless stuff. Get rid of them! Get rid of them! Wait, what's that? What's that? Oh, pickaxe. I should probably keep that. Okay, more of those. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Your armory! Jesus, Tao. I don't know what you expect from me. Surely you would not expect anything more from me at this point. Is this it? The high steel gunblade? Now, do I recommend it here? And... Ooh! Yeah! Ooh! Cool new gunblade for me? Thank you so much. I'm so excited. Reassign. Reassign. Ooh. I wanna look at. Wait, no, sorry, it's that. I was like, wait, this looks normal. Ah, stop running. Whoa, look at that thing. Look at that thing. Look at that thing. That's super cool looking. Whoa. Am I Squall now? Am I evil Squall now? There's so many pointy things here. This is awesome. And Storm wonders why I can't make anything but the Tassie toothpick when I'm a blacksmith. It's because I have weapons like this. That's fucking sick! Thank you! This is awesome. Thank you so much, lovely Liz. It's amazing. I love it. I want to look at... Oh my... Oh, it glows! Yo, it glows. That's so sick. Holy shit. Oh my god, that's fucking awesome. Holy fucking shit, that's so cool! Clap, 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 yes, clap. Woo, very cool, very cool. Wait, no, take it back out. That is, oh, that is super sick. That's awesome. Thank you so much. Let's hope you like it. I'm sorry, am I not clear enough how much I love it? It's so sick. That's badass. I love this thing. It's so cool. I look like a warrior of legend. You know what I look like? I look like, okay, welcome to Lord of the Rings Online. Psych! JK. You can glam your other sword if you want. No, I like this one. Tao's so rich in FF14, she has a private blacksmith. Any new weapons you get, you can glam it to look like that one. It's so cool. So pretty. Am I aura farming? I am aura farming in all dimensions. Knight's Gunblade, is that what this is called? What is this called? Gunblade of the Round. That is so cool. Oh my gosh. She's dripped out. Drip or drown, yeah. Hi, Precious Patricia, welcome on in. I, and I'm sure others, can drop a macro on Discord so you can walk around with it glowing. If you don't have that already, I don't have that. I want to do that. That sounds so cool. How do I do that? Damn, TauTassieTiger is definitely enjoying the sword. It's so sick. Tao's aura farming is unparalleled. Watch out, I will farm that aura. That's a nice gunblade. It's a nice one. It is super nice. Thank you so much, lovely. I'll post it one sec. Thank you, sweetest of Jazzy. And then you have to describe to me how to do it. Is it like on WoW where you press this and then there's macros? Oh, there is macros. Oh, I have a well met one. I don't even remember what. I think that I don't know. Are those default ones? Or nice. It's fucking amazing. Tao, now go do crimes. Yes, I will definitely do some crimes after this. Oh, it's so cool, Liv. Thank you so much. I hug you with my glowy sword in my hand. Thank you. It's so cool. Wee hug. Wee. Tao's gonna do a murder, but they'll be glowing. Oh, it leaves like a trail. Look, it leaves a trail of glowy shit. That's super cool. Wee, wee, wee. Look at it. Look at the little speckles of bright blue. Is that one of Shiva's weapons? I don't know. It's one of Lit's weapons. I'm doing very well. Had a nice day thus far and had a lovely VC with some friends earlier. And in case you were wondering, my kakuno is working great. And as promised, your name was one of the first things I wrote. That's awesome. Thank you so much. I'm so glad you're enjoying it. Lovely Patricia. Excellent, excellent. Not a Shiva weapon, no, it's a spoiler weapon. Whoa, I have traveled forward in time to bring back this thing from beep. Oh my gosh, Precious Pocky! Hi, Precious Pocky! Oh my goodness, come on in, readers! How are you doing? I can stop lurking in my stream now because I was in a Pocky stream. Uh-oh. Precious Pocky! Welcome on in, Gordice! How are you doing? Tau Peak voice actor, is that the raid message? I'm glad you guys liked it. Fucking Pocky Peak writer and voice actor and director and editor and cinematographer and artist and
communism.
Everything else. Yeah, we do have a surprise communism, just so you know. Credit if you guys are wondering where the fuck the surprise communism came from. It's actually from my voiceover for Pocky's Neverness to Everness abridged series.
Surprise communism.
Let me start off and say hello to all of our amazing raiders. Thank you so very much, darling Pocky, for the incredible raid. Raiders, if you got a raid one, that's totally cool. But if you'd like to stick around, we'd absolutely love to have you. I'm a newbie in
surprise
Final Fantasy
communism.
14. We have just entered HEAVENSWARD�, so please no spoilers for it. But if you would like to join me, we are just kind of, some of the pals are just truly hanging out and vibing. Also, getting me really cool, making me cool shit. This is super cool. Sorry, I'm just obsessed with this thing that Lovely Lith just gave to me. It's a gun blade and it glows. Hysteric! Hi, lovely hysteric. Welcome on in, darling. Precious Pocky, may I ask, when is your next stream, darling? You guys, if you haven't checked out the Precious Pocket Chuck, she has graced us with her presence, fresh from Wuthering Waves
Pretty
today.
lady.
This VTuber owl doth embark on a grand journey of discovery, sharing tales and enjoying gacha games along the way. Their recent broadcasts reveal a penchant for anime and drops-enabled streams, truly a worthy addition to our realm. More than. Precious Pocky is a personal friend of mine and friend of the channel as well. Such a absolute sweetheart. Super hyper, super funny, super interactive. If you like the energy in my stream, you will love the energy in hers. She is super high energy, like consistently. And she does a lot of gacha stuff. And she also recently finished Persona 5, which we will not spoil because I have not finished it, but I am playing it for the first time on Sunday, so if you guys want to watch someone else play through it for the first time, you can. We have only just reached, without spoiling anything for anyone, a casino-oriented, like, palace, I guess. I won't say whose it is, but I think we're getting to the latter parts of it. Let me see. Ender! Hi there, Terrific Taco. Welcome on in. Precious Pocky. Hi, gorgeous. Dearest Dancer. Welcome, welcome. Valiant Valos. Dearest Dandy Man. Yamiyuki, thanks for coming in with the raid as well. I'm so glad you love the command hun. Tanks. Welcome on in. Welcome on in, darling. Let me see. Lovely Lip. Thank you very much for coming in with the raid as well. Tomorrow at 3 p.m. PDT, doing some rolls in FGO. That is Fate Grand Order, is that right? Please, please, please do check out the absolutely outstanding Pocket Chalk, who is going to be doing some Fate Grand Order streaming tomorrow at 3 p.m. doing rolls. I know very little about Gacha, but I really like spending time in her stream. So please check her out. Be sure to check out Tao's and several other excellent performances in Pocket Chalk's NTE Abridged video on YouTube now. It's true. Precious Pocky, do you mind actually putting the link to that here in case people have not seen it? Yeah, you guys, it's actually absolutely amazing. It's so cool. Please, 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 do check out the Precious Pocket Chalk. She is, like I said, she's hilarious. She's awesome. Raid 2, Raid B. Introduce yourself again.
How do you please bless Pocky's pool for tomorrow?
The timing on reading that and then the raid. Hi there, gorgeous Greg. Welcome on in. Hi, readers. Thank you so very much, gorgeous Greg, for the raid. Hi. Okay, I'll stop lurking in my own stream again. What the fuck? Welcome, welcome! You guys, this is the gorgeous Neo Greg, who is actually, oh my god, everything comes full circle. Greg is typically a god tier Hearthstone arena player, similar to Save File 17, but today he did that, and then he did Neverness to Everness. Greg, welcome on in. The reason I say that way is because Pocket Chalk, who just did a Neverness to Everness, created a Neverness to Everness abridged series. I did voice acting in it. And if you guys would like to watch that, I would love for you to do so. Go and give her some amazing support. If she doesn't send the link, I will go and seek it out, because it is incredibly important that you guys see it. But gorgeous Greg, thank you so much for the raid, darling. Thank you. Raiders, if you got a raid run, that's totally cool, but if you'd like to stick around, we'd absolutely love to have you. How was your stream, gorgeous Greg? It is so amazing to see you again. Thank you for coming in. Uno, how was Hearthstone? Dos, how was NTE? You guys, this is the gorgeous Neo Greg, the Hearthstone arena aficionado who hath graced us with their presence. A casual enjoyer of rhythm and card games, they are currently streaming NTE Neverness to Everness. From wizard poker to actual poker, Neo Greg's streams are a delightful mix of education and entertainment. Their recent broadcasts showcase a love for arena and new expansions. Truly a streamer worthy of thy attention. That's a good point, Precious Patricia, thank you. 3 p.m. PDT is about 8 a.m. for Australian pals. If you would like to join, and you should, Precious Pocky tomorrow for some Fate Grand Order. And what about you, Greg? What will you be streaming and when? There it is. Hey! Hold on, I'm gonna pin this. You guys, if you haven't watched this, and Greg's community, since you were just playing NTE, you absolutely should be checking this out. It's such a banger and it's very funny. How far into NTE are you? I played NTE today, just like the save file. Wait, did the save file play it today? Did I miss a save file stream? I'm gonna die if I missed a save file stream. There it is! It is a fun vid. It is a very fun vid. It was such a blast to voice in. Hopefully nobody will slip their finger to the right when typing NTE. It would take on a whole different meaning. We got the big 12 wins today! What? That's awesome! Oh my god. Okay, I know nothing about Hearthstone, but I do know from save streams that that is a that is a great ratio. 12 wins. That's fantastic. And the sponsored NTE was quite nice afterward. That's awesome, Greg. Do you have a favorite character? And if you happen to know when your next stream will be, we would love to know, Greg. Beautiful and exceptional Precious Pocky is going to be live tomorrow, 3 p.m. PDT or 8 a.m. Aussie time. And Greg is going to be live. He will tell me soon. I hope he will tell me soon. While he does, though, since you're both here, here's a little bit about us.
Vtuber self-introduction Q&A. 3, 2, 1, let's go. What is your name?
TauTassieTiger.
What's your nickname?
Tau.
What kind of Vtuber are you?
A Thylacine.
Date of birth.
September 22.
How old are you?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Pronouns.
She, they.
How tall are you?
5'5".
Where are you from?
Tasmania.
Great thing about you.
Inclusivity and
Now
creativity.
perform a quick impression. Where can we find you?
Twitch and more.
Catchphrase 1.
Welcome to the pouch.
Catchphrase 2.
You are now a pouch.
Fan emojis.
Corn and crown.
Live tag.
I'm live.
Fanart tag.
TauTassie art.
Fan name.
Precious pals.
Favorite color.
Dark red.
Hobbies.
Art and anything outdoors.
What's your skills?
I have a few.
Confess your love to yourself.
Confess. I tell you all the time.
Favorite food.
Corn.
Favorite drink.
TV static.
Favorite manga.
Norigami.
Favorite anime.
Also Norigami.
Favorite game.
Witcher 3.
Favorite music.
Glass animals.
Biggest fear.
Water.
Who's your idol? What's your dream?
To make the world a little better than when I got here.
And go.
Feel free to join the pouch for an 18+ space of inclusivity and cozy chaos. Thank you so much for watching, and welcome to the pouch.
Yay! But yes, thank you guys so much for such incredibly generous raids. Holy shit! Precious Pocky, Gorgeous Neo Greg, thank you guys so very much. And both of your community, well, okay, sorry, Pocky's already definitely watched it, and I actually got to watch it with her, which was really fun. Greg, if you like NTE, you should definitely watch the pinned message. I think if you like Nunnally's in it, right? Sorry, I know nothing about this game. But I'm pretty sure I saw people talking about Nunnally. Is she the cat one with the red hair, or is that a different one? Not today, but Greg and I now both have the new Dragon Tail girl. That's the white shirt, huh? that's the white shirt one. Congratulations, both of you boys, on having a Dragon Tail girl with just a very large, oversized button up, and that is all she's wearing. Let me catch up with you guys real quick. I super agree. She's so hardworking. Could have asked for anyone better. Precious Pucky, you cannot tell me that I am hardworking when you are like 10 times as hardworking. Holy crap. Fixie! Greg brought us all here on one of his many gliders. Do you have a lot of gliders? Can I have a tour of the gliders, Greg? Greg the glider. Glider Greg. I may need to watch it to get more views. You should. Nunnally is the red-haired cat girl. Yes! Oh my god, look at me go. I'm absorbing things. I was like, where are her parents? Valid concern, a valid question. Oh my gosh, that's so funny. Tao, Pucky, you'll both likely be happy to know that the NTE Abridged video has reached 8.6k views in the last 4 days. That is amazing. A testament to your absolutely incredible hard work and artistry, Precious Pucky. Gorgeous Greg, are you going to be streaming tomorrow? I'm pretty sure you are, but if you can let us know when and what you might be doing, we would love to join you. Win away, Precious Pals! You guys, please, seriously, check out Precious Pocket Chalk and the amazing Neo Greg. Both of them are very high quality streamers. Greg is constantly playing like banging music and he plays a lot of really cool like sponsored stuff like NTE Today. He's also done Forza. He's done what was it?
Feels good to be a Tau sub, Neo Greg Nug.
Gorgeous Greg, thank you so much for using your Prime on me. I appreciate it. Feels good to be a Tau sub. Feels good to have you sub to me. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it, Gorgeous Greg. Thank you so much for your incredible generosity and kindness. Then Precious Pocky is a super high energy, hyper interactive, very animated owl Vtuber streamer who made the NTE Abridged. It's actually like, this is the best thing that could have possibly happened for me to market your NTE Abridged series. Is for Neo Greg, who was playing it, to come in and say hi. But yeah, you guys, please, if you are not following both, and I do not mean one of them, follow both of these outstanding streamers, then you are missing out, and you may miss an opportunity to run into me in the wild. You never know. I often lurk in there. It's actually really funny. I've been lurking in your stream all morning, Greg, and when Save came in, I was like, are you enjoying watching Greg play NTE? Because I had seen him chatting in there. And when Lav came in from yours, Pocky, I was like, hey Lav, I saw you in Pocket's stream.
1 million views by New Year's. Yeah, yeah. Cinca needs a buff, but she's cool, and the new chapter is heavily Expedition 33 inspired. Wait, really? That's pretty cool. Also, Cyber, I'm so sorry I missed this. Thank you for the 125 stream streak. YouTube recommended that NTE abridged to me today. I haven't seen it though. You should watch it. I'm in it. Pocky's in it. Pocky's other friends are in it. It's a great time, and Pocky did an outstanding job. Like I said, voicing, directing, doing the graphics and some of the animation and like the soundtrack and the mixing and the mastering and the blah 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 blah. She did everything. She did everything. It's amazing. Let me see. I'm playing Final Fantasy 2. 1, not 2, but I am playing Final Fantasy. That's awesome, Cutie K. Walters. I hope you enjoy and welcome on in. I followed them a long time ago. Excellent decision. Excellent decision. My OC has no pants. She either has a skirt or a bodysuit. That's fair, Sadie. That's fair. But yes, you guys, please check these absolutely outstanding streamers out. And thank you guys so. Oh wait, Heart. So it's like I missed something that Save said. Greg did not have her out during the rain. I didn't even think about that. I didn't even think about that. Greg, excellent decision. That is awesome. More views are coming. Yes. Look beside you. Oh, look at the chonker. Oh my god! I have to invite anyone around here. Here, I'll let you guys watch the pals be cute and amazing. But yeah, thank you so very much. There's wet mechanics. There are wet mechanics indeed. I missed out on the wetness. It's true. Oh, Greg, it's okay. There's always tomorrow. I've heard that you can actually modify the weather to your liking. Is that correct? I guess just don't do it on stream, you know? Or do. I'm not your mom. But yeah, thank you so very much, you guys. Let's see. Sorry, I'm 20 minutes late for this, but to lovely Neo Greg and precious Pocky Chucky, which is not her name, it's Pocket Chalk, but it's just really fun for me to say Pocky Chucky. Hi there, I'm Tao. I'm a Tasmanian Tigers VTuber and variety streamer based in Tasmania, Australia. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I'm also a professional artist and voice actor. We stream on Fridays. You guys can come on in, request music, and help me decide what we work on. Voice actor, any game that is does not have dialogue voiced, I voice it. We are also doing our very first time playthrough of Persona 5 Royal. Like I said, it's first time on that. Please no spoilers. On Tuesdays, Aussie time, we do demo day. So you guys, the community, actually get to suggest demos for me to play. And like yesterday, we did what Arcane Eats, Survivors Unknown, or no, Casualties Unknown, I think. Casualties Unknown, and Blade Song. But we try all sorts of stuff if you guys want to join the community and suggest things. But yes, what a pleasure it is to have you. And then tomorrow, we have a one-off karaoke stream, but you should not come to that, so I'm not going to tell you about that. Greg, you're famous. Did you know they put you in FF14? Wait, where's Greg? Where's Greg? Where's Greg? Where's Greg? 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 I see no Greg. Is Greg camouflaged? All rain all the time because I like Seattle. What? Yes, it is my passion for Seattle, no other reason. Aussie, thank you so much for contributing to the chargeback support, hon. I really appreciate it. That's very generous of you. Thank you, thank you. Thank you so much. Speaking of wetness, if I drew you in a bikini, would you approve of that or not want that? TauTassieTiger. As long as it's not too sexualized, it's fine. I've drawn myself in a bikini before too. Greg was in your previous quest lines, the silly ones. When? Where? When? How? She's lying. Come to the karaoke stream. No! Gotta do more Hildebrand quest to see Greg again? Wait. Oh, Greg! Yes, you're right. He was in the game. Yeah, that was not his real name, but yeah, you were a great NPC, Greg. You, there's actually, I'm sure there's clips of you. You are we call you Greg affectionately, but your real name is, someone help me out, what's his real name? What's his actual name? Man, every time I see someone play FF14, it makes me want to get back into it. Come on in! Tonks, it would be great. Gilgamesh, that's it! Gilgamesh, thank you. His real name's Gilgamesh, but we call him Greg because Hildy called him Greg, therefore. Gregory Gregorian III. Your real name is Greg. I mean Greg. Sorry, Greg. Greg. Sorry, Greg. Bet. Also, I wouldn't draw you super sexualized. Not my jam. Perfect. Then go for it. I would love to see. You drive a hard bargain, Tao. Watch out, I-Tanks. I get more persuasive the more time you spend with me. Save. Our dichotomy opens the combat. Hey, welcome in, Valley and Betalina. Good to see you. Oh, Greg, now I remember. Yeah, Gilgamesh, Greg. Hope we can fill that pesky bar and put this chargeback situation in the past very soon. Thank you so much, Ossie. I really appreciate it. I hope so too. But you guys are being so incredibly supportive and thoughtful. So definitely helping out with that. I'm imagining Tao surrounded by a massive sandcastle doing one of these. And cackling. I do love that. That is like one of my favorite Pocky emotes, especially the smile with the tongue out. I will remain strong. I won't jump into another MMO. Oh, Valos, what are you playing right now? Can we persuade you to abandon it? How I posted a picture of what I've written with my kakuno thus far on the stationery thread. Oh, thank you. I will have a look. I will have a look after stream. Thank you. Okay, sorry. I know I'm just enamored with our raiders, but they're such wonderful people, and I just want to say one more massive, massive thank you to the absolutely incredible Pocket Chalk. Thank you so very much for coming in and bringing your incredible community, and thank you also for including me in your NTE Abridged. It was such a pleasure, such an honor, and so much fucking fun. Surprise communism is one of my favorite things, and it will live rent-free in my head because I am constantly reminded of it by a stream. And you are just such a sweetheart. Thank you so much, beautiful Pocky.
Surprise communism!
There it is. I really do appreciate it. And of course, the absolutely sensational Neo Greg. Thank you so ever so much for being so incredibly supportive.
Yugi, I don't understand how to play this game.
And also bringing your incredible community and coming in after NTE. The timing really was peak, truly peak. Please, you guys, check out both of these outstanding streamers. We'll get back into, oh, look at how cute you guys are posing. Oh my God, hold on. Look at them. Look at them. Not even trembling in the cold. This fat cat, though, oh my God, hold on, I gotta move. Look at him. Look at him roll. He's so cute. I hope I quit WoW forever this time. But my brother convinced me to try EverQuest Legends. We have lost you, I think. We might have lost you. Heavensward is peak. Hope you enjoyed it as much as I did. I've really been enjoying it so far, lovely iTunks. We are sounding out the amphitheater now. So we're still near the very beginning, I do believe, but we're having a good old time with it for sure. Back to questing Tao. Okay. They did bro dirty. He's just called Fat Cat, but he's so cute. Is there a way for me to like? No, I wanted. Oh, there's a frog. Look at that frog. Look at him go. Let me see. I think that Neo Greg is streaming again tomorrow, but I'm not sure exactly when. But I know that Pocky is definitely streaming tomorrow, 3 p.m. PST / 8 a.m. Aussie time. And she's gonna be doing some Fate Grand Order. So if you like Fate Grand Order, please go check her out as well as like Wuwa, NTE, a bunch of other cool stuff, and just in general, she's amazing. So Gilgamesh-sama is, by the way, drawn from the first / oldest recognized literary epic, aptly named the Epic of Gilgamesh. It is quite an interesting read, as it sets up a lot of common fantasy tropes and even some horror ones. It was written sometime during the 2nd millennium BC. Wow. So about 3,500 years ago. Plus or minus 500 years. That's crazy. Hi. Tiku. Sorry. I don't know why that tickled me so much. Okay. Let me let's get back into the game. But yeah, massive thank you to our amazing raiders. Thank you so much. Okay. Jean-Théo. I don't know if I'm saying his name right. Jean-Théo. He looks French. Well. What do we have here? Hoping to join the esteemed ranks of the convictors, are we? The hard-eyed lass looks promising, but you have a frail look about you, boy. I give you 3 days ere the wilds claim your corpse. Okay, he's kind of a dick. I beg your pardon? Be not so quick to judge. I have seen this frail youth fell heretics with a flick of his wrist.
And who are you to question my... By the Fury! That armor, that lance! The Azure Dragoon himself graces our camp! Pray forgive my disrespect, sir. I am Jantalor, leader of the Convictors and fellow slayer of dragons. May I ask what winds, fair or foul, carry you into our humble camp?
Everyone have an absolutely wonderful time. That's a given, it's a Tau stream, but it's time for bed for me, of course, darling. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams, dear Sandy Man. Thank you for coming in, and thank you for the kind words. Thank you for supporting our precious Pucky as well. We'll see you soon. It is interesting to see how this stuff was done in 1999 with some quality of life and seeing why a lot of terms and trends in MMOs started and how much WoW ripped off. I know, isn't it crazy how much WoW ripped off? 1,852 more T-bones until the storytelling stream is filled. Holy shit, you guys are blowing these things out of the water. Die nice. I'll think about it. Okay, psych, it's done. Okay, now you have funded a storytelling stream, which for those of you who are new here or who need the refresher, a storytelling stream is where you guys, the community, actually get to submit your handwritten stuff. And by handwritten, I don't mean you don't have to physically have written it, but like you have to have written it, okay? No AI, we're not cool with that. No non-public domain stories either, okay? So basically stuff that you've written. Yes, you guys get to submit those, and then for like 6 or 7 hours, I read them. So feel free to start submitting. I will unlock the, hold on, I will unlock the thread for you right now. In our writing thread, storytime stream, and unlocked. I will put, storytime stream achieved 15/07/2026. Please post your stories, prose, poetry, etc. below this post, and make sure you scroll to the top of the thread to read the rules so that we don't like wind up having to be like, sorry, we can't read that. There you go. You can post now. Have fun. I think we've also got it pinned. Yeah, you can also just check the pin message on this thread. But yeah, woohoo! Have a good night, Cutie K. Walters. Thanks for coming in. How, if one were not on the Discord, how would they be able to join such a space to hang out with you and other amazing and cool people? Darling Shen, allow me to inform you. Please feel free to join the Discord right there. We do have quite a few rules that you do need to carefully read, or you can listen to me read them. I do have an audio file instead if you would rather do that. But there is a secret keyword that you must enter into the verification channel after reading the rules, which you will only know by reading the rules. Is there guidelines for stories posted somewhere? Yes, lovely Velas. So you want to go to that here. I'll bring it over here. So over here, in the, hello? I don't know where I am in my own Discord. Writing, here we go. In the writing channel, if you go here and then you go up here to threads, you'll just go to storytime stream right there. And then you will see this. And all you got to do is click on the pin message, and these are the rules for the storytelling stream. Okay. So many notifications. I'm sorry. I always scare people with my notifications. I forget things if they're not on red. I'm sorry. Yeah, read for the special word, exactly. So brain is soup and leaking out of ears. Oh no! Don't say that. Sweetest soul, you're heading out. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. The lovely audio reading of the rules does not have the word said. That's true. It does not have the special word said. I did fuck up that way. But, you will, if you follow along, you will eventually see the rule, the word. I'm a bit shit, sorry. I'm just being dramatic in my heat-funded illusions. I hope you're getting some cool air circulating around you, sweetest Sam. I have too much time on my hands. I just reply to every message I get so they don't think I'm ignoring them. Yeah, I just have to tell everyone I'm really sorry. I have no time on my hands and I'm not ignoring you. But yes, anyone who is coming with the raids are more than welcome to join the Discord as well. If you are a writer and you would like me to read your story or poetry or prose or lyrics or whatever, I'm more than happy to do so now that you guys have funded the Storytime stream. Feel free to just post it in there. And thank you so much for the care package, Precious Patricia. Thank you, thank you. It's fine, Tausita. The audio you made is very lovely and immersive. Aw, I'm glad you liked it. I just did the voice stuff, and then Strat, being the wonderful mod that he is, he put the backing track behind it. Ah, Lady Iceheart, is it? I know her by reputation, but I'm afraid I've seen naught of her or her people. That said, my own men can be somewhat lax when it comes to making reports. You may wish to question them yourselves. Thank you. We shall. Tau, Estinian, let us make our way through the camp and see what information there is to be had. The thing that's frustrating, though, about it, Joseph, is that I did intend to say the word at the end, because that would have been perfect. Or, like, right near the end or something, but Ooh, I leveled up! Thank you for my pal hat, Magnificent Maid. Thank you, thank you. I guess I have to work on my thing right now. I'll give you guys probably about 2 weeks before we do a storytelling stream. That way you guys have time. It's fine, Tausita. I have a fan and an AC unit, but it checks nose. 25 Celsius feels like 33 outside. Probably need to do maintenance on my AC unit. Also, it's almost midnight. It should not be this hot. It should not. That's crazy. Magic word is bananas. You can add it as an addendum. I can, but the problem is that I can't re-upload the voice clip. Like, if I do that, I have to delete all of the rules so that I can put it all back. Shout it at the end? Yeah, I would really, really like to, but, and then, of course, if I put a separate one on there. Oh, wait, sorry, there's another thing here. Alfie. If I put a separate clip on there, then people will just scroll down and be like, oh, that's the secret word. You know what I mean? So I kind of fucked it up. I'm sorry. Surely one of these people will have encountered heretics while out hunting. Pray speak with as many as you can, Tau. Gonna go not die of heat stroke in my sleep. Okay, sounds good. Sita Sam, please do not die of heat stroke in your sleep. Or at all. Okay, or at all. But yes, we will see you soon. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams, Talon. We're gonna do this little bit and then we go on a break every hour for just 3 minutes so that if you cannot afford to subscribe or you do not wish to subscribe, you don't actually have to worry about it. Because for those 3 minutes, I walk away from the computer, I run the ads, and then we come on back and make more content together. But first, I will talk to these few people around here, and then we'll do that. We all make mistakes, Tau. It's what makes us human, or in your case, a Thylacine. That's true. It's 90 degrees and almost 2100 here. Wait, what? Oh, sorry, 2100 degrees. 9 o'clock. Got it. I'm gonna check some water first. It'll be fine. I have all the faith in the world in you, sweetie. You will survive. You will survive. I'm gonna try and draw with you with my kakuno. Okay, sounds good. I'm so excited to see you, Precious Patricia. Nay, I know of no heretics. Do you honestly expect me to keep track of every oh god, I cannot read these words. Rightamo, Verimon, and Bartenant that wanders in and out of our camp? I can't read half of the words unless they're so foreign to me. Speaking of midnight, I gotta hit the hay. Have a fun rest of stream. Thank you so much, TauTassieTiger, and thank you for coming in and helping out as well. I appreciate you. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dream. I hate summer, especially with the heat waves, followed by heat waves, because we heard you hate heat, so we added heat to your heat so you can cook while you cook. Yes, true! Move your skills around before you forget. Oh, good idea. Is there a place I should put bow, whatever it is? Bow. I learned something. It was bow something. Or bow. I don't know. Yeah, it's 2100 degrees. Looking for heretics, you say? Huh. Why don't you go and bother... Oh, God. Piraket? Piraket or someone. I've enough trouble keeping these preening fops fed and clothed as it is. It's no business of mine what folk do with themselves out there in the wild. Uno mas? Uno mas? Uno mas? Where's the last... Oh. Enjoy TauTassieTiger as your ASMR. Put your 5 and 6 on 8 and 9. All right, awesome, thank you. Are there any heretics in this area? I've not the faintest idea. Why, a heretic could pass under my very nose, and I should be none the wiser. I hunt dragons, my dear lady, the big ones. Forever do I scan the skies for signs of my prey. I care not for the miserable creatures that scurry upon the ground. Yikes. Okay, 5 and 6 on 8 and 9. Okay, 5 and 6. Done. Storytime submission posted. Amazing, lovely Storm Talon. Thank you so much. All right. Let's go on this quick break, cutie pies. Please make sure that you hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom, and darlings, this is also a Mezzomond in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. I love you lots. I'll miss you terribly, and I'll see you very soon in about 3 minutes. Mwah. I need a ruler. I need to actually measure my swords. I would love to know how big your sword is. Wait, that sounds very strange. Anyway.
It's this. I'm so sorry for your soul right now. Poor Strat. Yes, eat the other one. Okay, you guys have to, you have to hold Strat down. He's not allowed to leave the room, is it?
Oh, wow. Whoa. What? Basic training? I can't even get past fucking basic training! What the fuck? Is save a furry? Yesn't. Nanobot? Okay. Banana bomb and worms? Oh, banana. Horse gun.
Hey, there's a button on.
To lie about what he Touch likes and into the pouch you go. And stay. Forever. Exactly, Yuki. I don't think you should be afraid! Why would you be afraid? Having Valley Girl do blacksmith is so funny. I'm so glad you like it. This story would totally go with this outfit. So true. Passage into Aaron Keep is barred by a colossal gate, taller than a ship's map. Big cow! Road trip catchphrases? Stay fresh, cheese bags. Eat your own lips. Punch asphalt, big boy. Time to make the donuts. As lore historian, I proclaim you streamer and head mod. That's cute. Protogen, that's it. Thank you, Protogen. That's it. A little bit. Thank you. Yeah, Protogen. Come. I need a ruler. I need to actually measure my swords. I would love to know how big your sword is. Wait, that sounds very strange. Anyway. Oh. No! My save, get on screen. Save, get on screen. Save, get on screen! Good. Thank you for listening. Scary. Come at me, I fucking dare you. Come on. Come on. Don't make me do it. Don't make me do it. Don't make me do it. Actually, do make me do it. Whee! How many? What? Work. Twitch. Clip that. No? Okay. Oh, wait, it did work. Oh my god, that's so sick. Okay, it did work. Is that corn in the ground? I don't know, those are pretty leafy. I don't know if those
those are corns.
I will let you guys
don't
finish
think
your
those are
words,
corns.
and then
oh,
we
shit,
will
Ozzy just
return.
caught up.
Sorry, I was feeding my dog
oh
a
my gosh.
bone. He
Oh,
wanted to go
it's
outside.
Ozzy and Skellington, and is that me?
He needs
no,
his,
that's
his
Talon.
version of
Sorry, I
toothbrushing.
can't read. Oh my God, save. Oh.
Wait, what?
Whoa.
Why did you clip? I didn't say anything. What the hell? I just got a notification that it did the. It created a clip for no reason. Did I say clip? I don't remember that. I need to prove my worth too. Anyway,
This
Precious
arc of
Patricia,
P5 is my
for
3
you.
favorite things. Tall goth women, twinks, and gambling. Amen. You see, you better pay up. You know the Dawn wants a coin right now. It's true. Nuggies? Where Timkin Nuggies? Hit the blade a few times and watch its color. What's this?
Welcome back, Yummy Yuki.
Question, me and Nyx have been discussing.
Oh no! A clip in the background said it. Oh god! Oh no! That is a problem. That is a problem. I'm gonna have to fix that or something, or else you guys are just gonna. Otherwise, it's just gonna keep on. Every time that one plays, we're gonna get hit with it. That would be not ideal. Hello, sweethearts. 1 second, I'm bringing your boss battle back online. There it is. Okay. Hello. Wait, hands not working. They're not called clips. They're called mags. Moist critical true.
Precious Aussie Abby's. Good Aussie, Precious Patricia Abby's. Good Patricia. And Eisen Abby's. Good Eisen. Nyx Matos slash Jam slash Uppies. Good Nyx. Yummy Yuki. Uppies. Good Yuki. Exceptional engaged. Uppies. Good engaged.
Welcome back, lovely light. And now, Valiant Velos, thank you for coming in. I appreciate you, and well done on the boss, you guys. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams, lovely Velos. Lovely laugh. Uppies.
Yee. Good laugh.
Okay. You're okay. You're okay. You're okay. Welcome back, to save. Someone I can help you with, my lady. Heretics, is it? Well, I've never seen one myself. But that ain't to say I haven't heard a thing or two. We would be grateful for any information you can share with us. The gods know we've gleaned precious little from talking to the rest of these people. I should go to sleep too! Oh, good citizen! Thank you so much for coming in, and thank you so much for your awesome help. I appreciate it. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Casita is getting good exercise, giving all those uppies. I love giving the uppies! Don't do anything I wouldn't do. No promises. If it please my lord, I'm a Pyrakit. A soldier by trade, though not much of one, if I'm honest. If it weren't for the love of stabbing folk that I took up the spirity. No, it was by order of Sir Jantelot's father. Still, as long as they keep paying me wages, I ain't fussy as to what they have me do. Not everyone's as patient as me, though. Plenty of lowborn lads who get pressed into service start grumbling before they've even seen the second battle. And once they've got to thinking about how unfair it all is, it doesn't take much time for heretics to turn their heads. From what I see, or hear, the simple promise of freedom tends to do it. That may explain how Lady Isard was able to expand her following so swiftly. Sad to say, some mates of mine gobbled down the heretics' tripe and asked for seconds. Told me they were off to the Western Islands to light a signal fire. That's how you let the heretics know they're serious about joining their ranks, apparently. Send up some purple smoke and the bastards come to you. Is that so? Why then? I am minded to start a fire. Pals, have you noticed any of your clips showing up during breaks? I personally haven't noticed any of mine. I think I've seen a few. Oh, not you. What is that? If we are to lure our foes to our position, then we must find a means of producing a signal of purple hue. As it so happens, I once heard the tale of a trapper who dropped the hide of a woolly yak onto his campfire. Aside from the terrible stench, the story also described in detail how the smoke from the smothered flames was tinged a deep violet.
You are a monster hunter of some note, are you not, Tau? It should prove a trifling task for you to procure a number of hides. We may need to burn more than one ere the heretics notice our beacon. Master Fanart, you and I shall gather wood for the fire. It will take the both of us to find enough dry fuel in this frozen wasteland. Let us meet again at the Dreaming Dragon where the fruits of our labor.
Big backpack you have there. I thought there was a person on your back because I saw the shoes. Okay, we gotta go get some woolly yaks. What is this? Oh, we get an ether current from this one, which is... Okay, so we gotta go there.
Thank you for the ride.
Some are rarer than others. It seems some weeks prefer certain clips. Yeah, it's all random. It's all random. How tall is TauTassieTiger? She's giving all these uppies. Well, so the pals, that's you guys. When you are in the pouch, you transform into pouch pals, which are about the size of a corgi. So I'm just 5'5", but the pouch pals are just corgi sized. Yeah, exactly. It's us that Taut's not super tall. We are just tiny and cute. Exactly. You got it, Yuki.
Yay! Thank you, Gray. Oh, what a yak!
Kill it before I can do the thing. Yeah. I'm a bulky corgi. Now your combo should go 211374523452346. Okay, so I better move that to here then, because I can't do that. So I gotta go 1, 2, 3. The 7 should be on 4 then, I think. And then 5. And then we go back to 2, 3, 4, 5. A pouch pal is 2'6" on average. Yeah, there you go, Nix. There you go. I see. It must be Fey magic at work then. I'll accept it if it means I'm like a corgi. Yeah, you're corgi sized. You're so cute. Cute little pouch pals. How just murdering random animals? I would never. I have to murder these ones. I dragged that average down. Yuki is a mini corgi. Oh, it's dead. Yak time! We've done the yakking. Yay! Another ride! Thank you! Don't split your 1, 2, 3 combo. Wait. Uh-oh. Now what do I have to do? What did I do wrong now? I'm having the yummiest wholesome lunch. Just some English muffins with margarine. Yummy. Very wholesome. Oh yeah, where are we going? Sorry. I am not being very helpful, am I? Put your 3 on 2. Put your 7 on 3. Like that? Precious Patricia. 1, 2, 3 is your basic combo. Oh, good. Okay. Good. Phew. Whee! Thank you. I wonder how we get in there. If you're holding a steering wheel, put them on 10 and 2. Exactly. Exactly, Isaac. Are they up there? Oh, I'll follow you, Gray. I was so lucky to have so many private chauffeurs. Oh, yes, absolutely. I sent you early and it was your name. Oh, I thought you were going to be like, Tau, listen to me. And then something. What would I do without you, Gray? I can't even navigate to a quest that you bring me to. All right.
It would seem that collecting firewood is a new experience for Master Fanart. His must have been a privileged upbringing. Have you the hides we need?
Good point, Yuki. How? Listen to me. Water is a scam. No time to explain. Now get in the car.
I should have known it would be you.
Oh, shit. Important, therefore voice acted.
Word reached me of a struggle with a small but well-armed band of trespassers. Forgive my comrades their hostility. Few come here uninvited, and fewer still with good intent. Now, tell me why you are here.
We wish to stop Nidhogg's attack on Ishgard.
So, you seek to stem the Dravanian tide with talk? A romantic notion. If you but knew the truth, the spark which lit the flames of this animosity, you would understand the futility of your quest. Shall I relate it to you? The sordid history my gift has shown me, that which the Holy See has taken such pains to suppress. 'Twas more than a millennium past when an Elizan tribe first sought to claim the lands of Kurthas as its home. Unfortunately for them, Kurthas was already home to dragonkind, and they were not inclined to make way for the invaders. Thus did a bloody war begin, a war which might well have rumbled on until one or the other side was exterminated, had it not been for the resolve of a single woman. That woman's name was Shiva. While those around her fought and died, she attempted to parley with the dragons, and in so doing discovered them to be possessed of profound intelligence and reason. The great worm HEAVENSWARD�h in particular so enchanted Shiva that she found herself growing to love the creature, whom her people considered a monster. In the eyes of a near-immortal dragon, however, the fleeting life of an Elizan is as that of a freshly cut rose. Scarce has the flower bloomed before it begins to fade and wither. Such melancholy musings plagued HEAVENSWARD�h, who had found in Shiva an unexpected and beloved soulmate. He knew that all too soon, death would snatch her away from him. Unable to bear the thought of their separation, the maid bid the worm consume her, that their spirits might be entwined for eternity.
The reaction?
Though loath to perform the deed, HEAVENSWARD�h ultimately gave in to her plea, and soon thereafter the tale of their ill-fated love spread throughout the two warring factions. No more could they raise blade or claw against one another, knowing that the souls of their kin were so inextricably bound. In the days that followed, man and dragon learned to live in harmony, and together built a nation unlike any the world had ever known. For 200 years did this blissful age of peace continue, as it would to this day, had vilest envy not stirred in the hearts of the Elizan. It is said that worms owe their longevity to the boundless reserves of vitality found within their eyes. And 'twas in this belief that a traitorous band of knights deceived their allies of some 2 centuries, and took by force that which they coveted. Nidhogg, he who now stands poised to unleash his wormlings upon Ishgard, was the great dragon who lost an eye to Elizan treachery. And until he prizes it from the hands of the traitor's progeny, no amount of conciliatory words will stay his fury.
You are wrong, Lady Iceheart. Lest you misunderstand, I do not doubt your vision of the past. 'Tis true that Nidhogg greatly desired to reclaim the Eye. Indeed, it was for that very reason that I kept it with me as I roamed the land, attempting to draw him away from the city.
Oh. Oh. Shit, he's got the eyeball. Where'd you hide that?
Good gods.
Yeah, where the fuck is that? You have some tight armor, boy.
Until recently, Nidhogg seemed unable to resist its allure and pursued me relentlessly. Needless to say, that is no longer the case. Now, it would seem, he has fixed his attention on Ishgard itself, though he knows full well the Eye does not reside there.
You believe he targets the capital for another reason?
I believe reason has all but left him. Through the Eye, I feel much of what Nidhogg feels, and the dragon's thirst for vengeance will not be quenched by aught less than a sea of blood.
If Nidhogg is indeed lost to reason, might we not seek an audience with Hraesvelgr instead? He has thus far shown no inclination to aid in the invasion of Ishgard, and may yet welcome our efforts to broker a peace.
You still believe that a peaceable solution can be found? Very well. I will take you to him.
Ooh.
Our road will lead us to Dravania, the homeland of dragonkind. There we shall ascend unto the clouds, where Hraesvelgr resides.
Oh, uh-oh. Just the one?
Is aught amiss, my friend?
They just left while I'm like, I'm having a heart
the many
attack.
battles are beginning to take their toll. Rest a while, and should you lose sight of us, Dravania lies beyond the mountains to the west.
Oh, it's our little dragon friend.
Curious. The vestiges of thy mistress's blessing are not as faint as once they were. Thy will to succeed grants thee unusual fortitude. But will it be enough?
Why is it a spoiler if you guys answer the question why only one of those lit up? You do get an ether cord thing. Interesting. Sorry, I got preoccupied with our little tale here. Discover new location. Is that, have we known that her name is Isael? I didn't, for some reason I thought that she was just Iceheart. My bad. Oh hey, welcome on in, Sweet Space Cat. How are you? And lovely Killknight. Cutie Killknight, how are you? Thank you for the care package, sweetest spider. Much appreciated. You are Tau, yes? Pray, address me as Isael if you wish. 'Tis passing strange, is it not, that fate should bring us together, thus? Never did I think to walk alongside the warrior of light.
But history is full of such unexpected alliances. Shall we make our way into Dravania then? The chill of the Western Highlands is unrelenting, and I would sooner be under the sheltering canopy of the Chocobo Forest. Hey, Zalrog, thank you for the merch plug. Alright, where are we going now? Are we going all the way to... We're going to Dravania, which I don't think I've ever been to! We're going to a new place! Cool! How do I put a mark? I never do this right. Can we get over there, or do we have to go somewhere specific?
Yay, thank you for the ride!
Doing pretty good. Have chips and a Diet Coke and a towel in front of my, after I finish making a birthday card. Oh, happy birthday to whoever the recipient is, sweetie. Space Cat, did you see that I tagged you in our Palia thread over in the game and schedule chat? Core is, also a Palia player. The other person the other person I tagged. I put how to use your basic combo in your chat. Oh, thank you, Les! Oh, I will check. Haven't been on Discord today? Oh, that's all good, lovely Space Cat. No hurry. No hurry.
Beyond Abalathia's spine, the great mountain range that spans the continent of Aldenard from east to west. Into the deepening shadows of Som-Al, where lies the ancient home of dragonkind. To a land where the soil slithers and the skies seethe with sinuous shapes, they came.
We stand now at the threshold of Dravania. The path to Som-Al will take us far to the west, beyond the embrace of the forest's branches. It will be a long and demanding journey. Might I suggest that we take our rest at the village up ahead, and see that we are properly provisioned. There is a village here? But I thought these lands are the sole domain of dragonkind. Why would anyone choose to live in so perilous a place? The wild chocobos. Tailfeather was built by hunters who make their living capturing and selling the beast. Their leader, Marsachamp, is an acquaintance of mine. Being a gregarious sort, he will no doubt welcome our arrival, and he will also possess more recent knowledge of the road we seek to travel. I trust there are no objections. Only to the ceaseless chatter. If we are to meet this acquaintance of yours, let us do it before Ishgard burns. I forgot to say this. Voice acting in my Final Fantasy XIV! Yay! Thank you for the ride! Whee, I'm on a wheel! I'm on a wheel! I thought that was a very muscular horse. Not quite, not quite. Whee! I'm to a tune! Yay. I have no idea how I would get around in this game if it weren't for you guys taking me places. Thank you for letting me mooch off of you. This is cool. Is this like a... Oh, is it a hot pot? Oh my god, is it a hot pot? That's so funny that you're stirring it. That's great. I love it. I love it. Is that a goth-themed jet whale? That's so, there's a lot of qualifiers there. Alright. Thank you, Tao. Speaking of Palia, do you plan to play or something? I don't have any plans to, but I was just saying that I wouldn't mind going back to it if enough Precious Pals wanted me to. Because we did play it, a while ago. Well, tan my hide and call me Leatherface. Oh, shit, I forgot that I've got this on, auto. There we go. Oh, and if it ain't the loveliest sail. It's been too long, girl. That it has, Marsachamp. That it has. My companions and I are on a pilgrimage to Som-Al. Might we stay in Tailfeather a while and prepare for the next leg of our journey? Of course! Stay as long as you like! In fact, I wouldn't suggest leaving the forest at all. The dragons have been absolutely bleeding martyrs of late.
Forgive me, sir, but I am not sure I understand. Do the dragons not bother you here in the forest?
Bother us? Did his sail not explain things to you, boy? You've seen them towering callum trees all about, haven't you? If you were flying above the canopy, you'd barely be able to see the ground. And as you'd expect, the local wildlife's canny enough to stay hidden beneath the leaves, which is why the dragons do their hunting elsewhere and we can do ours in peace.
I see. Thank you for the explanation.
You're welcome. Now, I know it won't stop his sail here, but dragons ain't the only things y'all need to keep an eye out for, especially if you're set on heading west.
Money, 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 money!
Stinian brooding by the wall is great. He's like, shut the fuck up! Let's get out of here! The shonen proportions always kill me. I dare say you're wondering what could possibly be worse than dragons, eh? Well, I'll tell you, the bloody nath. They're what you might get if you crossed an antling with a megalo crab and taught the thing how to walk on two legs. They ain't never used to stray far from their hives outside of fear of the dragons, but they gotten a lot more aggressive of late, sending out war parties for moms in all directions. They've even taken to harassing the Dravanians in their own lairs, if you can believe it. And when they venture into the forest, which is more and more, by the way, they certainly ain't afraid to come after my lot. I can only imagine how much worse it'd be if we got closer to the Nath's home territory. Uh-oh. Thank you for the care package, Josie. Kyoto is Kyoto in Japanese. Tokyo is Tokyo, and you can add the to as well, as that is actually the official name of the city. Tokyo. Oh, interesting. Capital of the East or Eastern City. Yo. Oh yeah, that's interesting.
Twould seem that much has changed in Dravania. The Nath were not wont to cause such strife when I lived here.
You lived here? In Dravania?
Aye. 'Twas in the time following the calamity. My family was dead, my home was gone, and I had fled from the bitter cold into these lands. I knew not the paths of the forest then, and wandered out from under the protection of its boughs. That was when I chanced upon Hasvelg. Oh god, Kresvelger. They've said it and I still can't say it. He had descended from his mountain lair to hunt for food. My exhausted mind could not contend with the sight of a majestic worm, nor the vision of the past his presence visited upon me. Thankfully, Master Champ found my unconscious form at the edge of the trees and nursed me back to health. And in Tailfeather, I remained for some time.
Hence the familiarity with the locals. But I interrupted you. You were saying these Nath were once a peaceful people.
Peaceful would not be the most fitting description. They are a fiercely territorial tribe, and any who intrude upon their domain are attacked without hesitation or quarter. Outside the borders of their homeland, however, they were rarely hostile. Indeed, we were even able to trade with them on occasion.
They have then changed. What of it? We have not the time to creep through the underbrush on some roundabout route. I say we make straight for Som Al and crush any unruly insect we meet underfoot.
A more direct path, then. Very well. Let us first follow the trail west out of the forest and make for the statue of the Stained One. From there, we should have a fair view of the road that leads to Som Al. Shall we?
Sorry for the tangent into a Japanese lesson. Oh no, please do. I'm fascinated. I would like to learn more Japanese. You know that. I just wish I had the time. Unicorn! Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. That's not a pal. I'm just chasing strangers up. Ah! Can I pet that dog? Where are we going now? We are going that way. Worse than dragons. Ooh, car! Wait, sorry. I invited you to a link shell instead. I gotta dismount. Hold on. Oh yeah, this is such a funny song that goes with this one. We gotta go up here.
know why, but the chats of so many of the VTubers I've watched will just start having conversations about languages. I think that a lot of people who watch VTubers are quite enamored with other cultures and languages and stuff. Tausita, if you want to learn Spanish, I'd be happy to teach you. You know, I actually used to be fairly fluent as far as like understanding of Spanish, and I used to be conversational in Spanish, but since I moved to Australia and I have not had a single experience with anyone speaking Spanish, I now go back home and my friends are speaking Spanish and they go, "How?" And I go, "Hi." Lo siento. Not taking this break. No, we will. I think we're actually gonna go for about 2 more hours, so we'll take a break, but we'll probably take it about 10 minutes. Not to mention a good amount of VTubers being bilingual. That's also true. There are a lot of bilingual VTubers.
Aw, Yuki, you make me blush. You're so sweet.
Oh, it's up there. I can help you practice, Tausita, then. Oh, you could. Leche jalapeno.
Thank you.
It's actually quite pretty. Pretty area. Bird is the word. Bird is the word. Bird. Aha! A hostile presence. Oh, there they are. I was like, are you coming? They can't do shit to me. I am so over leveled, it's not even funny. Because my precious pals are so sweet. How is his nathfulness today? He's all right. He's at work. But I think he's doing okay. Jalapeno milk? Yeah. Ooh, a bandersnatch. I want to ride one of those. They're cute. Ooh, that's cute. That's a cute. Ooh, no, wait, it's scary. No, it's cute. No, it's scary. No, it's cute. Oh, it's got scary eyes, though. It's so fluffy. It reminds me of Coda if only his back half gets wet. Tau gets attacked. Pal's ready to just jump the random mob. Yay, precious pals! Destroy my enemy. No, my precious pals are so sweet. So sweet. Ooh, that's a cool little monster there. Vegeta! Hi, Valley and Vegeta. Welcome on in. How are you? It's good to see you. Thank you for that, Pat. Thank you. All foes in my way. Hurrying into battle. A new location for me? I never tried spicy milk, but now I am intrigued. I wonder if... I think I still have some wasabi paste, but I need to fetch fresh milk from the store later. Yeah, that's a good idea. It's kind of funny. I'm not a big fan of like wasabi paste. Like if it's already in something, if that's like what the chef has put in there, then I like it. But like Nath really likes to mix up like soy sauce and wasabi, and I don't like it. I don't like to add it. You know what I mean? Oh wait, is this the stained one? Oh yeah, that's probably the stained one. Yes indeed. Uh-oh. My little flying bird guy. Whee! Oh, okay. I've had spicy hot chocolate before. Oh, they do that a lot in Mexico. Pretty good. Not quite as late as I thought. But I'm gonna watch some TV on my PC. Oh, good. See you, Space Cat. We'll see you soon. Should we chance to meet Master Chomp again, remind me to thank him. Had he not warned us to expect the knife, I doubt I would be standing here. Amid ruins that I would tentatively describe as
Ishgardian? The style, if not quite identical, betrays a definite resemblance. You have a scholar's eye, Master Elfinor. This structure is, in fact, over 1,000 years old. It is a remnant of an age when our ancestors and dragonkind lived together in peace. You claim this is evidence of our harmonious past. I was taught that these buildings were constructed by heretics in honor of your Dravanian masters. This rubble inspires no awe in me. Stubborn fool. How desperately you cling to the false teachings of your beloved Holy See. Enough! Both of you! You threaten the success of our mission with this incessant squabbling. Tau, pray reason with these two. The truth of the past will be revealed. Oh, good, Cutie Cairo. Thank you so much for joining us. It's always a pleasure. Quite! Lest you forget, our goal is to prevent a war which will claim the lives of Dravanians and Ishgardians alike. If we are to accomplish this, you must learn to tolerate each other's presence. Trust in Tau's gift. In time, the secrets of history will be brought to light. Let that be enough, Estinian. You would have me keep my counsel until Tau's vision confirms the truth. Very well, but bait me not. Our meeting with Hresvelga... Oh my god. Hresvelga. Our meeting with Hresvelga will likely provide the catalyst Tau's gift required, as it did mine. Let us press on. Money. Money! Spy you the 3 great towers to the west. Ishgardians know them as Annex Trine. The place serves as a roost for Hresvelga's lesser kindred. If we are to reach the peak of Som Al, then we must first beseech these dragons to open the way. But do not be disheartened. The one who leads them is a friend. Of rather more concern is the disposition of the Nath. Let us survey the approach of the towers and see if the path is clear. A valiant Vegeta! Thank you so much for the 30 starring streak. Absolutely awesome. Thank you, thank you. Also, Vegeta wants uppies, I think. Vegeta's using uppies on everybody but me, so uppies for you. Vegeta uppies for you. I am on a fire yet. Rattata's so good. I love it. I miss it. Woo! Wait, I can join you on the basket. I should probably also do the thing, huh? Right. The music is so mismatched with this, in my opinion. It's so funny. I've been informed I have free stuff for NTE and WUWA because of watching Pocky earlier. Well, I have to play NTE now. Obviously, you must. Very Nightmare Before Christmas. Very Nightmare Before Christmas. That's like laughably mismatched. I know, it's really quite funny, isn't it? Yay! Thank you! Should probably tune to this, huh? That's a creature. I thought that was an air balloon. It is an air balloon creature. It sounds like it's from Nightmare Before Christmas. Yeah, that's what I was saying, right? Chonky Koopo. Koopo! A tuning time! All right, actually, while we're here, let's go on a quick break while we're safe. Please make sure that you guys hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom. And darlings, this is Elsie Mezamanda in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. I might go grab some snackies. That was you? Goodbye! Yeah, it was. Goodbye! Goodbye! I love you guys. Mwah. I will know it as soon as you guys say it too.
Proceeds to accidentally shoot a squirrel out of a tree. No! Poor squirrel. I would never. I would never. Can you shoot them? Yeah, you can. I can. We can use our imagination. That's how guns sound, right? Red Dead Redemption. Pill, pill. Still have. Oh. Yeah, that wasn't very bright. What was the point of that? Not the sharpest idea. Gonna pin the blame on you for that one. Did you really needle that money? That one was a stretch. I've got it. This overwhelmingly forgettable appearance, generic speech style, and total lack of sex appeal. Is Save a furry? Yesn't. Yes, and then everybody goes, uh-oh. Uh-oh. Ah! No! My Jesus fucking shit, holy hell. Oh my god. Oh man. I will be careful not to get confused and accidentally vor the pals, Jazza. Thank you for that. Whoa! Holy shit! Oh wow! Whoa! Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Who's yelling at me? Someone's yelling at me. Ah, scary. Ah! I need a ruler. I need to actually measure my swords. I would love to know how big your sword is. Wait, that sounds very strange. Anyway. Protogen, that's it. Thank you, Protogen. That's it, lol bit. Thank you. Yeah, Protogen. Combination of human and animal DNA. Siv's like, Luna? Look away, Save. We have to kill her. I'm actually shocked that this doesn't have a,
Take it to her.
Here it comes!
Ah!
No need to worry. I'll handle this. I need to prove my worth to you after all.
This arc of P5 contains my 3 favorite things. Tall goth women, twinks, and gambling. Amen.
It's this. I'm so sorry for your soul right now. Poor Strat. Yes, eat the other one. Okay, you guys have to, you have to hold Strat down. He's not allowed to leave the room, is it?
I am afraid. Don't be afraid. I use my... I will know it as soon as you guys say it too. Proceeds to accidentally shoot a squirrel out of a tree. No! Poor squirrel. I would never. Can you shoot them? Yeah, you can. We can use our imagination. That's how guns sound, right? Father. Hi, cuties. I am back. My favorite chips combined with barbecue veggie chips. They are tasty. They're all so yummy. I'll be chomping on those a little bit. Show them how it's done. Show them how it's done. Done. Yeah, there you go. Let you guys finish the words and then we'll come back. No wet nuts this time. No, we finally ate all the wet nuts straight. My guns. My gun slinging. Yeah. Welcome back. Hi, cuties. Uppies for you, Patricia. Good, Patricia. Incredible Icy Uppies. Hello, amazing Icy. Welcome back. Awesome Aussie. Good Aussie. Precious Patricia Uppies. Yes, good Patricia. Wait, I did that.
Hello, motherfucker.
Lovely Light. Welcome back. Lovely Lit. Welcome back, Uppies for you. Hello, motherfucker. Hi, Zelazelo. Welcome on in. How are you? And Yuki. Aboof. Go, Gookie. Nick. Aboof. Good. Next. Lovely loved ones. Uppies. Good love. Gotta give everyone else uppies second time. I can't. Uppies for this. Goodness. Uppies for Joseph. Oh, another for Yuki. Another for Yuki. Good Yuki. Ooh, I'm Sparky. You're so sweet. Thank you so much for like chauffeuring me around all day. You're so freaking sweet. I really appreciate you. Well, Ozzy. Barbecue veggie chips are some of my favorites. They are quite yummy. Quite yummy. Well done on the boss, you guys. Even though you couldn't see him. All right. Let's go. Where did it go now? Down here. Thank you. Oi, oi, oi. Thank you. Barbecue chips are good. Thank you. Sweet. I'm on a chicken. The background music was giving Scotland Forever before you hopped in your ride. I know. Oh wait, I'm going the wrong way. Tis as I feared. The road ahead is teeming with Nath soldiers. Master Champ did not exaggerate then. These beastmen have grown brazen indeed if they would threaten the dragons so openly. Do they intend to assault the lair itself? I pray they do not. Mighty though my Dravanian friends are, they are yet vulnerable to the Nath's muskets. There is no route save the one before us. Should the beastmen offer battle, we have no choice but to accept. Well, that sucks. Time for some barbecue chips. Barbecue chips are bussin'. I gotta use like more of this like recent lingo, dude. I never say bussin', but it's a fun word. Anyone know where that came from originally? Like, why do the young ones say bussin'? Are buses really cool these days, or what? Oh, more bad guys. It's weird seeing so many Northern Hemisphere pals suffering in the heat while we're down here with like 8 to 12 Celsius highs for the last few weeks. Oh yeah, no, I feel bad for them all the time. Only so that they can feel bad for me when I'm suffering in the summertime here, and they're all warm and comfy and cool. I heard it from a YouTuber many moons ago, like the term bussin' or like where it came from. I think bussin' comes from hip-hop culture. Oh, okay. That's a good guess. That makes sense. Yeah, bussin', yeah. More bad guys. The currents for the game, if no one told you, look like green balls of wind. Oh, wait, I think I've seen some of those and just haven't touched them because I thought they were enemies. Hey! That wasn't so bad. Bussin' is an African-American vernacular English, AAVE, slang term meaning excellent, amazing, or delicious. Etymologically, it is a phonetic respelling of the word busting or bursting, which is food busting with flavor or a party busting loose. Oh, okay. Interesting. Thought it had to do with buses. My bad. I take no pleasure in killing the Nath. 'Twas to avoid bloodshed that I agreed to join you on this journey. Well, it cannot be helped. We may proceed into the courtyard together, but leave the task of hailing its occupants to me. And keep your lance on your back, Dragoon. On my word to the Warrior of Light, I shall start no fight, only finish it. You truly are beyond salvation. Come then. Yikes. The conflict between these two. They should get married. Just kidding. Laughs in hot, dry morning and cold, wet afternoons and nights. Oh no!
Vtuber!
Whoa! Dragoning time.
Ah, 'tis thee, little one. From above I did mistake thee for a Nath. 'Tis well I chanced to look again, or thou wouldst now be ash.
So a young person saying, "Hey, this food straight bussin'," is essentially the same as a gourmet saying, "This food is simply bursting with flavor." Oh my god, just kiss already. That's some fun fanfics you're making, Tao.
Dear Vtuber, how I have missed you. Would that I had come sooner, and not out of dire necessity.
Thou art troubled. Speak that I might know thy plight. Thou wouldst have father admonish his brood brother.
Dude, agua fresca is so good.
I would end this war without further bloodshed.
I'm in that fandom of that pairing. I truly think these two go well together. I feel like they have a similar tenacity and stubbornness. Speaking of fanfics, I'm going to be submitting an Ace Combat one. Oh, I'm excited to read it, Patricia.
How am I to believe thee, little one, when thine own companion beareth Nidhogg's stolen eye?
Oh, shit. Uh-oh.
Have care, dragon, or I shall gouge out one of yours.
Oh, fucking hell, dude. Oh, God. Estedian! Not now! Yeah. A lot of modern vernacular comes from black people. They've contributed a lot to American culture. Oh, yeah, 100%. Sorry, I actually was intending to mention that earlier, but I think I got distracted. Wonder if, in today's language, if a meal is cooked, it means it's burnt to a crisp, not made to perfection. Actually, yeah. If you're cooking, then you're onto something, and you should keep going. If it's cooked, then it's overwhelming, or bad, or garbage, or too much. So, yeah.
You forget yourself, sir. We are here on a mission of peace.
My sires will forbiddeth me from inviting discord to our home. 'Tis for this reason and no other that thou still drawest breath, knight.
Oof. There may actually be more coming from me. I finally worked out in my head how to handle something that's been troublesome to introduce. Oh, I'm excited to read it, Stormtalon. Unless you cooked with an idea, then it can also be a good thing. That's true, actually, good point. I'm 31 in less than a month. The new age language is too complex.
Vtuber, please. We must be allowed to convey our intentions to Hreisfelgar in person, with words of our own choosing. Grant us this favor, and open the way to Som Al.
Thou hast ever been welcome, little one. But I cannot grant thy wish. I am bound to remain here, and protect my kin from the Nath's god.
The Nath have summoned a primal.
Uh-oh.
Pray excuse my forwardness, but if we were to eliminate the threat to your territory, would you consent to Lady Izel's request?
Ha! Dost thou imagine thyself equal to the task? To succeed where dragons have failed? 'Tis beyond thee, mortal. But thou art welcome to try, nonetheless. Only know that idle promises shall avail thee naught.
It would seem we have no choice but to make good on Alphino's offer. Why must our every bid for peace breed yet more war?
So how are you liking Alfie V2? Oh, I like him a lot more this way so far. He's a lot more considerate and a lot more considered. A bit less arrogant. He still has it though. Oh my god, I love you riding this stupid little fat cat. Look at him. Watch him move. He's so funny. I bet he'd be really comfy though. Oh my god, look at him waddle. I love him. Is that a walk or is that his top speed? Oh, there's his top speed. He just bounces around. That's so funny. Oh my god, he's actually so fast. I do like his little toddling. And then it's the fact that it lays down on all its feet. He got zoomies. He's so cute. Okay, sorry. I got distracted. So, the Nath have summoned their god, and thus is the mystery of their newfound belligerence laid to rest. Are you not glad, Lady Iceheart? I thought you would applaud them for summoning a primal to further their own ends. After all, you did. I did not reach out to Saint Shiva to further mine own ends. I desired his strength only to forge anew the peace between man and dragon. But what a fool I am to speak of peace to you, a bloodthirsty savage who murders without thought or compunction. Enough! Enough, I say! If the Nath have truly brought forth their deity from the Aether, we must face it together and watch our hopes fall apart. All now rests upon this primal's defeat. But ere we think of confronting it, we must first study its origins. What is the nature of this god? What manner of faith sustains its existence? My apologies. You are right, of course. Let us return to Tailfeather and consult with Martychamp. He knows more of the Nath and their culture than most. Woohoo, boy! Woohoo, boy! Thank you for the lurk, Nix. All of this with a fat-ass cat in the background. Oh, but he's so cute. Look at his little bobtail. I think that there's a Japanese cat called a Japanese bobtail, and I kind of want one day. I don't know if they're particularly, affectionate, though. I want a cat that's like a dog. I am too prone to getting into toxic relationships with things that, that do not display the same amount of affection that I do for them. You need a tuxie then. Oh yeah? Maybe get a dog that looks like a cat? That looks like a cat? Do you mean the little werewolf cats? Oh yeah, we gotta go back over there. Yeah. A dog which looks like... casino cats are hella affectionate. Are they? Mm. Maine Coons are the size of dogs and have the diets of dogs. Do they really? Actually, looks like both of you are mentioning Maine Coons. I might be wrong in that assumption. I should know. I was gonna say Ozzy would probably have a good solid knowledge of that. I'm gonna call it a night, Talon Pals. Have a good rest of the stream while continuing to be amazing quest completers. Thank you so much, Incredible Isaac, for spending so much time with us, darling. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Hopefully you'll see you tomorrow. Or get an orange and learn to love how they all have timeshare on a single brain cell. Maine Coons get flagged, and I know why. Yeah, it's kind of unfortunate. I was actually talking to Nate about this the other day. One of my favorite horse breeds is called a Gypsy Vanner, right? But if you put that in the chat, it's gonna block you, and it's just a bummer that there's these are horribly offensive and disgusting terms. Don't get me wrong, but context matters, you know. These are the names of the breeds, unfortunately. A shame that it flags, yeah. Alright. You're heading to bed as well, sweetest Shadow Gun. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Thank you for joining us. I had to be careful when I was asked about what cats I had. Yeah. A Mustang is just a car. I actually had a purebred, papers and all Maine Coon who was the single most petite cat we ever had. Really? That's why we actually didn't pay an arm and a leg for her. Holy crap. Is that because most people who go after Maine Coons are like massive? They want like a big cat? As with all words, context matters. In a vacuum, no words are offensive at all. And it changes quite a bit over the decades. Yeah, that's true. Oh, back already, are we? Wait, what is the voice I'm using for him? He gets southern, that's right. Back already, are we? You met the Nath, did you? And what is it you'd like to... Summon the primal, you say? Seven hells, well, I don't know bugger all about Nath religion, if I'm honest, but beyond their trading habits, there never seemed much point in asking. But shouldn't be that hard to find out. From time to time, we barter with a small hive to the north and west of here. Outcasts from the main tribe, from what I understand. I reckon they'd be willing to tell you a bit about themselves if you, give them the right incentive. That sounds promising. And what exactly would a Nath consider to be the right incentives? Oh, nothing your average hunter couldn't scrounge up in a day or two. But seeing as you're in a hurry, you might want to divide the chores amongst yourselves. You want a good-sized jar of land trap nectar, a basket of callum tree fruit, and, always a Nath favorite, a generous portion of young Nanka flesh. I shall gather the fruit. Leaping to the lower branches of these forest giants should present little challenge to me. Then I shall collect the nectar, with Master Alphanor's arcane assistance. And that leaves you to bring home the meat. You'll have to carve it from the smaller Nankas that live in the rivers. 3 big hunks should be enough, I reckon. Once you got everything together, you'll need to set it down at what we call the trading post. Here, I'll mark the spot on your map for you. You have been most kind, Master Marsachamp. Well then, let us attend to our respective tasks and reconvene at the trading post. I need hardly add that the last one here is a rotten Nunca egg. Your dog's cute. Uh-oh, doggy, daddy dead. Daddy died on the bed. I'll take the puppy, though. Is that okay? Can I have the puppy? Uh-oh, he's left. I kid. You get hugs from me. Hugs for you. Something I find kind of funny, I always bring this up, is the attitudes of dog owners versus cat owners when it comes to breeds. Oh yeah, what breed is your dog? Princess is 1/4 Siberian Husky, 1/4 Shih Tzu, and half Golden Retriever. But on the other hand, what breed is your cat? Brown. Even like the word guy used to be a lot more negative, but now it's neutral. Though in the military, calling someone guy is negative depending on the context. Is it really? I did not know that.
Thank you for the ride again.
And then where did he said that he marked something on my map as well. I guess that, do we do this first and then we get to go there maybe? Might be it.
Nankas!
Point is actually Storm, yeah. I know people who are the opposite way around. What breed is your cat? Short hair Persian cross with Russian blue. What breed is your dog? Dumb as bricks. Yeah, like hearing, what are you doing, guy? Means you screwed up. Really? Interesting. I did have an issue for a while with some of my friends back home. Cause I do often, I'm just like, hey, what's up, guys? You know, and that's but for some of my friends who kind of like, you know, very thoroughly and, you know, fairly defend their gender expression and stuff, they would be like, how I really don't like it when you say that. And I'm like, oh. But now, because I don't live in the States anymore, I'm back doing it. no one in chat has ever complained about me being like, hi guys, hey guys, love you guys, you know.
Thank you.
I was able to gather a goodly amount of nectar from the land traps, though I would not have known how to harvest it without Ysael's help. Do you have the Nunca meat? Shiny! Splendid. I shall put this with the Estinian's fruit and assemble a suitably generous-looking hamper for the Nath. That's why I say y'all instead of you guys, a lot more flexible. It is a word. Yeah, that's true. That's true. What are these? Oh, rings. Well, everything appears to be in order. Assuming no one has any objections to my choice of presentation, I shall place our offerings at the trading post as instructed. Were I of the Nath, I think I would be suitably impressed. Well, how long must we wait? Should we have sounded a signal or some such? Calm yourself, Master Alphanaut. Our offering has not gone unnoticed. Oh god, they're so creepy. Oh my god, I know I fought some of them, but I didn't see them up close. I don't like them.
Long has it been since hunters last came to trade, bearing gifts that filled the air with such delightful scents. Land trap nectar, Calum tree fruit, and Nunca flesh! What delectable food you have brought for us. Our meager existence is much enriched by your bounty. Come, hunters, come to a hive if you would trade.
I gotta stop doing that. I'm gonna not do that anymore.
Cramped and stifling our homes are, but the rancid incense keeps the dragons at bay. Cramped, stifling, and horribly smelly. But better to live in stench than be cracked and crunched by dragon jaws, yes.
Whitechapel would absolutely love these dudes. You're absolutely right.
Better to live in stench than be cracked and crunched by dragon jaws, yes. Come, it is not far.
Ugh, I hate their little shuffling. Did I mean to accept this quest? No. Will I do it anyway? Yeah. God, bird. I mean, it's an underwater bird, but it's a bird nonetheless. They be shuffling. Every day they're shuffling. Where are you? Little creepy crawly. Oh, they're up here somewhere. Eh. I'll sneak in through the back entrance. Here we go. Oh, it's kind of cute, actually.
Your presence has been announced to the storyteller. You must speak to our chosen leader in words, for we are back. We are the non-mind.
How much longer do we have going for? Patricia will go for about another hour. Maybe hour 15 or so.
Welcome to our hive, Hunter. You have brought delicacies much sought after by our people, and we are much pleased. What would you have in return?
Honored Elder, pray allow me to begin by thanking you for welcoming us into your home, and for accepting our humble offerings. My companions and I are come in search of knowledge, specifically, knowledge of your people's god.
Knowledge alone? What strange hunters you are. Well, if it is words you desire, then words you shall have. We are the Ver, the non-mind, and to speak is our fate. You will hear the tale of the North's god, of the god the One Mind summoned into our midst.
The One Mind. These are the Nath who reside in the main colony.
Yes, they are connected. But let us begin the story at its beginning. Some moons ago, a single dragon flew in from the east, bleeding and weak. It fell from the sky and into the hive. It was swarmed by my brethren, and with spear and spell and musket, the dragon was slain.
'Twas likely one that had fled battle with my kinsman. I should commend you on finishing the job.
Yikes, dude. Fucking shut up! God, he's such a...
Dragons are fierce and terrible adversaries. The One Mind would always cower when their winged shadows passed over the ground, but no longer. They had learned that a battle-weary Dorvanian was easy prey. Thus did the Overmind decide to heed the words of the black-robed men. The One Mind would call forth our god and unleash his blades upon the dragons. Dorvanian lands would become Nath lands, and ever larger would grow our domain. But our god ever hungers. The price he demands in crystals far exceeds the rewards from this war. We of the Vath despise and revile his insatiable existence.
Interesting. Slay! You sound like Dexter from Dexter's Lab! I love that. Wasn't he voiced by a girl? I think he was.
We are the non-mind. The whispers of God are grown silent, and with our voices aloud we must speak. Of necessity, then, was a storyteller chosen.
Sorry, I thought that I was, I can't unhear it now. I wonder if I can, hold on, now I kind of want to go, let me go look up Dexter's Lab. Oh my god, I miss this theme song, dude. It's so funny. Fun. Such a funny voice, dude. I love it. I've been banned photo point. Oh my. Hold on.
Oh, the little hamster body just can't keep up.
Okay, I'm gonna stop now. We'll go back to the game. Okay. Thank you for the care package, Suda Space. I should rewatch that show sometime. Shit's so funny. Thank you for my pal hat. Oh, wait, hold on. My hands have been disconnected. What show was it? Dexter's Lab. Hands. Okay. Yay. Yeah, Dexter's Laboratory. Pouch watch long suggestion acquired. I do wonder if it's old enough to have some fairly problematic stuff in it, but I have no recollection. Oh Lord, deliver us from butter sauce so that we may freely scurry about the place. Is that a line from it? Hey, Magnificent Mulgrim, welcome on in. How you doing? I call upon the power of a primal for the greater good, conscious all the while that I do so at grave cost to the land. I reason that it is a necessary evil and willingly shoulder the burden of my sin. In suggesting that such crimes can be justified, you may argue that I presume too much, but you must surely see that I am aware of the magnitude of my transgression. Not so the Nav. They summon their deity for no greater purpose than to expand their dominion. To a scion of the Seventh Dawn, one sworn to eliminate the primal threat, the distinction you draw seems questionable at best. But the fact remains that my own grandfather risked unleashing the power of the 12 in an attempt to prevent the calamity. Thus, while I may not condone your actions, I at least understand them. Joseph! Oh, darling, thank you so very much for very, very generously and kindly gifting that sub to the Magnificent Mulgrim. Thank you so much, sweetie pie. I really do appreciate the support and generosity. Thank you so very much, lovely Joseph. You were so sweet. Thank you, thank you. All shows from that time have adult jokes that flew over our heads as kids. You're probably right. Also, since a lot of us like languages and speech, it's interesting to see military talk versus civilian talk. Also true. It is fairly old, I think, but from the episodes I saw, there wasn't much bad stuff. Cow and Chicken was way worse. Oh yeah, Cow and Chicken was pretty bad. I didn't actually like that one very much when I was a kid. The baseline for problematic is constantly constantly changing. So, to be honest, yes, very likely. Thank you so much for the 10 streams. Very much appreciated, darling. Thank you, thank you. Let's see. Not so the Nath, as you so rightly put it. If they truly seek naught but territorial gain, I can only conclude that they are ignorant of the ruinous consequences of their god's insatiable appetite. The longer this primal is suffered to exist, the greater the suffering it will cause. It must be destroyed. How lightly you propose the destruction of this god, Master Fanart, a being of whom we know not. Has it occurred to you that you may be sending the warrior of light to her death? No, You have the right of it, Astinian. Twould seem it is I who am guilty of presuming too much. Pray forgive me, Tau. I do not fear my duty. Wait, Tau need not face this foe alone. Like her, I am blessed with the Echo's protection, and may do battle without fear of primal influence. Let me bear this burden. Ha! Do you truly imagine yourself a second warrior of light? Remind me, how many primals have you faced, my lady? Not that it matters. We know not where this god resides, or how to challenge it. Unless you mean to pray until it appears.
Estinian makes a valid point. Let us speak with the Vath and learn how best to secure an audience with their deity. In this, at least, I may be of assistance.
The young lord certainly appears eager to prove his worth.
Well, you would hope so. He's coming off of his idiot arc.
Civil right. Other there. We hear of a non-mind. We do not hear the one mind's thoughts. We cannot predict their will. Put this idea from your minds, generous hunter. If you meet with our god, then he will have your souls. Surely you are not so generous as that. You wish to meet our god? Offer yourself as a sacrifice, and you will soon be brought before him. We would mourn the loss of such generous hunters, however. You are generous hunters, yes? Many gifts you have brought, but not enough for all there to enjoy. Maybe you could bring us just one more. We are very fond of nunca flesh. Yes, the meat of a young nunca would be a fine repast.
Mumboy is already. Mumboy said it. You have, let me get the, hold on. You have 5 minutes of Mum Voice. I hope you enjoy it. Now, where do we need to go? Way over there. Brings them Arby's instead. They have the meats. That's true. But do they have nunca meat? That's the real question. Oh, that's a cute reindeer. One of my favorites, though. I didn't enjoy the voice you just did for that character. That's okay. That's not a character that we hopefully will see too much of. It's just a creature. Sorry, nunkas. Clearly, the nunca are closer to grubs. That's true. These Dravanian Avis things are quite ballsy. I'm fully 10 levels above them, and they're still trying to attack me when I run past too close. Have an odd, juicy taste. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I'm going wrong way. This is a really cool little village. I like the... I don't think I've seen, like, architecture like this in any other part of the game. I've eaten weird things. Well, at least you're open-minded. And creatures that are hostile will always attack you unless you exceed 10 levels. Oh, I see. Okay. We've, you get to totally different voice here, by the way. We do enjoy our nunca flesh. Have you been out hunting yet? Another gift for the bath. So unexpected. Yeah.
You will have more of the words you strange hunters long for. Listen now. The senses of the one mind are enmeshed by the overmind. What one sees, all see. What one feels, all feel. Alert a single gnat and the whole hive is alerted. To reach our god undetected is all but impossible. Are they the slimy sort or more oyster bug-like? That's a good question. They seem to live in shallow creeks. I don't know, I don't tend to eat anything that comes from the water. I guess since, we're in mom voice, but he's British, so I'll give him a British accent. The Vath are wont to allude to certain concepts without explanation, but I believe I am beginning to grasp a few of the fundamentals. From what I understand, the king-like overmind sits at the center of Nath society, and its presence somehow... Sorry, I just got a text. And its presence somehow allows its subjects to communicate without need of word or gesture. These Nath, the ones who inhabit the larger hive, are known as the One Mind, and it was by their combined will that the primal was summoned. Those who reside in the smaller hive, however, are the Vath, or the non-mind, who, for reasons that yet escape me, seem to have been excluded from the telepathic bonds which connects their Nath counterpart. That, so the Vath ignorant of the One Mind's thoughts and intentions. And of the nature of their own god. In summary, we have wasted our time. Not so. Perilous though it may be, the Vath did furnish us with one certain method of approaching the primal, as sacrifices.
Okay, our little bot is... Usually Tau is daddy, so mommy voice is a nice change of pace. I need that on a shirt, Engage. I love that. Usually Tau is daddy, so mommy voice is a nice change. And Joseph, I'm so glad that you enjoy my voice acting. Thank you, lovely. More uppies, Tausita for emo goth. Uppies, honey. There you go, lovely Joseph. Not so. Powerless though it may be, the Vath did furnish us with one certain method of approaching the primal, as sacrifices. Should we allow ourselves to be captured in the environs of the colony, the Nat will bring us before their deity to make an offering of our souls. Fulgrim wants ubbies. Good morning. All right. Forgive me, but let us be clear about what it is you propose. You mean to say that you would deliberately provoke the Nath, surrender yourself into what might generously be termed their custody, and then wait until their god arrives to claim your soul? Aye, that fairly well describes my plan. You will join me in this endeavor, will you not, Cow? Judging by the great risks you took to prevent the summoning of Saint Shiva, you are not a woman to err on the side of caution. Would that I could fight at your side, warrior of light. But the power of the dragon is no protection against primal influence. Forgive me, but I must remain here with Master Alphanod. Then it is settled. Now, you and I shall challenge the guards at the entrance to the colony. Once the hive is roused, we shall feign a brief show of resistance, and then allow them to take us prisoner. Uh-oh, hold on. Let's see. Ozzy wants some uppies too? There you go, Ozzy. Question of the day, how did you get into voice acting? I used to do fan dubs when I was like 11 or 12 years old with my little sister. It was a lot of fun, but it was so embarrassing to even talk about now. But no, she and I had a good time. Yeah, and then like seriously getting into voice acting, probably,
Wait, I want to get in the car. I want to get in the car.
Why no car? Why no car? No car. No car. Oh, I'm on something. I'm like, why is that working? Stupid. Sorry, I'm so stupid. Okay. We gotta go down here. Gotta go down here. Let me see. Maybe a full audiobook? That would be bloody lovely. New community point donation goal. I wish. I mean, I would be happy to read. I mean, basically, Joseph, I don't know if you've been here for our last storytelling stream, but that's essentially what the storytelling stream is. I read your guys' writing in either an audiobook way or a voice acting way. It's up to you. Engage. You did a good job voice acting Light. That's Phoenix Inc. Some more uppies for the pals. Oh, the pals get uppies now. Hey, good, precious pals. Hi, precious Patricia. Welcome on back, and thank you for the care package. I'll see ya. Back from walking the puppy dogs? I'm new, so I haven't seen that. Oh, well, Joseph, you'll need to come to whenever we do get to do it then. Do it. Can I? What happens if I get out from up here? Would that kill me? Whoa, look at that fucking tower. Yeah, we. I remember when I pulled up with the car the first time with my friends, since I played long before they did. Get in, nerds! Get in, nerds! We're going shopping.
Intruders, your lives are forfeit.
Or maybe it's your lives! The car. Why no car? Thank you. Thank you for that one, cutie cat. More friends. I take a chip and eat it! Yeah! I take a pen and write with it! That's a little too many syllables, I think. Would not fit the lip flaps. Okay, I'll just give you guys one big uppies. Uppies for all of my precious pals, because if I do them every single time, then we will not be able to play the game. The Overmind must now be aware of our intrusion. Let us press on into the hive and ensure that we have our host's undivided attention. Be stream 1. I do want them to be free, it's true. I want to make as much of this free as possible. Even though I do need to charge for certain things, because if I don't, then I can't support myself and then I can't stream. Run, 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 hi, run, 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 run. Oh, I gotta get off of the thing. Oh, there's more. Uppy stream when? That's all the streams already. True. 24-hour Uppy's on. Might have to charge if I have to stay awake for 24 hours. Head pats on future, though saving points, so this is the best I can do. Aw, thank you, sweetest space cat. Appreciate it. That could be a workout stream, actually, where Tau does nothing but give uppies. Good workout, no? If you guys were an actual weight, it would be a great workout, but just doing that with my hands would not be the best workout for me. Probably. 6 hours of the chat being emotes only, and the only thing you're allowed to send is the uppies emote. The whole time Tau does nothing but go uppies for insert pal name and honorific here. Good insert pal name here. Exactly. Exactly right. Okay, we gotta go this way. Look at my tiny little, look, it's so evil. My tiny little, oh, the sun's coming up. Please hold for 30 seconds. You can just pick up Coda, maybe. Oh gosh, he would be hefty to try and do that with. Okay, I found an ether current. Look, you guys, oh my god, I figured it out. I just got back-to-back notifications that Neo Greg and Pocket Chalk's VODs are ready for me to view, even though I was lurking in both of their streams last fucking time. Lick the rock, current, aether. That should be sufficient. If we did not have our host's full attention before, we must surely have it now. Our audience with the Primal may be granted soon after our capture. Pray advise me once you have steeled your mind for the battle to come. Is this the solo questicle, perhaps? You are prepared then? That's perfect, Patricia, exactly. Tausita, deliverer of uppies, Tiger. That's my name. Hold here, Tau. When next Fanart come, we offer no resistance. They're like aliens.
Surrender, intruders. There is no escape.
Enough! We surrender. We throw ourselves upon the mercy of your god. That little beetle wing back things. So strong. It caught you for dumbbell, which is so fucking stupid. I don't know why. I've never heard of. I'm sorry, Patricia. Imagining a single xenomorph now getting into Awards. Yeah, that would be catastrophic. It sure would. They seem eager to proceed. Good. When they take us before their lord, pray leave matters to me. If what I know of summoning rituals holds true, I shall be well placed to act. Mark the sound of the river rushing through the ravine behind us. Passing loud, is it not? I imagine the noise would serve to mask our escape should we need to withdraw temporarily. But you are prepared, are you not? I do hope so. If I were to be dragged away for sacrifice while you were haggling over the price of potions, I should not be amused. That is very weird, isn't it? Very weird. They're quite nice once you get to know them. Wait, these guys are xenomorphs.
Now we have but to wait.
Ah.
O Lord Ravana, master of the sacred blades, wrath of the colony, conqueror of the world, hear our prayer.
I think it was it was one word, Joseph. There was no space in between.
Pray grant unto your devoted children the gift of your divine presence.
He comes.
Thank you for the care package, Austin. How is in a place called Sacrificial Chamber? How worried should I be? A 5 out of 10. Exactly halfway. All you have to do is get some weights and put some Pouch Pals pictures on the side of them to give uppies. True. Yeah, that is pretty cool. It is pretty sick. Whoa. Whoa, that's a lot of swords. Got enough swords, Mr. Man? Whoa, sir. Whoa, Power Rangers! That's a big bug! Ooh, wings, though.
All strength to the colony. Speak and I shall listen.
Oh, glorious General, we have captured intruders and would make unto you an offering of their life's blood.
These feeble fleshlings dared to invade Natlands.
Hear me, Lord Ravana. My companion and I did not come to contest your children's territory. We wished only to learn the reason you wage war against the dragons.
Ravana's rather thick too. Hi, bees.
Flirt with death merely to satisfy thy curiosity. Wherefore should the glorious conquests of the Nath concern thee so, Elezen?
How get the bug spray? The flamin' sword and spinning. There was a flamin', there was a sword in, there was a spinning.
Mayhap thine own kind struggle against the worms fareth poorly, and thou art desirous of a pact.
We crave no alliance, Lord Ravana. Only peace. We would bring an end to our war with the dragons. Yet so long as they remain embroiled in this conflict with your children, our goal shall remain out of reach.
We just want to know why you guys keep on bugging the dragons.
Never before have the Nath risen up in such numbers, and never yet with you at their head. Why do you lead them to war?
Thy question hath no meaning. To live is but to fight.
So many months.
Gorgeous ghosty! I cannot believe it! 38 months? That's absolute insanity. Thank you so much, darling, for always being so supportive and thoughtful and amazing, gorgeous ghosty. I can just look at your sub streak and then know how long I've been streaming for. Thank you so much, darling. I really appreciate it. How are you doing, gorgeous ghosty? How have you been?
Long have my children waited, gathering their strength in the shadow of thy ceaseless conflict. The Nath would see the Dravanians slain, and their territory secured. And by such fervent prayers am I now given form and purpose.
As I feared, your very existence is an obstacle to our goal. Since you are so fond of fighting, we challenge you, Lord of the Nath. And should we emerge the victors, I would have you swear to withdraw your soldiers from Dravanian soil.
Thou art bold indeed to risk thy fleshy hide so readily. Very well. I, Ravana, fourfold master of the blade, do accept thy challenge. But should I emerge the victor, I would have thee swear to serve in mine army till thy last breath is spent.
Uh-oh.
I do. And I believe the first bout is mine.
Ooh. Oh yeah, might have been a mistake to put yourself in the middle of crystals and then challenge her to a fight. Sorrow could beat him. Oh, cool. Hey! Primal fight! Holy shit!
What is this? A god clad in flesh.
Is aught amiss, my lord? Thou wilt not break thy word, I trust.
She's cool. She's super cool.
Mine oath is unbending as steel, little goddess. Thy ruse will but add to mine enjoyment.
Kill him! Oh my god, that's so sick. That's so fucking cool, dude. Get him! Get him! Whoa. Now just shatter him. Oh. Oh. Oh.
I thought myself stronger. Mayhap with more crystals?
Oh no!
Be thou god or maid, thou art nothing to me. And what of thee, mortal? Art thou warrior or craven?
I mean, I'll probably fucking kill you. I mean, that's like the job, right? How do you get to the next expansion if I don't do that, right? Right.
Mother?
Damn, you bugging out for real. Mother? Well.
A warrior then. Good. Mayhap thou will provide more sport than thy feeble companion.
Oh, buddy, you don't want any of this. Yeah, exactly. Ravana-san would like to order a 4-hand sword from you, Touch-on. Where'd he go? I feel like for sure he's got to be something that you fight at a in like a yeah, okay, cool. I thought so. Yeah, like a raid or a trial or something. Hey, Meaty, long time no see. Welcome on in. How you doing, hun? Good to see ya. Tau, pals, kill him. Exactly. Speaking of, do we have any people who are interested in joining us for a, oh, we could do anywhere between 1 and 8 players. Okay, I could do it myself. No, I can't do this myself. Who wants to join me? Ow, Alex. Hello, hello. How are you doing? Hey, get back here. I thought we were gonna fight. Yeah. Who would like to join me? When we turn off raids, it's time to put a timer in place. Yeah, we'll put a 20 minute on. Oh, I think I have to, is it timer 20 min after a certain point? Yeah. She uses her bulging uppy muscles to suplex him. Yeah! Cannon. Just logging in. Amazing. We're on the Sephiroth server. Materia data. Wait, sorry. Sephiroth data center materia server. Been busy. Sister's recovering from cancer. Almost beat it. Mainly looking for work. Oh, wow. Fair enough, Meaty. Well, it's good to have you back, hon. Welcome, welcome. I'm wishing the absolute best for your sister, by the way. Who would like to join me for this? Would you like to join us? Gray, Lith, either of you want to join us? Could we hypothetically do this with 4 people if Zed gets in here? Quick! Gather all the bicotes and lullafils! Yes? Awesome. Okay, cool. Yeah, you guys are already in the party. We could unsync it with 4. Okay, yeah, cool. Maybe we'll do that. But normal is 8. Right, okay. Tenacious, trustworthy, tactful, thoughtful Tassita gives wonderful uppies. Aw, thank you, lovely Joseph. Obtuse, welcome on in. This fight has good music. Awesome. I'm looking forward to it. I can do tank or DPS. Light or Lith, do you guys have any desires for tanking or DPSing? Okay, you're a healer. Okay, great. So we've got a healer. Now the joke comes in full circle. Squash the bug. And you can do whatever, Lith? Okay, easy. Well then, if you don't mind, Zed, do you want to do tank maybe? Oh, guess what? What's up? Hope you're enjoying the expansions. Yeah, so far so good, lovely Ghosty. Have you played through all of Final Fantasy 14? Blow the conch shell or whatever we used to summon the pouch. I think it's just the going live notification. You made a new friend on FF14 at the Gold Saucer. That's great, Milgram. Congrats. And duel the boss? Gladly. Because then Lith and I can do DPSing. Wee, 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 woo. Where's my Zed? Let's find him. I think we're friends. Maybe we're not friends. Maybe we're not friends. Oh, logging, I'm working on it. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to rush you. How about the conch shell, but it's corn. Ooh, the corn shell. I didn't come a realm reborn on my alt, and then it's onto the other 2 alts. Very nice, Mogram, very nice. Blow the corn horn. Gotta reconnect to materia, so need a second. All good, darling, all good. No worries.
Click the buttons. Click, click, click the buttons. Click, 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 click.
Magnificent mate. Thank you for my song. The way Tau summons us is by pulling us from the ground like Pikmin. Isn't a corn shell just a taco? Yeah, I just crush it in my hand and go. Come to me, precious pal. I stopped in the back end of Shadowbringers. So like expansion 3? Oh, fair enough, Ghosty. Was it just, did you get bored or, what was it? All hail the magic conch shell horn. Eventually at the end of the training arc, Tau uppies the planet. Yeah. Whoa. Mwah. Would our favored tigress be part of the Tau Va in the Warhammer universe? Or would she be an AB human of the Empire? I don't know enough about the Warhammer universe to pick, to be honest. I completely forgot to mention yesterday, my dinner on Monday contained an ear of buttered corn. Delicious. Yukisita, have you ever had Mexican food? I have, I am a bit of a connoisseur on Mexican food. The part of the US I grew up in, I was constantly going back and forth over the border and eating a shit ton of delicious Mexican food. And I miss it so much. It's probably one of the things I miss the most about the US. Arriving there on motorcycle, if they out there. Oh yeah, I think that Light and Lith might be out there. I know this has been said a lot, but your voice is so calming and relaxing. Thank you for just being you. Oh, thank you, Mulgrim. I'm so glad that you enjoy it, sweetheart. It's been said a few times, but I always appreciate hearing it, you know? Especially because I can be very obnoxious sometimes. I mean, she can always throw a corn at an enemy, and a tsunami of pals just attack the opponent. I think Tau would pick the Tau. They have similar values, methinks. Really? Are the Tau good guys? Story was really good, but other games came along and personally didn't like paying subscription on top of paid DLCs. Totally understandable. Magnificent Michael, welcome on in. Hello, motherfucker. How you doing? I think I've had that's only remotely Mexican would be Jarritos drinks. I miss eloteros and raspados so much. I'm trying to remember what those are. Those raspados. That one I've definitely heard of. I'm trying to think of if I'm just mispronouncing eloteros. Tau's voice says, lovely, thank you. This will be your 16th quest tonight. Let's fucking go. All right, next to them, I think. Okay, let me see. I hit my goal. Let's go. All right, hold on. Let me see. There you are. Woohoo! Okay. Let me this duty, right? We can do the duty and do this and then do this and then do this. I think. Hold on. Wait, I keep that off, right? Does this look right? Let me see here. Precious Politely, have a wonderful run! About the good guys thing, Warhammer has no good guys? Oh, bummer. Fair. Churros. Oh my god, I love churros. I miss Costco's churros. They're very good. There's a place called San Churros in Tassie, and they make some really fun churros as well. The US in general is on my travel wish list, although I'd rather wait for the current political climate to change a little. Understandable. I believe just unrestricted as level sync will make us equal to the level the trial's supposed to be. Okay, cool. So just like that, probably. All right. Did I do it right? Yeah, it was unrestricted. Okay, go! Oh, yeah, okay. Well, I'm playing as my gunbreaker, but hopefully that means I don't pull. All right. Let's see. The tower just kind of more idealistic and more focused on benefiting their people compared to the other races, but they're still pretty evil whilst also being a bit naive. Bummer. Let Tau solo for a bit? Ah, don't do that, please. Ah, I'm gonna die. San Churros is in a lot of places. It's in Melbourne and Sydney, too. Try their Mexican hot chocolate. Yeah, it's too heavy. Like, it's literally melted chocolate there. I can't tolerate it, but some of my friends drink it, and I'm like, wow, that is delicious. Oh, sorry, Patricia. We don't really take raid suggestions, hon. I've got a bunch of people that I need to catch up with raids for. The Tower are the most like good guys, but they're evil in a brainwashing and naive and propaganda way. Oh God, Warhammer's so depressing. That's just my opinion, though. I'm gonna pop off for sleep, however. Oh, of course, gorgeous Ghosty. Thank you so very much for dropping in, and thank you so very much for the 38 months of BWs. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. No worries, Patricia. Okay. The music's pretty cool, like you guys said. I can have infinite HP? Yeah, are you gonna heal me through this?
Dance to the song of ringing steel.
I also don't know which of my moves pull aggro, so I do apologize if I wind up running away. Maybe if I just do 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, it'll be okay. Ah! Why are you waiting? Why'd you leave? Why'd you leave? Oh god, where'd he go? Oh my god! Oh my god!
Feel my blades.
I love that you guys let me be baby. Thank you for letting me be baby. You're fine.
Keep it up.
He's gonna slaughter, which is probably not ideal for, you know, continuing my life.
I am invincible.
I am title card. Oh fuck! What's the? Oh, well, do we not want these things to touch? I imagine our balls of shadow should not touch, huh? Orcs are pretty evil as well, but they are comic relief? Really? I didn't think there was comic relief in Warhammer.
Keep it up, good job.
Keep it up, good job. Keep it up, good job. Thanks, Sam. What are the spirits? Ganas? Are there no mechanics I should be aware of here? I feel like there's not. Are you bored over there, Light? You just kind of look like you're like, I'll just wait until someone loses 1 HP and then I'll heal him up again. Kill Ads, and he has a directional shield. Okay, Ads murdering Ads now. I did not, my brain did not clock butterflies as dangerous. Sorry. Oh, that's a scary sword. Do I stay away from it? Oh, that's not big bird. That's not bird. That's a bug. Butterfly. Towards the pier, butterfly not kill. Oh, gotcha. Okay. Oh, what the fuck? Why are we floating?
Rejoice in the glory of combat!
Owie! Owie! Owie!
Unyielding of the earth!
Who's it got his hands? It tickled! Said. I keep shirking Tau. What do you mean? Ooh, is this a throat singing? Pretty fucking good. The butterflies are coming! Oh wait, those are not butterflies. I'm guessing don't let this touch me, huh? Wild guess. Come back here. Come back here. What is it shirking me? What does this mean in this context? Jump, jump, jump. Nothing to worry about. Now kill him. Okay, if you say so. Wait, are you guys even doing anything? Are you guys, what are you eating a snack, Zach? What are you doing? You're sipping tea? Wait, why do I have a sword on my head? Oh my god. Stop leaving. Stop leaving. Are you guys having fun? The vocalist is Dan Inoue, who was the US lead localization director for FF14. That's super cool. What? It was a ring of fire and it burns, burns, burns like a... What? Something ring of fire. Fuck! Now there's lines, 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 and the flames burn higher. Do the thing! Wait, what thing? I don't have... What? Wait, what thing? I'm having a lot of fun. Oh, 15, not 14, sorry. He led the localization of Boy Band Simulator. Is that what 15 is known as? Johnny Cash is one of my favorite artists. I like a lot of covers of his stuff, though. Maybe this is the way that we do this game from now on. We go in with a party of 4, and you guys just don't die, and you just stand there and sip tea or eat food or dance like Zach is just dancing while I'm trying to kill this guy. And I'll just keep putting my all into this. 1.5% left. I'll see you in an hour. FF15 is basically about a bunch of unashamedly attractive and meticulously well-groomed boys going on a road trip across the countryside and accidentally saving the world or something. That sounds hilarious, actually. What's this? What's this? What are we attached by? What was that? Is that bad or good? Is it bad or good? Less than a percentage. Ow! 0.5, 0.4, 0.3, 0.2, 0.1. Uh-oh. Got him. Thank you, precious pals. Thank you, Zed, Lightless.
The sacred right of combat proclaim the victor. I lay my blades at thy feet, child.
So proud of our Sprout. Your Sprout is so grateful that you're proud of it. Got him. You did it. You guys did it. Thank you so much. Hug time for all of my hardworking pals who are very patient with me. Oh God, Liz!
Oh, wait, what happened? Liz disappeared. Liz just, oh, there she is. Okay.
Hug. No! No, don't do it! No, don't do it!
Oh my God. I'll save them. Wait, no, hug time. No, please don't go, no! Oh, it was just a bad dream.
Hug time! Yeah. Yippee! Hugs, 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 hugs,
Well, I guess that answers that. If a pouch pal would jump off a cliff, Tau would also jump off a cliff. And Lith is over here trying to box me. Trying to box me, girl? Give me a second. I do need to turn off our raids real quick. Hold on a second. Pretty please. Nom 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 nom. You in Discord? Thank you, hon. If all your friends told you to jump off oh. Didn't know y'all were in call for the streams. Maybe I'll hop by since I finished work right now. Well, we're not like in a call or anything, Joseph. We're just but if you would like to join us in Final Fantasy, you're welcome to. You'd have to jump after. How else would you get all that tasty loot? Delicious. Yay! To help our sprout grow, we must sprinkle it with head pats, kernels of corn, and throwing ourselves at it. But avoid fish at all costs. That's how you for sure get a rotted sprout. Yeah, I can't hear them. Oh, that's what you mean, Sweetest Sweetsa. Right, sorry, my bad. Oh, yes, some of us just vibe in the Discord VC during stream. Hell yeah. I love that you guys do that. It's super cute. Yeah, I'm so sparkly. Sparkly towels. Sparkly towels. We're all on call, though. I hope you guys are having fun. I mean, those vibing in the Discord. Watching the stream. I love it. I love it. We're actually talking mad smack about Tau. Oh. I guess as long as you're having fun. Waiting for Tau to summon us. Come to me, my precious pal. All right. Don't expose us, Lift. Now that Tau isn't here, let's talk about how great she is. Ah! And by smack, I mean we're all talking about how awesome she is. Ah! Ah! Thank you so much, my cutie precious pals, for helping me with this bit. I appreciate it. You're just saying that, hoping she'll join the call to find out what's going on. Well, I mean, who knows, you know? I mean, let's annoy her about Link Click now. You can't possibly annoy me about Link Click. I love Link Click. I'm so excited for the next season. Maybe we should be more careful in VC. We did actually accidentally start a shark cult once. That did happen. Dancing helped morale. Great Elwood will remember that. Zach Omegas will remember that. Lith Luma will remember that. I can't clink flip. Ah!
I have ears everywhere.
The only talking smack about Tau that we do is talking about how much of a smacking good time she is. Can I get an amen? Now go finish your quest. Okay, thank you guys so much. You guys, I want to give you little kisses on the cappies, a little bit of a mwah for you, Light. Mwah for you, Lip. Mwah
Pretty
for you,
lady.
Lip. Surprise shark cult. Cat, shark, cat cult.
Surprise communism.
Incredible save, absolutely.
Pretty lady.
I swear to God, Save just has like a library of clips.
Whoa,
emotes,
they made the Save icon in real life.
Thank you for gigantifying that pseudo save. And Ozzy, thank you for the beats.
Capitalism!
Run away. Scatter like insects.
Oh, Huey.
Insects. Oh, you're alive. That's good.
You do not disappoint, warrior of light. Would that I had your skill in battle. I do begin to see why so many place their faith in you. For all his savagery, I do not think Ravana won to break his word. Provided the dragons do not trespass upon Nath lands, they should have little to fear of the Primal's biting blades. We have done well, have we not? Come, let us return to Vidofnir and share these glad tidings.
Yes, very celebratory vibes here. It's him! This fucking guy!
Once more you achieve the impossible, bringer of light. But with every mortal heart that succumbs to fear and fury, another voice is joined to the chorus, beseeching divine succor. At their bidding, warring gods will shake the firmament, and your world will be consumed in the swelling storm of chaos.
Spooky, spooky. Oh, that's cute. What is that? Whoa, that's so cute.
Scary.
Oh my god, I've never seen that before. It's like a, oh, that's pretty. Oh, sorry, okay.
Never since we first fought have I seen you draw upon the full extent of your power. And never from afar to this day. You were a marvel to behold. Well, tis time we rejoined our companion. We will be eager to hear the tale and to continue our journey.
Oh, that's a nath mount. They're cute. Oh, that's cute. Oh, they're so cute. I like their little stupid legs. I don't understand how their legs work, but they're funny. Funny legs. Thank you, buddy. Casita, I think they meant a snack, since you're definitely one. Mwah. Thank you.
This guy, I mean lady. Sorry, hard to tell with the rope. That is true. I did fuck that one up a little bit.
Can I get a ride on your marriage chicken? Marriage chicken ride. Marriage chicken, wee! I gotta go all the way over here. Whoop, whoop. Pretty lady. Pretty lady. Marriage chicken, that's a good one. I forgot what it was called, but it looks like it's probably a marriage chocobo. Marriage chocobo.
We're losing altitude, Captain. Pull up! Pull up! I'm just kidding. I'm not telling you how to drive. It's okay.
Look! Altitude reduced for a reason. Whee! Oh, sorry, I can't. Wait, oh, can I can only dismount when stationary and below a certain altitude. Oh. Oh. Alert! Alert! Congratulations to the chicken on getting married. Tau! Lady is sail! Thank the 12! Oops. Lord Ravana, ye say? How curious that the Vath never mentioned his name. You're quite certain he will keep his word. There was honor beneath his savagery. That we survived the encounter at all was a miracle. A miracle I must attribute to Tau.
Never did I doubt you, warrior of light. Unlike some. You were gone so long that Master Alphanor here nigh lost his wits with worry, fretting like a maid for her sweetheart he was.
Astidian? Was that truly necessary?
Not truly necessary, but certainly true.
What matters is that the primal is banished and our promise fulfilled. We should return to Vidorfnir without delay. Lest you forget, this was but a means to secure an audience with the worm. Krasvelga, Nidhogg's minions will not be halted by idle chatter. Come now, we must make every moment count.
You are unkind, Estinian. For all his experience and intellect, Alphanor is still but a boy.
He just shrugged, didn't say shit. He's like, well. This journey with Estinian, Alfie, and Isael is great. I do like them. Yeah, I like all of them. Estinian quickly becoming Alfie's big brother. So true. One of the best parts of the expansion. I do like this. This is cute. This is a fun relationship. Bus by, wait. How do I pronounce your name, hon? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. Always talk to Isael. She has unique dialogues in the areas you're in. Oh, really? Especially the next area? Oh, sick. Okay, we'll try to remember that. We will get to the point where we get like in front of the dragon. And then we will probably finish up. Shall we be on our way to Annex Trine then? I would not have the dragons think we had forgotten our bargain. Can I have a ride on your penguin? Party penguin. Party penguin, marriage chicken. One day, I want someone to make a song of all the weird things I say. I'm glad you enjoyed it, Precious Patricia. It's a regular bird coop here. Strat? Why you say strat? Ozzy. Sucks I won't be able to come in, Amore, but I'm sure you will sing beautifully in spite of how you assess yourself. I will not. I will not. Yeah, Doko? Sorry? Sorry? That's a scary dragon. Gumboy, or whatever his name was. Where's the... Oh, it's down there. Whee. Want to see if Strat can make a meme song of your quotes? Oh, yeah. He might. One day, I want a song, I want a win song. One thing I say, one thing I say. Sorry, I only do meta song. Thank you, Save. I don't know this song, but it's beautiful. All right. We... Precious Politely! I'm so sorry. I actually wished you a good run. I'm not sure if you heard. But well done for a 7:30 run. Considering it's 30 Celsius, that's fuck. Took the long way, sorry, that's okay. Big hugs for the precious pals who stuck with me all fucking day. Gray, thank you so much for literally, like, from beginning to end, being my chauffeur. Zed, thank you so much for hanging out with us and for sipping, ooh, hugs, and for sipping tea. Lovely Lit, thank you so much for being around the entire time, and for my beautiful and fucking super sick new gun blade. And yeah, thank you so much to everyone who decided to drop in. I really do appreciate it. You guys are amazing. Are we taking, hold on, are we taking a selfie? Wait. Let me. Wait, I'm facing the wrong person. Hold on, I don't know how to play this game. Yugi! Exclamation point, Yugi! There you go, exactly, Sip! Yugi, I do not know how to sing this song.
Yugi, I don't understand how to play this game.
Exactly. Everybody get some pizza.
Yugi, I don't understand how to play this game.
All right, we gotta go. We're gonna head back over here, and massive
Yugi, I don't understand how to play this game.
Incredible raiders. You guys, if you are not checking out both of these absolutely outstanding streamers, you are truly missing out. Love Neo Greg, love Pocket Chalk. Super, super sweet, both of them. Please do check them out if you haven't yet.
Keep it up, good job.
I'm going to sign out here. Thank you so very much, precious pals, for joining me. Now, let me go be responsible and try and find out who we might go and raid. I have not had a chance to look. I've been having too much fun. I think we're gonna go see. Is there anyone Final Fantasy-ing? There always is, actually. Let me see. There's so many people playing, Hell World. Hell World. Bye-bye. You guys, our next stream normally would be Friday for art, but this time we are actually going to be streaming tomorrow evening. It'll be starting in about an hour
Yugi, I don't
from
understand
now,
how to play this game.
Whatever time that is for you. Because you guys have, for some reason, decided to save up enough points for me to sing karaoke. I'm only letting you know that because you can drop in and then you can get your stream streak, right? And then you can leave. Because I don't want you guys to miss out on your stream streaks, but I also don't think you want to be listening to me. Okay. a birthday marathon. And they're doing the Heavensward MSQ too! That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Oh no. They're doing followers only. I hate when people
Tomorrow,
do that.
can we request songs from Bonnie Tyler in her honor?
Probably not, because I would like to do her memory justice, and I won't be able to because I don't have her range. I wish people would not do followers only chat. So annoying. All right. We might go see Princess Bampy, who is also doing, I think that's Heavensward. All right, yeah, beware of spoilers if you raid someone. Good point, yeah. I will probably end up, being very, very careful and, like, popping and saying hi and then running away. A massive, massive thank you to my top tier patrons. Thank you so very much, you guys, for being so incredibly kind, to support me as much as you possibly can during this month. That's Red Tempestas, Yuki Yorino, Umbra Kit 31, Cutie Catashax, and Lovely Lavender Rose 26. Thank you so very much. I hope you guys are enjoying the content, and the behind the scenes views and previews and stuff. And, again, thank you so much to NeoGreg and, Pocket Chalk for the raids today. It really does mean the world. I will miss you guys terribly, but I will be seeing you in, like, barely 24 hours. I'll see you in, like, 25 hours from now for karaoke. And watch NTE Abridged! Y'all, if you haven't, please do that. I can't click on the thing and paste it, but yes, you should definitely do it. I voiced in it. Pocket Chalk worked insanely hard on it, had a bunch of other incredible voice actors in it, so please go check it out. If you guys are going to bed, I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. If you're off to do something else, I hope it's the best ever. I love you all very much. You all have little pieces of my heart and my soul, and I will see you tomorrow. Take the best care of yourself. Surprise communism! I would take the best care of you. Surprise communism!